Yeah.
War campaign.
Oh yeah, no, that's just the war campaign assholes. They do that kind of thing.
I said, hail the chat, hail brethren. It is a beautiful day over here in the neighborhood for a scapegoating, and that's what we got today. We got Peter Slowly, ex-chief of Ottawa Police at the Public Order Mercy Commission. I'm already seeing comments streaming through from people who are going to be there actually sitting down and watching this. It's going to probably be a, let's say, the spiritual or the bloodbath of a man's reputation. Well, we've already seen that, right? Yeah. That's right. Interesting news today, okay, from the CBC of all places. Take a look at this. Check this out. All right, so if you remember who this is, we're getting straight into it. A big hail to the chat. Got a couple minutes before I want to cover a little bit of this. We got suspended Ottawa police superintendent not on witness list for convoy commission. So who is this guy? Mark Patterson. Okay, so remember
POU boy.
Exactly. POU. But see, we're getting it, man. We're getting all the acronyms now, Pan.
Right? Even Americans like myself are learning your overabundance of Canadian acronyms.
We're good at it, man. What do you think of them all, huh? We're really good at this.
There's so many. It's amazing. It's crazy.
POU, we're POWs of the POU.
To an American like myself, it looks like your guys' government is way too big with all these acronyms. You gotta pare it down a little bit.
That's right. Why is there a search for? Why does it show me an engagement ring? That's so weird.
Oh wow.
That's so weird. You got Mark Patterson, I type in. Then it shows me all these weird things. TX dot radio foil engagement ring. How is that related?
Love and passion is in the air.
It's weird. Really weird, man. Maybe Google knows something about me. Am I getting engaged? Mom, am I getting engaged? I have no idea
Mom.
what's happening. Anyways, Mark Patterson. Mark Patterson is the guy who led the POU, the riot cops. And, oh, yeah, the guy who looks like he beats his wife. That's right, Shannon. That's right.
Damn. Whoa.
Exactly. Acronym Olympics says Mudshark 9Z. 9Z. Public Order Unit Dick says Darcy Klein. That's it. Bonkers, clever guys. Major Ruckus. Yeah, okay, everybody knows who he is. October 27th. That is yesterday. This comes out. He's been suspended with pay in June. A suspended Ottawa police superintendent who was at the center of canceled convoy raids. Okay, that doesn't see that. That's not correct. Okay, he was at the center. He led the POU, all the raids. He led them. He was at the center of the Coventry February 6th beatdown, which saw PLT, Police Liaison Team, originally formed to talk to Indigenous in their own language. The language of, I guess they would smoke together, peace pipes.
Miigwech.
Miigwech. I said Miigwech, mother F. We got cancel. All right. Oversaw early lapse in local intelligence, levied an allegation of collusion against his deputy chief. Now that's interesting. Okay, so now that starts to get interesting here. He levied an allegation of collusion against his deputy chief. But we don't know about that. What's happening now? Not only is he being suspended.
Yeah. This is something we haven't heard of yet.
That's right. He's been suspended because of misconduct, which we don't know. Okay, supposedly unrelated to the convoy protests. Still being investigated by the OPP. No charges so far have been laid against him. He was a central figure in the infighting. Okay, and you see here using this occupation word, that's CVC, so I'm not surprised to see it. He's not on the list of witnesses. They're not even saying, the commission's not even saying whether or not he's been interviewed. What else we got here, which is interesting, right? The inquiry, which is specifically focused, okay, we know what the inquiry is about. Event commander. So they're all calling it event commander. They're missing the point here, which is the fact that he led the POU team. We've heard that many, many times over the last, I guess, 12 days or 11 days, that he was the riot squad commander, Mark Patterson. Okay, so that's the key thing here. He was one of the 3 OPS, so that's Ottawa Police Services, major event commanders, right? He specifically led the riot cops. Again, that's really important. That shuffled through the role. He did so for February 6th to 10th. Okay, he accused his deputy chief of colluding with her husband to undermine him. That is interesting. That's a
Whoa.
right? That's the key right here. That's the key line. He accused his deputy chief of colluding with her husband to undermine him. Okay, so let's see here. Whatever.
That could get complicated. You're trying to, take down a man and wife team.
Are you serious? Is Trish Ferguson married to Steve Bell? I gotta find out. Who's?
Wait a minute.
No, it's Chief Ferguson is married to John Ferguson, OPS Staff Sergeant John Ferguson, who was then supervising the convoy negotiations team. So maybe was Was John Ferguson running the PLT at this point? I don't know. Got to see this. The OPS PLT, because there's an OPP PLT that's run by Marcel Baudin Feather. If you remember Feather Baudin.
Mm-hmm.
I swear by the eagle feather to tell the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. No. So help me Feather. My feather. I'm trying to do.
Help me, great spirit in the sky.
Thank you. See that? That's why I need you here, Pat, to help me with these Native American. I swear by the feather, nothing but the feather, only to tell the feather. So help me God. So help me, feather, great spirit. All right, we got
We're politically correct all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on, let me see what the chat's saying. Phew, I'm trying to imagine the love triangle here, says Darcy. All right, we got, so there you go. So Chief Ferguson was colluding, possibly, unethical behavior, that's what Patterson's saying, and colluding with John Ferguson, who was running the PLT team. PLT team, of course, is Police Liaison Team. What else we got? So that's going to be interesting. I don't know if that's going to come up. Slowly, in his interview with Inquiry Council, described Patterson as becoming agitated in the meeting when he accused Ferguson. This is going to be interesting. It was called a relationship rupture. Okay, so that's going to be interesting. Again, a relationship rupture. Chief slowly viewed Superintendent Patterson's comments as out of line and perceived that they caused a break in the relationship between Superintendent Patterson and Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. So there's all kinds of interpersonal rot that we don't know about. I guess maybe Slowly's going to talk about this today. Let's see what he does, because he's going to have to decide, how does a black man avoid, he wants to, how do we say, I want to be politically correct here. Chief Slowly right now, he can't, I'm going to put it in American terms. If you're in America, and this might help you. Right now, Chief Slowly can't breathe. Okay.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
He's having a hard time breathing right now, and we're going to see what they're going to do to him. They're trying to
the whole city of Ottawa is kneeling on his chest. It feels like
it feels like that. It really does. It's not a joke.
I can't
it's not
breathe.
Funny. Don't laugh. It's not funny. It's
not funny.
It's not funny.
Not funny, guys.
It's not funny at all. We got this one over here from the Western Standard. Okay, great. In Trudeau's Emergencies Act, not about the rule of law, but of big farm. Wow, that's an interesting one, eh? That's an interesting. I've never seen that exact. Okay, they want you to keep taking their products. Anyhow, I'm not going to read through this one, but this is the kind of stuff. Western Standard is interesting. I liked them. I think my credit cards got let's say, what's the word, compromised. Don't ask me how, why, what happened. So I got to resubscribe to a bunch of stuff. I have something very interesting with my new numbers from Blacklocks, though, and I can't show all their stuff, okay, again, because it's copyrighted, right? It's their copyright stuff. But this is huge. Check this one out. Memo spread false rumors. The Ottawa Police Service, days before Cabinet invoked the Emergencies Act, distributed a memo falsely claiming foreign extremists bankrolled the Freedom Convoy. It was a UK think tank. They mentioned Trump 5 times and summarized Facebook insults against Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. You see this? Their intel, open source intel, truly... Here it is. It's coming from Facebook.
Facebook is all they need to know. Whatever you say on Facebook, that's what their intelligence unit is going to use in their reports.
Okay, so ISD. Yesterday I spoke to Clyde. I was drinking a mini keg at night last night, and then he sent me a PDF called Strong Cities. This is it right here. I think these are the people who are behind ISD, I think it is, or they're connected to it. In any case, so there's a lot here. Oh, there it is. See this Institute for Strategic Dialogue? It's one of these common big global organizations that are trying to reshape the world in their own image. They're funded by the usual suspects, and there it is. And they put together this thing here, Powering Solutions to Extremism and Polarization. This is by Kieran O'Connor. And let's read what he says here. Hold on, I'm just going to take this off the screen because, like I said, I don't want to put up their entire article because it is copyrighted, and I'll just show up what is public, okay, which is some of the screens over here that are from the document database, I suspect. Okay, here we go. So there you go. So this is the screen. All right, there it is. It's called Not for Distribution Convoy Monitoring Briefing. All right, Pan, take it away, brother.
Okay, so it looks like an email, and then it says, for ease of reference, here are the key takeaways from the attached document. Funding appears to be coming from a host of U.S. and international sources. The associated GoFundMe campaign, which has since been removed, was promoted across numerous U.S.-based Facebook groups focused on anti-vaccine and anti-V, I should say, and anti-COVID restrictions content. A new fundraising effort was set up on GiveSendGo after the removal of the GoFundMe campaign, has raised over $7.7 million.
Okay, listen to this. So from the emails that were sent to Chief Slowly, I don't know if he's going to talk about this today. It's going to be really interesting if he does. On February 7th, they sent an email. Okay, so a week before Emergencies Act. They wrote to him, the convoy is attracting violent and harmful content and commentary from TikTok users, particularly in posts that target Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. These comments are published as post captions or on-script captions. For example, a video calls Trudeau a traitor. In other states, he should be, let's say, a rope should be used on him. Other posts seen by ISD falsely claim that Trudeau is the son of Fidel Castro. I want to ask everyone out there, if you're spreading these kind of TikTok memos through on-screen captions or posts or comments, then please be aware that you are being monitored by the ISD, and they are putting together PDF reports for the government, and then the government is paying top dollar for them. So there it is, and we know already that all the money, right, for the GoFundMe and the Give Send Go came from 88 and I think it's 85% respectively Canadians, not Americans, not anywhere else. So there it is, TikTok, okay? They're reading your TikTok comments. That's the ISD. That's Blacklock's Reporter. I just want to plug them again. They are amazing. Check them out. If you want a real news source, this is one of them right here, Blacklock's Reporter, one of the best ones you can support. Truly good, really good reporting. All right, let me open up over here the Public Order Emergency Commission. I just want to do a quick search. I want to see if we can get through some of these documents and take a look at what they got, if we can see this ISD stuff. Excuse me. Okay, so here we go. We got ISD. Will that come up? Oh, okay. No, that's you can never tell what you're going to see here. You know, it's always like you're just. OPT.
You don't even know if they've updated it completely to current status yet.
Exactly.
These guys.
Exactly. You know, let's see what they're going to put up his stuff for info. Here's his interview summary. This is the one where he accuses Mark Patterson. So let's do a search for Patterson. Yeah, there it is. Okay. That's Patterson. So this is in here. Supposedly he talked about their... Here it is. A lot of Patterson in this.
I assume they will ask him about Mr. Patterson.
Okay, here it is. So during a discussion, this is just so you know what I'm looking at over here. This is page 39. Okay, I'll go to the top here. Page 39 of the interview summary of the former Chief Peter Slowly, who's going to be a witness today. He's going to be grilled. He's actually, you're going to see a racialized, as in the parlance of the current day liberal leftists. You're going to see a man get roasted, is what you're going to see here, get scapegoated. So page 39, this is in this interview, all right? Page 39, he talks about Mark Patterson, and it's amazing, right? CBC is the ones who were talking about this. Nobody else really have put that out there. During a discussion about integrating PLT, so that's the police liaison team, into operations at the 11 o'clock meeting, Superintendent Patterson became agitated and accused Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson of undermining him by colluding with her spouse, Staff Sergeant John Ferguson, who was supervising PLT. So here's the head of the riot cops. Okay, there he is, Mark Patterson, and now he accuses the police liaison team head of colluding with their deputy chief because they're married, right? So that's your opposing team. You want to bust heads. I just want to bust caps, you know, in
bust a cap in your ass.
Thank you. Exactly. I wanted to use an N word there, but
I'll
right?
say it so that you don't have to.
Thank you, brother.
That?
Thank you very much. Right? You know what I mean? I want to just bust a cap. His ass, but here I am. I can't do that. Why can't I do that specifically? Because friggin' PLT team is always up in my biz. PLT team just you just want to talk nice, and PLT team turns out the head of PLT, police liaison team, is making sweet love to the deputy chief, Ferguson, right?
Right, and their pillow talk is how much of an asswipe Patterson is.
Exactly. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. Chief slowly views Superintendent Patterson's comments as out of line. And, it caused a break in the relationship between 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 the Patterson and Ferguson. Now it's like, we're all fighting. It's infighting now, right? After the meeting, Chief slowly visited acting Deputy Chief Ferguson in her office to do a wellness check. Hey, baby, you all right, baby? In which he observed that she was very emotional and very tired. Very emotional and very tired. He sought her input on the incident involving Patterson's actions. Chief Ferguson, so Lady Ferguson, Chief Ferguson, told Chief Slowly that Patterson had acted unprofessionally and she no longer felt she could work with him as a vet commander. I don't want him as riot cop top man. Get him out of here. Right? Me and my husband, we're professional. Sometimes, sure, we talk about Patterson. Sometimes we role play, but Chief slowly agreed and then asked Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson to take time off and get some rest. She appreciates support. She goes home. She wants to sleep. Chief slowly later phoned Superintendent Patterson and advised that an earlier incident resulted in a relationship rupture with the MIC, which is MIC is the in command. It's the person in command. I can't remember what that acronym means, but it's like the person in command. They got so many acronyms. Hold on. Police. This means like person.
So many acronyms. Actual Canadians don't even know what they are.
It's like the cop in command. All right, that's what MIC means. Anyways, such as that he could no longer serve as event commander. Patterson can't serve, man. I can't be top cop if you know what I mean. I want to bust heads, but you and your husband, you're my boss, and your husband is running the team that wants to be friendly with these dirty hippie protesters. I want to bust a cap in there, but I can't. You're not letting me do that. He returned to his role as head of the Intelligence Directorate, and then Chief Ferguson took February 11th off work. She's like, I can't do this. I can't do this. But I'll be
Mental
back.
health day.
Mental health day, but I'll be back tomorrow. All right, so we're gonna see a man get fried today. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna see that over here. After Patterson's removal, Chief Slawley consulted with Chief Bell and Chief Ferguson to choose the next event commander. This is going to be interesting. So we're going to see now today. That's what we're going to do. What does the chat think? What do you think? Minion in Commands is my own drum. There you go. Living to tug life. This is good. And this goes on, man. It goes on. There's a lot of, who's sleeping with who hates who, what are they doing? I don't know. Where am I going? Send me an email, please, about, Phase 3.0 Hydra plan. Trish Ferguson, by the way. Yeah, so this is it. Deputy Chief. Let me look that up. Let me double check here. Trish Ferguson.
Hail Hydra.
All right. She is a deputy. Let's see here. That's her. That's her. So Patricia Ferguson, that is her. Deputy Chief, Acting Deputy Chief Patricia Ferguson. She's the one who talked about Hydra, and she's the one who's sleeping with, I think his name is John Ferguson, is it? Let me see here. John Ferguson. And it's not sleeping. That's her husband, John Ferguson, Staff Sergeant John Ferguson. So they're married, so I don't think they really do it anymore.
Probably not.
Right. Let's see here. So I don't know. Slowly is he is a scapegoat in this whole mess. That's for sure. It's going to be something. It's going to be really interesting to see. Look at them. They look like they're Three's Company, doesn't it? Check that out right there.
Right. Oh my God. Masking up for safety.
These are the people in charge. These are the people in charge. And before we get going, we're just about to start. Peter Slow is going to be put on the stand. He is going to be pilloried. He's going to be tarred and feathered. And, I hope to see a little bit of whipping. I'm hoping that they can bring that back.
Bring back a little public flogging.
That's right. Tie him up to a post and just
lay it on him.
You are a very bad man. Why did you drop the eggs, Slowly? You dropped the eggs. Don't drop the eggs, Slowly. Slowly busting.
Passionate man.
Huh? Yeah. Yes. What does that mean? They keep saying he's a passionate man, Pat. I mean, what does that mean?
I think that means okay, so he got upset, during these meetings, and he raised his voice, and to combat the angry black man narrative that might be spun, they're spinning it to say no, he's not angry, he's just passionate. That's my theory anyway.
Oh, look what the black community is saying. Interesting. So he was sabotaged and scapegoated.
They have a black community in Canada?
Not really, but I think there are a few black people. Actually, I got some Africans living on my street. Very, really nice kids, man. Really good. There's twins. Really, really good kids. Very educated, intelligent, nice kids. Let me see here. I mean, this is just, black this, black that. Oh, look at this. This is a good one. I'll let you read this, Ben.
Wow. Okay. From the Sun-Times. Chief Slowly begged OPP to help kill off the head of the Hydra. Protest inquiry hears. That's right. You got to crush them. Crush the protesters. Crush them.
I can't even.
Hail Hydra.
This is Canada. Here we go. 928. You know what I mean? I mean, this is the lexicon. And I got the clip. I got all the timestamps for that one, the Hydra clip. That one I got to do. That's a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was when our comic book world and our Canadian politics world collided here at War Campaign.
Exactly. All right, here we go. Prometheus says electronic progression. Was that the multi-head? Hydra was great, eh? Hail Hydra, says Phoebe. Hydra! And then she puts an octopus picture. I like that. We got Kitchener Leslie. Did anyone see video on Fox News where kids in Canada can opt to end their lives because they feel depressed? No parental consent needed. Made. Yes, I know what you're talking about.
What?
I don't know with the children idea, but this is a problem. MAID is a problem. There's no doubt. Medical assisted. I don't know. In Canada, we do acronyms here, I guess. MAID is basically assisted suicide.
In the States, we call that the old Kevorkian.
Exactly. All right, let's hit CPAC, and I want to set up the screen properly for this one. I think it was getting a little bit off kilter yesterday. I want to really have it nice and tight because today we're going to hang a black man. So let's do this.
This passionate man is going to be strung up publicly for your enjoyment.
Hold on a second. Here's my girlfriend. Just saving this picture. She doesn't know she's my girlfriend, but she's my girlfriend. Here we go.
One day she'll know.
Yeah, that's right. Alyssa. Okay, here we go.
Oh, crazy eyes.
Oh, crazy eyes. That's right. What did I miss? Passionate is a PC way to say he's an angry black man. Yeah, it says.
That's my theory.
Yeah, look at all these. Look at all the coffee, all the smiles.
Order a lot.
Everybody's happy.
Oh,
They're all happy. Look at this. The
time
smiles.
for action.
Let's hang a black man. Time to hang a black man.
Woo! Here we go.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning. Bonjour.
Good morning.
Okay. I gather we have a new witness. Okay, but I think we're ready to go ahead then. Go ahead.
We are.
How?
The commission calls the former chief Peter Slowly.
Sir, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Religious document, please.
We have the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah available.
I'll take the Bible, please. Thank you. Thank you.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Peter John Michael Slowly, S-L-O-L-Y.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do so swear. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
It's Frank Au, Senior Counsel for the Commission.
Morning, Frank.
Good morning, Mr. Slowly. You were the chief of the Ottawa Police Service between 2019 until mid-February 2022.
That's correct, sir.
You served also at the Toronto Police Service for 28 years.
That's correct. Well, just 27 and change, but thank you.
You rose through the ranks from being a constable in 1988 to deputy chief in 2009.
That's correct.
You left the service in 2016,
Yes, I did.
and then you spent some time in private sector.
That's correct.
Now, I understand that when you first joined the Toronto Police Service, there were relatively few members who had a university degree who were new recruits.
Yeah, that's correct.
But you had a BA in sociology from McMaster University,
That's correct.
and later you got an MBA from York University.
Yes, I did.
Now, you were trained in the incident command system,
Yes, I was.
and tell us more about your training.
I received incident command system training from 100 to 400 levels. I received additional training here in Ottawa. I consider it 500 level. Essentially, it's a district operations commander, which allows you to command a multi-site major incident over a protracted period of time. So I had designations up to, I don't know if it's the right terminology, but a 500 level. And I had practical experience at every one of those levels in terms of being part of incident command. So either being an incident commander, what is now known as an event commander, major event commander, or major incident commander, through to a district operations commander, mostly in my time in the Toronto Police Service and also during my 2 tours of duty in the United Nations Peacekeeping and Mission.
Now, you also had training and experience with the public order units.
That's correct, sir.
Tell us about that.
Again, I received public order unit training both through the Toronto Police Service. It's a little bit fuzzy now because this is going back to the early 2000s, but there was also a provincial standard training course that took place out in a rural community that I can't remember. And then there was national training sessions that we did from British Columbia across the country.
You also mentioned just earlier that you spent some time on a United Nations peacekeeping mission.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was fortunate enough to have been selected by then Chief Fantino to represent the Toronto Police Service. I think at that time I was the first senior officer from a municipal police service to be part of a UN peacekeeping mission that had been organized through the RCMP. I was deployed to Pristina in August of 2001 and completed 2 tours coming back home in 2002. I was the Canadian contingent commander. This was a mission with where the police of jurisdiction actually had full powers of policing, including use of force detention, while building up a local Kosovo police service. It was also during 9/11 and a very significant and complicated and volatile zone.
When you attended an interview with us and my commission colleagues, you described that experience as the best professional and personal experience you've ever had. Why was that?
I just tested and stressed and challenged and grew me in literally every single way possible, physically, mentally, emotionally. I'm a very spiritual person. It allowed me to see parts of the world I don't think I'll ever get back to see again, and to be involved in a unique, challenging, and often tragic set of circumstances, but one that opened my eyes to the conditions globally. I had a chance to work with 53 different police services from around the world, and so that was also an opportunity to learn the good, the bad, and the indifferent of progressive policing at the turn of the century.
If I could just interrupt briefly, this is being translated and there's sign language, and you're a little bit fast on the output. If you could try and
Thank you, sir. Probably a
Slow it
little bit
down.
of nervous energy in there, but thank you. I will try to slow down.
that's quite understandable.
Now, speaking of interviews, you attended 4 interviews with me and my commission colleagues between August and early October. You're very generous with us, with your time. And after those interviews, we summarize the contents of those interviews, and you've had an opportunity to review the summary. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you a copy on the screen. The final version of the summary is WTS 6040. Now, is this the version that you approved?
I trust it is, sir.
Okay. Is there any correction that you'd like to make to this summary?
No, thank you.
So this will be adopted and be an exhibit. Now, the reason that we're here today are the events in January and February of this year leading to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. As the Chief of Police in Ottawa at that time, you're uniquely positioned to give us a perspective and to help us understand. But to really understand, I think we need to go back further to when you started with the Ottawa Police Service. Tell us about the circumstances of the Ottawa Police Service in which you found yourself.
Well, when I was being recruited for the position, it was very clear to me through the recruiter on behalf of the board that through their consultative process with service members and community members that the Ottawa Police Service needed to be significantly changed. Operationally, administratively, from an HR standpoint, the usual sort of change processes that large organizations require on a regular basis, but very specifically culturally. Internally, there was a culture that was less welcoming, less inclusive, less diverse, less equitable, and that had impacts on things like workplace harassment, member morale. Externally, that translated into a real or perceived level of trust in the broader community, but specifically in racialized and marginalized communities, that the service wasn't, in some cases, appropriate enough, and that there was a declining level of trust and confidence. Any one of those things would have been a major change agenda for any external chief coming in. All of those combined required a significant effort of change management and change leadership that I was asked on behalf of the board as the incoming chief to deliver over the course of my 5-year contract.
If I could call up your CV, the document ID number is COM 50759. We can go to page 2. Scroll down. So you see under Ottawa Police Service 2019 to 2022, you talked about how you were given a major culture organization change mandate, and that's something you just outlined for us.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about some of the challenges you faced once you took the post.
I'm not sure the commission has all the time in the world for that list, but I mean, I think that the most simple thing to say is any effort of change is going to be difficult, particularly in a large organization. In this case, I believe the Ottawa Police Service is over a century old. And these were long-standing structural deficit issues. Needed investment in recruiting through staff development training. Leadership development in particular was something that repeatedly our membership identified and external auditors identified. And those things just that's not a light switch you can turn on and off. It's something that you have to build and grow and almost organically move through the organization. Operationally, while they were excellent in some ways, I just want to be clear, Commissioner, the Ottawa Police Service, and one of the reasons why I came here, had a reputation, deservedly so, of being one of the best operational police services. We've heard about their expertise in planning. Their ability through missing persons investigations was second to none. They had really advanced, in some cases, advanced HR systems that were to be seen as a best practice. So this is not a deficit across the board, but there were significant deficits in very specific areas that was contributing to some of the cultural and morale issues. My attempt in the first 3 months was really to go around on a listening process in small groups, large groups, internally and externally, to identify those areas. Bring a command team that was, even in the early days, a struggle. There was significant challenges at the command team level, but people were leaning in and doing their best. I would say, though, that the challenges really came in March of 2020. 3 significant events: the suspension of one of my 2 deputy chiefs, the culmination of a significant internal criminal corruption investigation where 3 of my officers were arrested after an extensive joint RCMP Ottawa Police Service investigation, and of course the declaration of the global pandemic. 2 months later, the death and murder of George Floyd, the Black Lives Movement and the defund movement. I think that signaled the start, not just here in Ottawa, but across police services in North America, I suggest around the world, as a significant change in the level of public trust and confidence in policing and the broader justice system. It certainly had material impacts in police services here in Ottawa. The defund movement put significant pressure on our board and our council to adjust the policing budget in regards to size and to change police service delivery in terms of integration. And these were real challenges on top of the significant challenge of a change mandate that the board had explicitly and expressly given to me as the incoming chief.
Now, you identified a few challenges that are not unique to the Ottawa Police Service, such as the pandemic, such as the defund movement, and so on. What about within the organization? You talked about earlier challenges involving the command team. Tell us more about that.
Well, the command structure, I believe to this day, but I might be wrong, is the chief of police, 2 deputy chiefs, and a chief administration officer. Within my first 3 months in the position, I lost one of those deputy chiefs to a suspension. That then required me to accelerate a succession plan that truly wasn't ready for acceleration, and bring in a series of 3-month assignments to the rank of the superintendent. I had 2 very experienced senior officers at that time. Both superintendents had a lot of experience, and so I rotated them for the first year. But within that year, both of them retired. And after that, the rotation went further into the superintendent ranks. Some were really good fits, some struggled. But it was a very suboptimal situation. In 2021, in the early part of the year, the board made a decision to end the contract of my chief administration officer. That then required me to look at my command level, and the only person that I could put into that position was Deputy Chief Bell. So essentially for almost the full year leading up to the events of the convoy, I had 1 full-time deputy chief who was in a civilian position as a chief administration officer, and I was rotating 2, for the most part, 2 uniform superintendents through the deputy chief process. Again, full respect to those individuals. They stepped up, in some cases volunteered. When I asked, they stepped up, and they did their very best in very, very difficult circumstances during probably the most difficult time in Ottawa police history and in policing across Canada. And so I have nothing but praise and thanks for them, but it was a suboptimal situation that everyone was struggling to make the best of.
Now, did that happen in 2021, you said?
Well, the suspension of Deputy Chief Jaswal was in 2020. Mm-hmm. The subsequent retirements of my 2 most senior superintendents happened over the course of 2020 into 2021. The separation of the chief administration officer was in early 2021. So for the majority of 2021, that circumstance of Deputy Chief Bell being in an administrative function and 2 superintendents operating in the uniform functions was the situation that I was managing with.
So at the most senior executive level, you were having rotating staff, so to speak. What impact did that have on the rest of the organization at that time?
It has a cascading impact on down the way as you move any officer from one level to the next on a temporary position, not a permanent promotion. You then affect the next level and the next level. I remember once in Toronto, someone said every time we promote a new chief, we have to change out 7 positions below. I don't know if it's the exact calculation, but that's the ripple effect. So it not only destabilizes the executive level, it destabilizes to a degree the other parts. There are always benefits. I mean, people are given stretch opportunities or given leadership opportunities earlier than they maybe normally would have. And again, some rise amazingly to that. Others do an excellent, good job, and others struggle. But it does create churn in the organization that was already in churn based on all the changes that were mandated by the board and the massive external churn by the factors such as the death of George Floyd and the global pandemic. There's another factor that, for me, as a newcomer to the city, as an outsider chief, I think we can all remember in the early days of the pandemic, the lockdown and the requirement not to meet in public was significant. One of the most important ways that any leader can get to know their own members and the community or the clients that they serve is to meet in person. So much is lost on Zoom, and emails and text messages never cover it, as we've seen in testimony here. But I lost that opportunity 3 months into my mandate to actually sit down with my members in the cafeteria and have a cup of coffee with them, to have small group focus group meetings, which I did extensively in my first 3 months. And even when we could get together, we were masked up so we couldn't see facial expressions. And we were spaced out across a big gymnasium so we couldn't really communicate. We had to literally shout at each other. I think all of that unfortunately meant that we couldn't build the level of cohesion internally or externally during a very critical, contentious period of time, a sustained critical and contentious period of time. But we did our best.
We've heard from other witnesses that notwithstanding the OPS excellent reputation in the past for planning for and responding to large-scale events, the pandemic itself has caused a lot of changeover and depletion of expertise. Tell us more about that situation.
I think it's actually been well articulated. I will only add in Mark Ford, who his father was a former chief of police here, an excellent chief of police. Mark was an excellent leader. He was one of those first two superintendents I brought in on rotation, along with Joan McKenna. Mark actually was the most experienced incident commander and one of the most experienced critical incident commanders. Unfortunately, he retired some 6 or 7 months before the events that we're going to be substantially focusing on. So that would be one example of many where we had people who had, gone past their pensionable time, had given their lifeblood literally to the organization and to the profession of policing, and had made a decision, as many executives in many different parts of civil society did, to take their well-earned retirement and go on with their life with their health intact. We celebrated his departure, but he was missing from our team, and we really needed our best people to be in the best places possible.
Mm-hmm. Now, you told us earlier that you came in to the Ottawa Police Service and you were given a change mandate. How was that mandate perceived when you're about 2 years into your job?
Well, there's probably a not polite saying about police officers. I suspect it applies to everybody. There's two things that every cop hates: the way things are and change. So it was going to be difficult no matter what. Nobody wanted things to remain the way they were, and everyone was fearful of change, to varying degrees across the full human spectrum, of course. And this wasn't just a tinker around the edge change mandate. It was to go right to the heart of the culture and to the most difficult parts of that culture, the darker part of that culture, things like systemic racism, systemic misogyny, the trust factor between police and the broader community, but very specifically the racialized and marginalized and Indigenous communities here in Ottawa. And those were the most contentious topics in policing for my entire career, going back to 1988 in Toronto. Any chief of police or any command team that took on any one of those issues was going to be taking on a major, major challenge. Taking them on in the middle of a global pandemic, in the middle of the Black Lives Matter movement and the defund, abolish police movements, just made it that much more complicated. But it was still necessary. It still had to get done. Not because it was my mandate. It was just the right thing to do for policing. It's what our members actually wanted. And it certainly is what the community wanted.
So if I take your mind back to January, early January of 2022, before the Freedom Convoy event arise in mid-January, how would you summarize the state that the Ottawa Police Service was in?
Committed to the direction, worried and tired from the effort to have traveled as far as they did.
And what was the level of trust among the different members within the service and their trust for the leadership?
I don't think I could answer that in any great specificity. Clearly there was a range. I don't know which one of the witnesses presented. I think it was Inspector Baudin from the OPP that talked about the range of crowd dynamics. Human nature is human nature, sir. No matter what organization you're in, you're going to get some 5% that will adopt everything that's said without questioning, 5% that will resist mightily anything that is said with all sorts of questioning, and then some range in between of people that will move if they're incentivized or if they feel there's a sufficient altruistic value around it. I think those crowd dynamics play out in any crowd group, including the group in this room here today.
Now, with that context, let's talk about the beginning of the Freedom Convoy events. When did you first learn about the Freedom Convoy?
My recollection, sir, was a February 13th Hendon report.
February?
Sorry, January 13th. You may need to check me on dates a little bit. I believe that was a report that came into my inbox for whatever reason that day, and it was an extremely busy period. We were still dealing with a multiple death explosion in our city that killed some 4 or 5 people. But I did have a chance to glance through the report. Certainly there was enough information for me to know that this could be a significant event in the near term. My recollection is that I forwarded that email to Deputy Chief Bell and Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. I understand that there hasn't been an email to show that, but that was my recollection. But irregardless, somewhere on or around February 13th, there was a direction to Deputy Chief Bell to commence an intelligence review of all the circumstances around what was being purported to be a convoy coming to our city, and to lead to oversee the work of developing an intelligence threat risk assessment that would then inform Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson's assignment to develop the operational plan for the event, informed by the intelligence threat risk assessment.
Now, we've heard from the evidence of your deputies that after you became the chief of the Ottawa Police Service, one of your priorities was to ensure that operations were intelligence-led. Can you tell us more about why that was important to you?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to take a little step back, all operations, not just emergency preparedness and incident command or critical incident, but all of our operations, from traffic management, order management, crime management, that we should be intelligence-led. Information, best practices, evidence-based best practices should inform, for the most part, our systems, our policies, our procedures, our practices, and the evaluation of the outputs and outcomes that came from that. So that was an overarching theme. How it applied within incident command systems, emergency preparedness was, again, a weather report that says there's going to be rain tomorrow. Well, let's try to validate that to a greater degree. Is it going to be raining in a city this large? Is it going to be raining and flooding in one part, or is it across the entire city? Because that will then assess the amount of resources we need and the sequence of events we need to apply. That's an analogy that's not meant as an actual example. So intelligence-led as much as possible, understand the nature of the context of the situation, the factors involved, the nature of the threat, the risk of the threat, the likelihood of it actually taking place, and the resources necessary to mitigate in the first instance and respond to at the back end. And then to recover from, the recovery period, which I suggested this is still a recovery period, Commissioner, for the City of Ottawa and the country of Canada. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, and my next question is, to what extent were you satisfied that that was in fact the case at the OPS on or around January?
Thank you. I believe in evidence in chief, Interim Chief Bell did reference his own views on the advancements that we had made, particularly in the previous year, and he's absolutely correct, that we made significant advancements around our intelligence-led approach to our broader operations, crime, traffic, order management. Order management as a subset includes critical incident command and incident command system. We had made significant strides in making sure our information section and our intelligence section were lined up with our operational sections, and that we had sufficient crime analysis, administrative analysis to execute and continuously improve on those processes. We did not specifically take on intelligence-led threat risk assessments as a very specific product. Our priorities at that time were crime, traffic, order management was not at the same level. I think in 2021 we had a very high level of gun and gang related shootings. And so crime, traffic was the #1 issue in the community, always is, no matter what jurisdiction. So those were really our 1 and 2 priorities, and order management was probably at the 3rd level. Because we actually had, up until that point, a very good record of planning and implementing plans and successfully ending a range of demonstrations. But we had made progress. I did make it very explicit, particularly, this one I'm not 100% sure on, but particularly around the events in mid-2020 when we started to see large events coming into the city, Wet'suwet'en, Black Lives Matter in June, Justice for Abdi in the fall. These are complex, volatile, political, trust factor events that were contentious and could have gone 1,000 different directions. I was very, very strong at that point on the intelligence threat risk assessment, driving the operational plan. And in that period, I think we did make some significant moves forward around how the Intel TRA threat assessment supported, enabled, enlightened the operational planning.
Right. Now, you mentioned that the first hand-in report you read about the Freedom Convoy was on January 13th.
That's my recollection, sir.
And so I take it that you read it?
Yes, I can't say I read every single line. It was probably more of a skim-through read, but I did read it, yes, sir.
And what was your reaction upon reading it?
This is potentially going to be a significant event, and we probably need to get some people working on the intel side and starting at least to put the framework of a plan in place.
Was that why you forwarded it to the deputies?
That was my recollection of forwarding it, but that's certainly why I assigned Deputy Chief Bell to lead the overseeing of the intelligence threat risk assessment and assigned Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson for the operational plan. By the way, those were their functional areas of responsibility. Deputy Chief Bell, again, I think has testified that intelligence was one of his directorates and that the planning section was one of the directorates that Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson had just inherited. She had just started as the Acting Deputy Chief in January 2022.
And you expected the two of them to coordinate the information or intelligence that the intelligence unit received and incorporate that intelligence in the planning process?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive regular updates from your deputies?
Yes, I did, sir.
How often?
After that first week, that February 13th week, we may have raised it in discussion I had a regular 9 o'clock command meeting, and whatever the deputies would lead their respective areas of command and talk about major projects, things that should come to my level. I have a general recollection that we would have discussed it at least once or twice during that first week period. Coming into the second week, the week leading up to the weekend of January, I just remind myself to slow down a little bit, coming up to the weekend of January 28th, 29th, and 30th, I recall that being almost on a daily basis. And I think towards the end of that week, or middle to the end of that week, we had my 9 o'clock meeting and then a separate command briefing on the intelligence and planning of around the convoy events.
When you refer to that week, were you referring to the week before the weekend arrival of the convoy?
Yes. Going into that first weekend before the weekend of the arrival, and then through that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Right. And what did you learn as a result of these regular briefings about the nature of the convoy that was about to arrive?
My early impressions was there was, to some degree, some doubt as to whether or not this was actually going to materialize.
Sorry, whether it was going to
materialize, whether this series of convoys, it was focused, I think, mainly in the British Columbia area, but whether or not it was actually going to materialize. Clearly, as the days went on and hand-in reports came in, mainstream media, social media started to follow it more. There was certainly a sense that, no, there's going to be something that comes from as far away as St. John's, Newfoundland, and from Vancouver, British Columbia, and other parts in Ontario itself. The briefings that I was getting was that those two areas were working together. Our intelligence group were connected in with all of our policing partners, municipally, provincially, and federally. The Ottawa Police Service Intersect program had been engaged early around information sharing, intelligence gathering, operational planning, deconfliction, and coordination. All of those things were sort of standard for any major event that had occurred under my tenure as a chief of police and had been well established going back some 15 years under previous chiefs of police. So there was nothing out of the ordinary. Certainly things from a process standpoint, I saw what I expected to be the level of communication, coordination internally, communication, coordination with our key partners in the National Capital Region, and even more broadly, given the national scope of what was unfolding, that we were engaged with a range of other police services across the country.
Now, in that week leading up to the arrival of the convoy, what was your understanding as to the duration of the event?
Again, all of the reports, the briefings that I was receiving through my chain of command was that this was going to be a weekend event, some arriving the Thursday, more arriving the Friday, the bulk arriving for planned or at least scheduled events on the Saturday and the Sunday, that there might be some remnant that would stay behind, but that remnant would be similar to other demonstrations that had come through where people stayed in the National Capital Region for a variety of reasons, but in some cases setting up small tent cities that would at some point over the subsequent days, weeks, and in some cases months, would be gradually through a measured approach with multi-agency involvement from NCR and the city. They would be eventually moved either to a better location or moved back to wherever they had originally come from.
Now, during that period, did you continue to receive regular hand-in reports?
I was on the mailing distribution, so it came into my inbox. I could also see there were other Ottawa Police Service members on the distribution, and by that point, I had explicitly asked and had been told that members within Deputy Chief Bell's command and Intelligence Directorate were receiving hand-in reports, were involved in hand-in related briefings, and that those reports were informing the intersect discussions of threat risk assessment.
Did you continue to read the hand-in reports when they landed in your inbox?
Not every day, sir. I would, if I had the ability, I would, again, usually skim through a document. I do recall sort of in the middle to the back end of that week on a daily basis doing a deeper, more full read. But at that point, I was anything that was coming in, including emails from private citizens about this, I would try to skim read. And if there was something relevant, I would usually just forward the email over into Deputy Chief Bell's command and copy in his Intelligence Directorate commanders to make sure that they had the information and they could collate that into their larger threat risk assessment.
Now, you spoke about your understanding during that period that it was going to be a two-day or weekend event. Was that understanding based on the executive briefings that you got, or a combination of that, as well as other sources, including the hand-in reports that you did receive or read? Yeah,
the latter. The sum total of everything that I was reading or being briefed on, that was the, on balance, the assessment.
And the totality of information or intelligence that you got did not change your view at the time that it was going to be a two-day or weekend event?
That's correct, sir.
And what was the nature of your role as the chief at that time as compared to the two deputies who were assisting you?
Maybe not sure.
So let me be more specific. In terms of the collection of or the analysis or the dissemination of the intelligence within the OPS for the purpose of planning a response, what were the respective roles of you as the chief as compared to the two deputy chiefs who were assisting you?
Every chief of police or commissioner is accountable and responsible for everything in the organization. But I had specifically delegated those responsibilities to the two individuals, Deputy Chief Bell and Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, to oversee and ensure that there was an appropriate level of threat risk assessment, informing an appropriate level operational plan.
Would it be appropriate for you to ask questions, for instance, when you received additional information?
Absolutely. On any issue, whether it was an HR matter or a professional standards investigation, if at any point there was a data point or a context issue, something that didn't seem to make sense, I would always ask a question just to make sure that I understood the circumstances that they were dealing with, and if appropriate, I could provide advice or direction as required.
And did you direct Deputy Chief Bell to conduct or have someone conduct a threat risk assessment?
That's entirely the direction that he had. That was his responsibility.
Was that something ordinarily done in response to this kind of event, or was that something particular to this situation?
Yeah, I want to be clear about something. Deputy Chief Bell himself wasn't to sit down at his desk and conduct a threat risk assessment, but through the resources and the directorates that he oversaw, to oversee that there was an appropriate threat risk assessment. Yes, that was his direction, sir.
But was it an ordinary process for a threat risk assessment to be conducted in response to any major event?
Yes, that was a best practice that I had learned and developed over the course of my tenure in Toronto and other areas. It was something that was to some degree already, significant degree already in place here in Ottawa, but I wanted it at the highest level possible. And I think Deputy Chief Ferguson, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson gave that in her testimony, that was a clear expectation that I had made coming in.
Now, we've heard from Deputy Chief Bell that in this case, a threat risk assessment was in fact conducted. So if I could take you to the document. OPS 403073. Actually, this is not the threat assessment, but this is an email you wrote after reading the threat assessment. Do you recall having read the threat assessment that was prepared?
I've seen a document in disclosure that is titled a threat assessment. I don't recall receiving and reading that document. I did read the threat assessment that was embedded in the pre-arrival operational plan that I received on January 28th.
Right. So now this one, this email chain, the part that was sent by you was dated January 26th. So, and if we go, so you see that, actually, if we go down further to see the origin of the chain, so not so far. Do you remember receiving an email from a concerned citizen about the potential violence of the upcoming event? And if we scroll up, you forwarded this email to your deputies, and you outlined the concern. If we scroll down to the next page, you describe what the concern was, and then you said, yes, yet our briefing note as of last night says that there is no intelligence to indicate that this demo straying will be violent. And you issue this guidance. Please review all available information, intel, incidents, and ensure we have the most accurate threat assessment and the most appropriate operations plan for the event. Now, it's not entirely clear from this email whether or not you've read a threat assessment, but you were certainly aware that there was one.
Yeah, what I'm referring, sorry, thank you, sir. What I'm referring to, I believe, is just a briefing note. I don't know what that would have been in the form of. It could have been an email that was sent around before last night that said there was no intelligence to indicate this was going to be violent, but it wasn't the threat risk assessment document in any of its versions that I was referring to.
I see.
And I laid out a series of, I guess it's 4 points here, of data that had come into my awareness over the course of the night into the morning, including the email that I forwarded, that would suggest opposite. So it was, again, just a reminder, there's contradictory information. Just make sure that that is incorporated into the overall threat risk assessment, and that is as optimal as it can be so that the plan can be as optimal as it can be.
Now, so this is dated January 26th. I want to show you an intelligence assessment conducted by Sergeant Chris Keeve on January 25th, and perhaps you can take a look and let us know if you had reviewed that document. The document number is OPS 403086. In the production we received, we've seen a couple of different versions. I assume that the assessment was updated as the week unfolded, but this is version 1. Does this ring any bell?
It's the first time I'm seeing the document, sir.
Okay. If I could take you to page 5. So the third bullet, the author says that in 6 years of working large demonstration events from the intelligence point of view, The writer has never seen such widespread community action, which means three things for planners. First, in the event is likely going to be bigger in crowd size than any demo in recent history, possibly on par with Canada Day events, but more disruptive. Second, there is significant popular support for this event on a scale not seen in recent years. This means the protest groups have access to larger protester pools than they have ever had access to, which means there will be likely widespread disorganization and confusion. Third, local area bandwidth for cellular mobile devices will be impacted significantly, causing communications issues for both the police and the event organizers. Planners should be ready to have police radios on hand to avoid clogged cellular networks. This is an example of the intelligence unit providing relevant intelligence to guide the planning of the events, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's an example of how it's supposed to be done. But there are suggestions here that this event is unlike some of the other recent events. There are signals here. Do you agree that it may be unprecedented?
At this point, I wouldn't say unprecedented. I think he's actually, Sergeant Chris Keeves is one of our best intelligence operators. I had a chance to interact with him quite a bit when I was at the police service. I think he actually uses some very important language here that caveats his comments. He talks about recent years, not ever, and he does that several times in here. What he's describing is very accurate. We are seeing generally in protests, I'd suggest over the last 15 years in the age of social media, a greater level of mobilization, and increasingly in the last decade, a greater level of a variety of funding and logistical support. This email took me back to Idle No More, oh my gosh, my memory's failing a little bit, Commissioner, sorry, but the Occupy movement, where these sort of sentiments, crowd size, crowd dynamics, logistics, mobilization, larger disaffected populations, polarized populations that would give direct or indirect support, would directly protest or indirectly protest. I'm slowing myself down a little bit here. These were elements that we had seen. What Sergeant Chris Keeves is saying in here, my interpretation of it, is that the planners need to be aware this is likely going to be bigger than recent events. He didn't give a time frame. Is that 2 years? Is that 10 years? And so we need to be cognizant of it. So it's a good alarm bell, but it's not a 5-alarm that he's ringing right now.
It's a warning for
A very
potential
healthy,
trouble to
very
come.
healthy warning.
And the last line that was quoted in the last paragraph, as a result, law enforcement is being met with numbers of people beyond the norm. That's what you're saying, a larger crowd size. What would you expect your deputies to do with this kind of warning?
Well, first of all, the deputies would ensure that this information is being shared amongst the planners, as was directed from an intelligence operator over to the planners. I would want to know that they had sufficient systems in place, that when a briefing note like this was produced, that it would go from the intelligence directorate to the planning team, and that it would be, again, used in real time as they were developing the plan in real time. And these are real-time systems. It's not one first and then the other. In real time, information is coming in, very fluid, very fast-moving, very complex situation. My sense from the briefings that I was getting was that that process was in place and it was functioning sufficiently.
Would you expect your deputies to brief up and give you the warning?
On a specific level like this, no.
Okay. Let's go to another document. Now, first of all, let me ask you, since you were reading the Hendon report, do you recall if there's any Hendon report that you could identify that would suggest that it was a weekend event as opposed to prolonged events involving week or months?
I saw Hendon reports that had elements of both, sir. Again, elements of both. In the totality of all of the Hendon reports that were specifically prepared on the topic of the convoy events prior to the arrival of the events themselves, I would literally have to go back through them all. And I think you and I have talked about this in previous interviews. A line in one report, unless you've read the entire report, can be misleading. one report, unless you've read all the reports, could be misleading. So it's the totality of the information. And even then, the Hendon reports, as excellent as they were, and Commissioner, I want to be clear, I've expressed my gratitude to Commissioner Creek on multiple occasions, even after my resignation, about the quality of the intelligence support that we received from the OPP, and specifically around the quality of the Hendon reports. But in the totality, sir, I do not recall, and to this day, even with the benefit of hindsight, I do not have any clear impression or saw any clear conclusions that we were going to have anything more than what I was being briefed on by my team. This was going to be a Thursday, Friday, mainly Saturday, Sunday event with the potential for a smaller group to remain behind, but in numbers that we had managed previously.
Let me show you one example from the January 25th Hendon report and see how you may interpret this report. OPP 401108. We go to page 3, please. Go down. So do you see the section that starts with intelligence gaps? First of all, what do you understand intelligence gaps to mean?
Known unknowns. They know they need some information, but they do not have the information and therefore can't validate the other parts of the assessment, and that there needs to be some effort to acquire that information and convert it into intelligence sufficient to close one or all of the gaps.
So if we look at the first few bullets, first of all, participant numbers, online indicators are unreliable. So this is a known unknown. They knew that they needed the number, but they knew that they didn't have the number. Is that right?
That's how I interpret it, sir.
And then the next two bullets have references to specific dates. Nature of activities in Ottawa by advanced convoy participants, January 28th, January 29th. So when these dates are referenced in these reports, what do you take them to mean?
That we're going to have 2 days of activities. That they don't know what those activities will be on those 2 days.
That's right. They don't know what may happen on those days. Could we infer from this bullet that things were only going to happen on these 2 days?
No.
What about the third bullet? Events possibly scheduled at Parliament Hill on the 30th of January. The same, right?
Yes, sir.
So we know from this that the police didn't really know what would happen on that date, but we cannot infer from this bullet that these are the only dates when things would happen.
You're absolutely right. In the larger context of all the intelligence information, sorry, what was the date of this report again?
25th of January.
I'm certain that by the 25th of January, we were into the cycle of briefings where this is a 3-4 day event, mainly the Saturday, Sunday. So even at the point where these known unknowns were being listed, while we couldn't tell you what the agenda of the activities were going to be, there would be some activities. There would be people demonstrating in the city. It would involve some level of vehicular traffic, likely involving large trucks. But you're right. None of the information in these known unknowns fills in hour by hour or block by block of time as to what exactly will be taking place.
Right. So this is January 25th. And then on the 27th, as we get closer to the first weekend arrival, you attended a meeting with your command team as well as the legal services. If I could take you to document number OPS 3014559 at page 1, please. So if we scroll down slightly, do you see the last bullet? So first of all, the bullet that says chief questions, it sounds like at this meeting, you asked some questions. In the fourth sub-bullet, interdict tow truck equipment prior to it being used against us. Heavy equipment within convoy to take down barriers, a level of pre-planning we don't normally see. Concern, they have this for something that is supposed to be lawful. Is it fair to say that by this date, you had some concern given the presence or anticipated presence of the heavy equipment when it was supposed to be something lawful, you were questioning, why are these equipments there?
Yeah, that actually almost reflects, I want to say word by word, but certainly the sentiment of some of the intelligence that was in the Hendon reports. I can't remember the date of that. I do believe, and again, I stand to be corrected, Commissioner, evidence in chief was led by Interim Chief Bell that talked about the heavy equipment. There were efforts made to interdict, to prevent that from coming in or at least mitigate it. And I believe he said that this is not information I had as a time of chief, so I'm relying on Interim Chief Bell's testimony, that in fact much of that heavy equipment did not make it into the downtown core. And he described differently some of the equipment that did make it down there than what has been reported on previously in media.
So as the chief, you had the strategic oversight, so to speak, and you were asking appropriate questions to ensure that those deputies who were reporting to you were doing their job when this kind of concerns arise. Am I correct?
Absolutely. I mean, it could be as simple as, I think, a term that other people have given testimony on. You just need to kick the tires on different parts. Just make sure you ask questions at different levels, strategic, operational, and yes, sometimes tactical, to make sure that they're aware of it and they have put some effort into it and there's a reasonable approach to how they're going to address it.
Now, we also understand from the testimony of Inspector Lucas that there was a potential that the OPS would be overwhelmed during the weekend of January 29th and 30th. I can take you to the transcript, but it was in evidence. So I guess my question to you is this. If there are these warning signs, and as we progress towards the weekend, these warning signals get stronger and stronger, shouldn't the OPS have known what was coming?
To answer your question, no. If you're asking, and I don't want to interpret wrongly your question, so if I go in the wrong direction, please pull me back. As the signals became stronger and stronger, what I would expect is, first, I would know the signals were getting stronger, and clearly we did. Secondly, that whether I asked about it or someone offered it, that we would have a constructive discussion around mitigation for those signals. I can tell you, I think it was the Wednesday that I received my first formal request through Acting Deputy Ferguson to reach out to fellow chiefs of police and request additional resources. If I'm wrong on the date, Commissioner, I'll stand corrected, but middle of the week, I reached out to London Police Service, York, I believe, Toronto, asking for general resource officers, but particularly public order officers. It's my recollection, again, I stand to be corrected, that around this date or on this date, I had another request to reach out for more public order. I believe in Commissioner Creek's testimony that he was aware of that request. He had 2 public order units that were sent to Ottawa. I don't believe they were under our ICS control, but they were in the Ottawa area and available. So that is what I would call Inspector Lucas signaling we might be overwhelmed by the numbers. We'll need to bolster our abilities to not be overwhelmed, particularly that would be public order assets. And I had a specific request to get more public order assets, and I made that request in this case to Commissioner Creek, and thankfully, as he did, provided those resources as quickly as he could.
Now, we heard from Superintendent Bernier when he testified at the commission that after he read the January 27th Hendon report, excuse me, he told Superintendent Drummond about this bizarre disconnect between the Hendon intelligence and the OPS preparation. Do you think that there was a bizarre disconnect?
First of all, while I have the greatest respect for Inspector Bernier, he was not involved directly in the planning or the intelligence risk assessment. Police services and organizations are wonderful places. Everyone has an opinion. The briefings that I was getting from the commanders that had been assigned to the task, the people that they had assigned through their responsibilities to produce the information, some of which is displayed on the screen here, did not indicate that there was a bizarre disconnection.
And do you think your deputies were doing the best they could?
I think they were, yes, sir.
And knowing what we know now and reflecting back on the way that the OPS handled or applied the intelligence they got, what lessons, if any, should we learn from that?
Thank you. An important question, and Commissioner. Frank, if I'm deviating too far, please pull me back. But probably one of my top recommendations for you to consider, sir. While we had excellent intelligence and particularly excellent support from the Ontario Provincial Police, this was from the very onset a national issue. It was a national event. It started in British Columbia. It was joined on the East Coast, and it brought convoys from the southernmost point in Windsor. Probably the greatest number of participants and vehicles came from our border with Quebec across the 5 interprovincial bridges. The vast majority of the formal intelligence threat risk assessment reports that we relied on came from the Ontario Provincial Police. To this day, I have a question. Why wasn't I getting intelligence threat risk assessments on a regular basis of the quality that I got from the OPP, from our federal partners? Again, I want to be clear, Commissioner, they contributed meaningfully, and I'm grateful for their contributions. But I've said this in the parliamentary committees, and I'll say it again to the Commissioner. There's a structural deficit in our national intelligence threat risk assessment process. I'm grateful for the Ontario Provincial Police for filling that gap and doing so to the very best of their ability. But it was not optimal for us or any other jurisdiction that faced any element of these events. And one of my recommendations, sir, with great respect, is that there needs to be an investment in our national intelligence threat risk assessment structure, organizationally, institutionally, through integrated organizations and institutions. Some of that will be a financial investment, but it doesn't all have to be a financial investment. It needs to be an investment to bring this country forward truly into the 21st century, where we are 2.5 decades into it.
Now, in your view, was there anything that the OPS could have done differently to better handle the intelligence they did have?
There is no doubt, sir. And I'm sure you will ask me multiple times over the course of my testimony, could we have done better? Absolutely. I never had a chance to do a debrief. I understand that Interim Chief Bell has conducted some or completed one, I'm not sure of the status, and I'm sure within that document there will be many, many, many examples of how we could have done better and need to do better going forward. I believe in his testimony, lessons were already learned and applied to subsequent demonstrations. So if you're long way of answering, there's no doubt that we could have done some things better.
But specifically about how it handled intelligence, anything you can teach us from your experience?
Low-hanging fruit, and I believe it's already been rectified to some degree. A substantive element of our intelligence and information directorates. I would suggest even in other functional units and directorates, the ability for us to conduct open source social media and other online information gathering. With the caveats of charter rights, privacy rights, absolutely that would have to be a very transparent process. I stand to be corrected, but when I became Chief of Police, we actually had a unit that would have, by description and definition, fulfilled much of that function, not all of it. It was either 0% staffed or staffed by one person because we did not have the financial resources to put human beings into those budgeted positions. We didn't have the internal skill sets, even if we could find a human being to sit in there. I believe that's been rectified to some significant degree based on testimony from Interim Chief Bell, but that is something it took me almost a full year, 2 years to convince the Toronto Police Service to do, and this is going back 2010, 2011, after the events of the G20, actually before and after, when we finally got our first, it was called a cyber group, but really it was for pre-intelligence and post-investigative online capabilities. There are very few police services anywhere in Canada, municipal, provincial. OPP is an exception. I don't know about Sûreté de Quebec. RCMP and the OPP and the Toronto Police Service are the only ones that I would comfortably describe as a reasonable, trending to optimal level of capability in that area. The Ottawa Police Service did not have that capability.
Okay, now a moment ago in answering my question, you referenced the need to respect charter rights. That brings me to my next topic. You'll recall that one of the topics we discussed during our interviews was your understanding of how the charter might have limited police options in responding to the arrival of the convoy. Do you remember those discussions?
Yes, sir.
So if I could take you now to the interview summary at page 15. We go to the second paragraph. Sorry, scroll down, please. That's right. The paragraph that starts with Chief Slowly. Chief Slowly was advised that based on the known intelligence reports, OPS did not have the legal authority to deny the Freedom Convoy access to downtown Ottawa simply because some people disagreed with the views of some participants. He understood that OPS did have authority to close roads and restrict traffic if there were public safety concerns, but closures and restrictions had to be commensurate to actual threats or reasonably predictable threats. Highway Traffic Act or bylaw violations alone would not be sufficient to justify restricting access to the city for all protesters. So that was the view you expressed at the time. Is that the view you still hold now?
Yes, sir. With this caveat, I'm a police officer, not a lawyer.
Right. And some of us regret to be lawyers. Now, since our interview, we've received a legal opinion provided to the OPS on this issue. So if I may take you to that opinion. Let me find the document number. It is OPS 403692. Okay, scroll down, please. Now, you see there's the paragraph that starts with, while the convoy has not yet reached the city of Ottawa. By the way, this memo, I believe, is dated January the 28th. Deputy Chief Bell requested the opinion on the 27th and got it the next day. So this paragraph says, while the convoy has not yet reached the city of Ottawa, various considerations will need to be assessed and reassessed to determine the appropriate response, including the balancing of competing charter rights, impacts to public enjoyment and the right to mobility, impacts to health and safety, impact on obstructing emergency vehicles, and impact to public safety generally. Do you remember if you had access to this legal opinion at the time?
Yes, sir, I did.
So in terms of these bullet points, they mention the impacts to public enjoyment and the right to mobility. Do I understand that to apply to the right of the residents to move around freely in the downtown core and not be impeded unduly by the trucks and commercial vehicles? Your answer is
sorry. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Okay, and then impacts on obstructing emergency vehicles. That's obviously important for reasons we all understand, and the impacts to public safety generally. So in assessing the options available to the OPS to respond, including closing roads and setting up barriers to the downtown core, these considerations were applied at the time?
Well, first of all, just an observation. Deputy Chief Bell made the request on the 27th. Again, if you recall my earlier testimony, this was a 4-day event, starting on the 27th, continuing to the 28th, which is the Friday, with the main events on the 29th and the 30th, the Saturday and Sunday. This legal opinion, while helpful to a degree, arrived technically in the middle of what we were already dealing with. There were already vehicles in the city, protest vehicles. There were already protesters and demonstrators in the city as we were receiving, reading, and considering this. This did not arrive a week before or even a day before. This was already in the middle of the events. With that caveat, this is helpful. It certainly articulates to a greater degree what I think most of the police officers and even my general counsel, Christiane, would have known and could have articulated differently. It's not definitive. It's advice, not direction. I understand that's counsel's job. But there isn't a definitive line that says, because there might be any level of any one of these 5 points, you therefore must go to some substantive interdiction, prevention, blocking of the events that are going to happen. Again, language is important, and I think you and I have talked about this before. The reference of the lawyer who drafted this says the convoy, I believe. There wasn't one convoy ever. There were multiple convoys, and there were multiple other individuals and small groups, and I think Superintendent Morris used better language than I will, but affiliated groups that joined or left on a daily basis. I'm always mindful when I read particularly advice documents that use a pejorative term, when what we were dealing with in reality was a massive group of fluid, interacting individuals and groups where there was no one leader, no one spokesperson, and no one thing to deal with. This was helpful, but not particularly instructive.
Mm-hmm. Now, by the 27th of January, am I correct? And I believe this evidence came from Superintendent Abrams, that the OPS was expecting somewhere in the range of 3,000 trucks to come to Ottawa downtown.
I recall seeing that number presented by Inspector Lucas.
Right. So with that in mind, if we go to page 4 of the same opinion, we scroll down to page 4, please.
Sorry, with
Yes.
your indulgence, Commissioner, with your indulgence, I do want to be clear, though. What was listed in those 5 points materially happened on the Saturday, the 29th.
Mm-hmm.
Those, and I think Deputy Bell gave excellent evidence on his own. I won't repeat his testimony. But what we saw in terms of a violation of our community's rights, our business community's rights, the level of unlawfulness and assaultiveness in the broadest sense of that term, including the literal sense of that term, was not what we expected and was overwhelming, not just for the Ottawa Police Service, most importantly, it was overwhelming for those communities that were most directly impacted by those events that weekend and every other day after that. So this was helpful because it to some degree anticipated that there would be competing charter rights, there would be significant mobility challenges, there would be an impact on our emergency services in the ways that they were described theoretically on the page. Mm-hmm. So there was usefulness in this exercise. It was just a little too little and already in the middle of the events that were still unfolding around us.
I guess my next question, after I take you to the passage I want you to have a chance to consider, is what it would be reasonable to anticipate in light of this guidance from the lawyer. So this paragraph, starting with therefore, while the case law indicates that those who wish to protest have a charter-protected right in doing so, it is not without limits. These limits, as the courts have recognized, prevent threats of violence, acts of violence, and unlawful conduct. Moreover, these limits also prevent demonstrators from obstructing travel on roadways. It is worth noting, however, that there has been at least one decision where it was found that a blockade for a very brief period only constituted a minor inconvenience and was therefore permissible. So this paragraph referenced the need to preserve travel on roadways as a way to limit whatever other competing rights the protesters may have for free assembly and free expression and so on. So having this in mind, can you help me understand why, when upward of 3,000 commercial vehicles and trucks are expected to arrive in downtown Ottawa, that this wouldn't put some limits on where those trucks could access in downtown Ottawa.
Thank you. And as I'm reviewing this document and we're having this dialogue, all of these things were actually within the operational plan. I believe Inspector Lucas has given evidence to you, sir, that he considered that number. He considered it that through the combination of the PLT negotiations engaged by OPP and OPS officers, that there was agreements made with as many of the convoys as possible that would significantly reduce the impact of such events by parking trucks and arranging bus or rideshare into the downtown core that would alleviate much of this, that they recognize that emergency lanes need to be kept open, and there were significant amounts of planning detailed out in the traffic plan and other plans, again, evidence led by many others in that regard. The Ottawa Police Service were neither ignorant of this, and more importantly, they had taken steps to reasonably mitigate this, based significantly on the intelligence and information available, and as we've heard by other OPS members, including Inspector Lucas, Deputy Chief Bell, based on the previous experience that they had with similar types of events in a reasonable, similar time frame. So I think, again, this was an informative document. It validated much of what we were thinking. It provided a more clearly articulated legal basis for what we were thinking. And we put in place the mitigation pieces that I felt were reasonably presented to me in advance of this. And we had the support of an excellent group from the OPP and their PLT as well. We've heard that, unfortunately, the majority of those agreements were broken. Let me be careful about my language. And I believe, sir, it was Inspector Lucas that gave an insight that I was only aware of in his testimony. I believe it was the Windsor convoy that arrived first and largest into the city and occupied the majority of the red zone area along the parliamentary district. Once that happened, the convoys, again, I'm relying on Inspector Lucas's testimony. If I get any of this wrong, I will walk that back. But once that happened, Inspector Lucas described something, I think he called it like a chaotic scramble of convoys breaking off and going anywhere. The traffic plan collapsed. The extra resources held in reserve had to be immediately actioned to try to get the agreements that were in place to get the trucks to the designated parking zones. None of that was accomplished in the morning of, and I guess the early afternoon of the Saturday the 29th. The Windsor group had claimed, for the most part, Wellington Street in the parliamentary district, and everybody else wanted to get as close to that as possible. I shouldn't say everybody else. A lot of other participants, for almost the full duration of that event, tried to get to that most prized and prolific public place. And that was another complicating factor on our operations, our traffic plans, our PLT operations, even our POU operations. So I think we had an informative legal opinion sought at a reasonably early opportunity, received literally in the middle of the event, certainly within less than 24 hours. Stop me if I'm going on too much, sir, but my last point in this, and it's a what if, and I don't want to engage in too much conjecture, but other witnesses have provided this what if. I believe Deputy Chief Bell talked about this. Assuming that even on the 28th, Commissioner, that we decided to lock down the city, close off all the interprovincial bridges and the off-ramps from the 416 and 417 highways, we would have needed, in Deputy Chief Bell's estimation, 2,000 officers. I think it would have actually been more. Even if that was our wish, even if that was the clearest conclusion that came from any of the Hendon reports or any other combination of intelligence or legal opinions, on the 28th of January, we were not going to get 2,000 extra officers into the city and deployed on a plan that could execute and implement anything that relates to this.
Now, you pointed out that this became the reality as of the 28th. It materialized, in your word.
On the 29th, sir, sorry.
Or the 29th. But isn't it fair to ask that by the 27th, when OPS knew that 3,000 vehicles were coming to Ottawa, and much of the online messaging suggests that the protesters had an intent to stay for as long as the mandates were not lifted, why isn't it predictable? And why shouldn't the OPS be acting on this advice to take active steps to mitigate access to the downtown core?
Two things. First of all, we did take active steps. Roads were closed. We've heard repeated testimony from OPS and OPP senior officers that there were efforts to manage the convoys en route in on the King's highways, a new term. I'm so used to the Queen's highways, but the King's highways. And so there were mitigation efforts. Second thing, and it does relate to the first, the biggest mitigation effort was the work of the excellent PLT teams from the OPP, which is the best-in-class PLT program in the country. I hope I haven't disrespected my RCMP colleagues, but that's a humble opinion. Take it for what it's worth. They have an excellent PLT program. But our PLT was engaged, I believe, from Commissioner Carrique's evidence, or it might have been Commissioner Abrams' evidence, engaged as the Western convoys crossed Manitoba, and they were engaged with all the other convoys. So PLT had negotiated in good faith and had received good faith agreements, small a agreements, because I don't think it's a contract, that the 3,000 trucks would be mitigated substantially by their willingness to move those trucks into pre-designated areas and carpool, for lack of a better term, into the core. They had agreed not to block the emergency lanes. We had no indication, even on this date, that we were going to have the type of public display of unlawfulness, terrible term, and my English teacher will turn over a grave, assaultiveness in the broadest sense, sensory as well as physical, hate-related incidents that we saw materialize and metastasize on the 29th into the 30th and beyond.
Let me ask you now, from your perspective, how did that weekend unfolded? Tell us about the events.
Fast and furious.
Right.
In preparing for today, I read through some of my notes, and I think I shared with my counsel. I was reading the 9 o'clock briefing on the Saturday morning. Whether you find this as validation or not, Commissioner, but the 9 o'clock briefing that I received on the Saturday morning, the 29th, was still talking about a weekend event. It described we might have a tent city at the end of this. Tent city in the vernacular, meaning that we would have some 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 20 tents somewhere in an NCR park, Confederation Park, and that we would need to remove it as we had in previous ways. And I'd seen that done during my tenure. There's a bit of a back and forth that I'm quoted in as saying, well, can we make sure that we have our ESU, which is our Emergency Services Unit, down on the ground, and when anybody brings out a tent, can we, in a very smiling and polite way, ask them not to put their tent up so we have less work to do after the weekend? That is literally the substantive assessment. Traffic plan is working, PLT agreements are in place, convoys are arriving, officers are ready to go, Intersect has stood up, NCRCC has stood up, and we might have a bit of a tent city to deal with. That is consistent with all of the briefings, intelligence and operational, on balance, in summary, that I had been receiving up until that point. That wasn't the case probably by 11 o'clock in the morning. It happened that quick.
Mm-hmm. What happened by 11?
My understanding and my observation was by 11 o'clock we had a significantly embedded, clearly beginning to occupy, and in some cases fortify, elements of Wellington Street, the Parliamentary District, and other parts of our downtown core. That we were not able to maintain the agreed level of cooperation with the various convoys, and that the traffic plan and the staffing and reserve staffing was significantly, if not already fully exhausted. I did not have the detailed descriptions as have been provided in testimony here around what was taking place in the NCRCC, and I can't validate or invalidate the level of chaos and potentially the occasional F-bomb that might have been thrown around in that room of dedicated professionals who were having been, excuse my term, punched right in the nose and engaged in a standing 8 count, trying to get the city back to a level of safety as quickly as they can, and also trying to keep our Ottawa Police Service members and our partner agency members, our city workers, residents, business owners, as safe as they possibly could in a set of circumstances that at this point, sir, clearly was unprecedented. Clearly was unprecedented.
So are you describing the events of the 29th?
The morning, early afternoon of the 29th, which essentially stayed on a steady state with varying degrees of crowd dynamic and other injects like alcohol and drugs into the evening. But that was pretty well the next 72 hours.
So at some point on the 29th, you realize that you're confronting something unprecedented.
Yes, sir.
I believe Inspector Lucas described it as drinking from the fire hose.
That's a very polite description.
How would you describe it?
However many convoys there were, that's as many fire hoses were coming. Add 10 more fire hoses for all the other odds and sods that showed up. Put 3 more fire hoses in for the minus 35-degree temperature. 4 or 5 more for the level of fatigue that our officers already had going into those events. 43 more fire hoses for the level of public trust in policing based on all the events that I outlined earlier on. And I think that's a more accurate assessment of the amount of water that we were taking on at that point.
At the height of the day's events, how many trucks would you estimate were there?
I received an estimate. I never made the estimate. As high as 5,000 trucks and 15,000 participants is the upper end number that I received, I recall receiving on the Saturday. I say 5,000 trucks. I want to be careful. 5,000 vehicles, predominantly trucks, but that might have included a range of other vehicles that I can't detail for you.
And that's just in the downtown core.
Yes, sir.
What about the emergency lanes? Were they kept open?
My understanding through testimony is that they managed to keep the Wellington lane, I always get this confused, the south lane open for much of that day. I don't know if they lost it for portions or at some point between the Saturday and the Sunday, they lost it or made a decision to close off Wellington and then create an emergency lane access egress through other street combinations. I'm not clear on the details, sir.
As the members of the Ottawa Police Service began to focus on responding to these events downtown, what was the impact on the rest of the city?
It's a very important question, and that was, I think, touched on at some point in testimony. The downtown core was clearly was the epicenter, and a hyper volatile, hyper complex. I won't be able to provide adjectives, so I'll just leave it at that. But you could drive south of the 416, get that right, 417? Into literally still downtown neighborhoods. And you would hear honking and you'd see, unfortunately, Canada flags stuck on vehicles and behavior that was clearly antisocial, but it dropped off significantly once you got south of the 417. Further out into the Canadas and the other parts, there were probably micro things happening. I'm never really sure of it. So the city would be aware of it. It would be obviously on TV. Social media is exploding at this point, and people are dialed in to what's going on. But from a physical standpoint, physical location, 98% of it was in a micro concentration, hyper concentration of activity and trauma, unfolding trauma to our community in the heart of our city, in the heart of the parliamentary district. And I don't want to in any way forget, I know there are federal representatives here, but the trauma impacted on federal employees, elected officials, public officials, the entire infrastructure and ecosystem that represents our nation's capital, the parliamentary district. And I believe Mr. Champ quoted 18 or 15,000 residents in that area. I don't know how many businesses. I know the Rideau Center was closed. All of that happened literally within hours. And the relief did not come, I believe, until February 17th, 18th, or 19th.
And we've heard evidence from some of the residents and business owners affected during the first week of hearing that from that time on, they started feeling abandoned by the police, by other leaders, and they felt hopeless. That was one of the adjectives they used. And they started seeing a kind of general chaos and lawlessness. How would you describe what was happening? Were those adjectives accurate?
First of all, I'll never challenge the feelings of a member of our community. They're their feelings. They're as righteous and as accurate as they need to be for the human being that expressed them. So I'm in no way challenging wherever that sentiment came from. I can tell you that I met with, spoke with, walked around and talked with many of the residents, the business owners. I was at a Business Improvement Association meeting that was referenced by one of the witnesses. And I heard a range of sentiments. I saw a range of responses from incredibly resilient and understanding and patient people, an elderly couple, both of them infirm in wheelchairs, traveling through that minus 35-degree temperature, stopped me as I was getting out of my SUV while doing a live call on a board meeting on February 1st, I believe, and talked to me. I think Chair Deans was talking, and I was literally talking to this couple. Chief, we know you guys are doing the best you can. Please, it's hard for us to get around the sidewalks. We're trying to do our shopping. We know this is really tough on you and your team. Please do your best for us. So yes, I heard expressions of hopelessness. I heard accusations of abandonment. But I would have to say the vast majority that I received directly to me was around resilience, impatience. Get this thing resolved as quickly as you can, as completely as you can, but resilience and a level of understanding as to what the officers on the ground, and I don't say just officers, the members of our organization, the partners that were deployed already from OPP, RCMP, London, God bless them. I think people understood how difficult it was. But they didn't see the situation resolving in a day, in 2 days. And I think it's reasonable for people to feel really aggrieved that there isn't a clear solution or a timeline to a clear solution that they could tangibly see and anticipate. And we were simply not in a position to provide that to them
And
at that time.
In addition to the perspectives of the residents and business owners, etc., since you're the chief of the Ottawa Police Service, can you tell us how were the members of the Ottawa Police Service holding up? Because this was only the beginning. It continued for another 3 weeks or so.
This is always a little tricky part for me, sorry.
You want us to take a break and
Thank you, sir, it's okay. They were doing their very best under inhuman circumstances, like the city was, like the community was. It was too cold and it was too much. But they did their very best. And I'm grateful to them. And they should be celebrated. Not celebrated, that's the wrong word. They should be understood.
Do you feel that they were misunderstood?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
I think I've given this testimony in parliamentary standing committees. The level of disinformation and misinformation was off the charts. It was crushing to the members' morale. It was crushing to the incident command team's morale. It was crushing to my executive team's morale. I suspect it was crushing to the board. It was crushing to everybody. It was unrelenting. It was 24 hours a day. And I think by the end of the weekend, it had become a global story that mainstream media was following. And none of it was portraying in any way accurate the hard work of the men and women of the Ottawa Police Service and the partner agencies that stood with us. None of it. To this day, it hasn't. And that is very unfortunate because public trust and confidence in any police service, I believe, is the #1 public safety factor. When any police service loses significantly public trust and confidence, that in of itself is a massive public safety threat and risk. It materializes in so many ways. I don't know if the commissioner wants me to expand on that, but I'm happy to do so. And unfortunately, as quickly as the events unfolded on the morning and the afternoon of the Saturday, public opinion against the Ottawa Police Service and its members turned just as quickly and to the same unprecedented levels that were unrelenting, at least from my entire experience, up until February 15th.
Well, you spoke of how the officers were misunderstood. Let's hope that this inquiry will be the beginning of that understanding. Commissioner, would this be a good time to take a recess?
If you would like, sure, we can take the morning break for 15 minutes.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Just watching, just looking at the crowd crying. Cry with me, brethren, cry with me. When you cry, when you laugh, the whole world laughs with you. When you cry alone.
On the stand in front of all of Canada. What even just happened right now? I have to say, that was a lot of passion.
That was a lot of passion. That was a lot of passion. It hit home, you know, and thank you to the chat for being so absolutely amazing, comforting, Frank, so he could comfort ex-chief slowly. That was amazing.
What a morning.
It was incredible, man. Passion. Hey, Slattern, let the dog in, kid. He was coming. Yeah, I heard him. I think he heard this guy crying. He's crying out there. Let him in. What a soft, sensitive soul.
What a big, yeah.
What a dark spot in Canada's history this is, not only for freedom, but also for people's feelings. All right, let's, we got a few minutes here. Let's just do a quick rewatch of the cry.
It's very sad.
It's sad,
Very,
but we're
touching
gonna do
moment.
it. We're going to do it. I want to zoom in on the crying.
And trigger warning, you know, if you're sensitive out there, you know, giving you a fair trigger warning here. This is hard to watch.
That's right. If you are sensitive and you're prone to crying, then cry with us.
Or if you're a real man that just can't stand to watch another grown man cry, you might want to tune out for just a minute.
If you get a stiffy from this, something may be wrong with you.
Yeah. Then you're a degenerate. Go take a cold shower, weirdo.
Go take a cold shower. What are you doing? All right, but tune in with us. Sit here with us. Cry with us. Let us cry together, brethren. Let me just get that off the screen, not off the screen. There you go. And I think it's right over here.
On the sidewalks, we're trying to do our shopping. We know this is really ready.
Of the Ottawa.
Hold on a second here. I'll get a zoom in.
They were doing their very best.
Hold on. Let's get the whole thing.
This is
Very
always a little tricky
passionate
part
man.
for me, sorry.
You want us to take a break and
Thank you, sir. It's okay. They were doing their very best under inhuman circumstances, like the city was, like the community was.
I'm just going to, I hope you don't mind, I just want to slow this down.
Go slow-mo?
Yeah, that's just something I got to do for myself, okay? It's part of my own process. It's part of my own process. My kid's cried now.
Let's do it live.
us to take a break and
Thank you, sir. It's okay.
Hold on. Let's get the full feel. Here it is.
Glug. Glug.
And if you see Frank, Frank is just staring. He is a heartless. This is the face he makes, you
This is
know.
always a little tricky part for me, sorry.
Frank, you're heartless, bro.
You're saying Frank wants to see him cry?
No, just look at him. I can see Frank in the corner. Look at Frank. Look at his face. He is totally unmoved. You know
Frank
that?
is like, this depressed.
That is, yeah, he is totally unmoved. There I am. I take a screen cap.
Want us to take a break?
Frank is a demon.
Thank you, sir. It's okay.
Frank, you know what I'm telling you? I'm telling you right now, this is China in a nutshell. Like, look, I don't want to be racist or nothing, right? But this is exactly it. Africa as a continent is crying, and China just sees resources, okay? I don't want to tie in on global politics, geopolitics.
You're saying like Africa has the feels and China is just heartless, soulless?
I'm saying it's resources for them, brother. That's what I'm saying.
They just see opportunity.
Want us to take a break? And
Thank you, sir. It's okay.
It's heavy feelings, bro. All right, enough of that. Let's clip this. Let's throw it up right now. We got to put this out there. People want to see crime, dude. It's just the way it is, the internet, you know what I'm saying? It's just...
Hashtag passion. Hashtag
passion.
crying. Hashtag Radowa.
Hashtag, yeah, exactly. Let's get this out there. It's important to get this out to the world. People need to see the tears for what they really are, okay? They need to see it. People want to see it crying. Give it to them. Give it to
Tears of a cuck.
Tears of an angel, brother. Tears of an angel dropping down. Tears of an angel. That is an angel. I'm telling you right there. I'm a strong feeler myself. You know, when I see other people feeling, I feel as well. I don't always have the same feelings. Sometimes I have the opposite feeling. It's just one of those things that I get in my heart. I don't necessarily get that same cry feeling when they're crying. I might get a smile feeling, but that's not. But that's.
They cry, you laugh.
No, it's just it's not because I'm heartless. It's because
it's funny.
Okay, here.
Service holding up.
This is always a little tricky part for me, so
Tricky.
Holding up, because this was only the beginning. It continued for another 3 weeks or so.
Should we put a heartless Frank's face in there too? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he's, you know,
Holding up,
he helped,
because this was only the
he helped
beginning.
the tears flow.
Beginning. It continued for another 3 weeks or so.
He's so
always a little tricky part
heartless.
for me, sorry.
Such a
want us to
heartless
take a
guy.
break? And
Thank you, sir. It's okay. They're doing their best.
That's where we get it right there. That's the whole clip. And what we're going to do is, so now this is something that I don't often do this, but we're going to put this in. We're going to put this, we're just going to put this single face of Frank in the corner. All right? Just like that. It's going to be a still. Because I think because you got to remember, this is artistic license now, what I'm doing here, okay? This captures,
okay.
Yeah, this captures, it's a still, and it's unmoving.
You're an artist.
Right, exactly. It's unmoving because
Holding up, because this was only the beginning. It continued for another 3 weeks or so.
you see that?
Well, yeah, and it's good because, you know, then the audience knows who's asking the questions. You hear Frank, all his voice in the background.
This is always a little tricky
that's
part
the
for me,
plan.
sorry.
Exactly.
want us to take a break? And
Thank you, sir. It's okay.
That's it right there. Save your tears for another day. It's my
They were doing their very
party,
best.
and I'll cry if I want to. Cry if I want. Pat, can you sing that to me? Leslie Gore.
No, yeah. Was like, it's my party and I'll cry if I want to, cry if I want to, cry if I want to. You would cry too if it happened to you.
Da-na-na-na-na. Well, how does it go? Johnny met Sally and da-na-na-na, but I don't even.
Wow.
How does it go, man? It's my party.
I don't know. I'm not that familiar with the song.
Oh, I sing this song all the time. I sing this to my
It's
kids.
a good one.
Yeah, when my kids are crying because I'm punishing them, right? And then I just sing this to them.
You sadistically sing that song.
No, it's not sadistic. It goes like, well, I can't.
It's passionately.
Well, here it goes.
You do
it goes, Here it goes.
sing
Nobody
passionately.
knows where my Johnny has gone, but Judy left the same time. Come on, Ben, I can't sing.
Oh, increase the font a little
Sure,
bit.
no
for
problem,
me.
brother. Here you go. Yeah.
Okay. Nobody knows where my Johnny has gone, but Judy left the same time. Why was he holding her hand when he's supposed to be mine? It's my party and I'll cry if I want to, cry if I want to, cry if I want to. You would cry too if it happened to you. I think I hit the wrong notes there, but you get the picture.
No, man, you got to keep going, brother. Keep going. Keep going. I'm into it. Right here, Pat. We got the next verse. Right here. Play all my records. Play all my records. Keep dancing all night. Come on. You know, I can't sing. You there? I don't know if you can hear me. Hello. Maybe we lost him. I don't know. He's in a call with me. Let's see. Maybe he's getting. Pat, you there, brother? Yellow. He hung up. Pat is crying too. Pat, are you crying too? Are we all crying together? Hello. Can anybody hear me? Big boys don't cry. That's another one. Pat is gonna cry back. I don't know. I can't hear him all of a sudden. Pat is left the building. I feel so sad. I'm sorry, man. Did I do that to him? Let me put this over here. It's my party and I'll crap I want to, crap I want to, crap I want to. You would cry too if it happened to you. Da 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 da. All right, here we go. I'm gonna throw that up there. Call this one Slowly Cry. Perfect. It's perfection. I can't hear Pan anymore, man. Pan, are you there, bro? Pan boy, did you drop? It's an emotional time for everybody. You know, I don't think he's crying, but he's still on the call row. I don't know. Let me see here. I think the Zoom call might have dropped. I'm on a Zoom call with him. Let's see here. Yeah, he dropped. Let me fix this over here. There you go. Come on in, brother. There you go. Yeah, he's in the boonies, so sometimes the call drops. So we're gonna make him sing it. Don't worry. He's not getting away that easy. There you go. Come on in, brother. Come on in. Your singing is sweet, says Bon Pearl. Pan got a Windows update. Yeah, exactly. That's what happened. Wow, is he still crying? I think 15 minutes has happened already. It's still, all right, we're still waiting. Cool. All right, whatever. You know, no problem. We'll wait. Take all the time you need. Take all the time you need to cry. So now we'll just throw this up onto Twitter, I guess. Let's put that up there. Let's go tweet. How do we phrase this without seeming like a total ass, you know what I mean? We'll call this one emotional, passionate. Okay, no, that's not it. It goes, where's this file? Slowly Cry. Yeah, there, that is the file. Okay. We'll call this one emotional, passion, no, emotion, passion, soulful, slowly, ex-police chief slowly testifies in Ottawa at Public Order Emergency Commission, October 28th, 2022. And we'll say, we need to put something in here. It'd be like, I want something inspirational here. I want to add something inspirational. Like, what's something emotional here? How do we say, we need something emotional here. Pander,
Order à l'autre.
oh, he's not back yet. All right, here we go.
Not in charge here, so there's no.
Just respect for your profession.
Period. I'll go back.
Morning, Commissioner.
Okay. Go ahead.
So before the break, Chief Slowly, you were telling us about the events of that first weekend and how it hit everyone really hard. I'd like to take you now to January the 31st, which I believe is the Monday after.
Yes, sir.
We've heard from Deputy Chief Ferguson that was when the executive team realized that a lawful protest has now turned into an illegal occupation. That was her evidence, and I'm interested in your view on that.
My view is it was unlawful the moment a law was broken in or relation to the events. And so for me, that was clearly the Saturday morning. I don't want to in any way interpret Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson's impression. I think I would position the 31st as we now know this is going to be a longer term occupation. There are fortifications and there is an alarming level of public safety issues writ large, and we're going to have to pivot our plan to now address the current context and near future context that we're going to be dealing with. So it's in that context that perhaps, again, I don't want to misinterpret, but perhaps the full command is fully on the same page and the incident command team is pivoting the plan now into the next phase of this occupying period.
Tell us about that pivot. What did the executive team decide to do?
I don't know if there's any significant decision. I mean, we needed a significant update on the intelligence threat risk. Much of that was in place in the buildup and iterations, but we now needed to escalate to another level. And again, that cycle of intelligence threat risk assessment to then feed the pivoting operational plan. To what extent are we going to need different resources, greater levels of resources in one area versus another area? And to what extent do we need to build out sub-plans and other things? For me at the chief of police level is what resources are we going to need? What do I now need to do to inform and or engage other levels, including the oversight body of the Ottawa Police Services Board, the City of Ottawa, and other factors? And I was still trying to understand really what had just arrived in our city. What really was it? And even just level set my own understanding, never mind the work that was being done on behalf of me through Deputies Bell and Acting Deputy Ferguson.
Deputy Bell described that first week as a period of orientation or reorientation. Do you agree with that description?
I understand. I think I understand the theme behind it. I would probably use different language, but I think it's definitely what just happened. How do we now need to reorient, to reassess, and then start to address the situation going forward?
So before the convoy arrived, we've seen an initial plan dated January the 28th.
Yes, sir.
What was the understanding now in terms of going forward, in terms of the need for a new plan?
Well, there was no need for a new plan. There was a need for an evolution of the plan that we had, an evolution of the threat risk assessment that was in that plan. Again, I want to make it clear there was only ever one plan. There were many iterations of it. There was only ever one threat risk assessment. There were many iterations of it.
So what was the understanding then about this, the need for this new evolved plan?
On the Monday, the 31st,
Yes.
probably the number one thing at that point was staffing, 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 staffing.
And how did you go about achieving that?
Again, without the absence of my notes, but as simple as how many more officers can we redeploy from our overall complement of policing a city of 1 million people in the nation's largest municipal geography to that micro core of the red zones and the immediate neighborhoods around it. I think by that point, again, I'd stand to be corrected if the records say otherwise, but at that point we had already started to look at changing our shift hours to create a greater volume of officers available, officers and civilian members. I don't know if we had at that point reached out to the association, the Ottawa Police Association, to start to negotiate a whole different shift schedule. That might have come later on in the week, but that was the focus. And then external resource requests, requests that went to OPP and other police services to send additional resources on top of what they had provided us already.
So around that period, January 31st and the next few days, did the OPS start reaching out to other external agencies for help?
Yes, absolutely.
Tell us what steps you or the other members of the executive team did.
Predominantly, it sort of happens at two levels. The agency to agency relationships would already be, phone calls and text messages to people that they knew in other agencies. You'll get something formal from the chief, but we need X, Y, and Z. And then the formal request would come up through Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, and then I would make a reach out to the respective agencies. So probably my approach for the main, I may have deviated every now and then, would be a text message to the chief of police or commissioner saying that you'll be getting a formal request, but I'm looking for X or Y or Z. And then my
Holding up, because
executive assistant would produce the document and I would forward that formally. Once I got a positive response, the positive response I would then forward to our legal services department and they would go through the process of enabling a memorandum of understanding, an MOU.
And now I want to get a better understanding of the options that were opened while the OPS were reaching out for external help. So I want to take you to a document, OPS 405631. So just looking at the top, it says Public Order Truck Convoy De-escalation Planning Meeting, February 1st, 2022. Do you have, perhaps we can scroll down a little so you can familiarize yourself. It says there's a meeting with the chief. Can we go down further? There are a number of discussion points. So, for example, the third bullet, there's a notation that every single option to be explored and is open to discussion. He is happy to come back and further discuss anything if we need him to. He, I take it, refers to you.
Yes, sir.
So if we go down further, PLT would like one more attempt to speak with every convoy to get them on the same page. We scroll down further. Every POU we ask for will not be released to come to Ottawa as protests happening now everywhere. We might not get the staffing numbers we asked for. So there are a couple of things I wanted to ask you to comment on. First of all, there's a reference to things happening elsewhere. What can you tell us about that?
I believe by the 31st, I'm certain, unless I'm really off base, but Coots, Alberta was already in play at that point. On the Monday, I don't recall any other Ontario sites. I don't even think the announcement of the, on the Monday, on the Tuesday, by then there might have been some sort of indication that there would be an event in Toronto around Queen's Park. but I don't think there was any other active sites in Ontario. There were, I believe, some demonstrations at other provincial capitals across the country, but for sure Coots was active and clearly being televised, and I was getting briefings from Commissioner Lucky on the events out there.
So by this time, which I believe was February the 2nd or the 1st, February the 1st, I believe, things are happening elsewhere. And if we go back to the top, one of the discussion points, do you see the third bullet from the bottom? It says POU unit across the province needed. What does that refer to?
So maybe I could just give some context to the meeting.
Please.
So this is a Tuesday. We are significantly into the pivot at this point. I had received varying levels of input, some of them just random emails, some of them very specific conversations with people with a lot of experience in unprecedented, unusual public safety events. And the validation that I was getting from small I information to large I information based on expertise was this was unprecedented. This was larger than your police service is going to be able to handle. It was national and in some cases international in scope. It was fueled by significant funding, significant deep misinformation, disinformation, and polarization, just to name a few. This meeting was my first attempt to sit down with Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson as a major incident commander. I had asked for Inspector Lucas to be at the meeting. He could not attend, and I respect his reason, although I don't know it specifically. I think Inspector Morin was sent as his designate, I think, but he was a senior officer from the ICS team that was there. Staff Sergeant Mike Stoll, who was the ESU commander, our POU commander. And
what does ESU stand for?
Emergency Safety Unit, I think, or Emergency Services Unit. Sorry, it's been a little bit of time.
It's synonymous with POU, Public Order Unit?
Essentially, but broader, I think actually a broader use of trained officers that are actually more effectively deployed, a really good practice here that Ottawa should be recognized for, Ottawa Police Service should be recognized for. And I had brought with me the two PLT supervisors because I had information, feedback internally that our PLT members weren't being optimally used and were feeling out of the loop of substantive discussions like this. And I had requested that the two supervisors be there, and they were there, and you see their contributions later on in the notes. But this is the substantive first time that I'm sitting down with the incident command thread, strategic, operational, and tactical, asking, what are you folks seeing? How are you assessing this? No decisions being made here. I need situational awareness. I need your assessment. We had been blessed with commanders of some expertise and experience from other jurisdictions that were in that room. I think London was there. I can't remember if Durham. I believe there was an OPP commander. I can't recall, but there were at least three other agencies in the room. So it wasn't just us talking to us. There was a healthy amount of external expertise. And we went through what I would call, I won't say it's a whiteboarding session, but a consultation discussion session that I wanted to get to at some point to, okay, well, this is good now. What's the move forward coming out from this? So that's the context of this meeting. Mm-hmm. I'll pause there if you want to come back to the question that you wanted me to answer.
Yes, because I'm interested in this notation that POU units across the province needed.
So I'd say around the midpoint of that meeting, I would have almost turned to Michelle Morin and Mike Stoll, who were sitting to my right, and said, what's the level of POU that you would think we would need to start to dismantle the red zone and end the occupation? And then there was like a real-time discussion between my folks and the other POU commanders in the room. There were others that were chiming in. It was mainly a POU discussion. And I'd been in them many other times before, so I know how this feels. I just sort of sat back and watched this new generation of experts do their thing, and it was kind of cool to watch. And within a really short period of time, it was almost unanimous. this may not be the exact language, but it's close to it. We're going to need everything in Ontario and a bunch more from across Canada. That was one of the moments where I truly understood the scale of what we were facing. Everything in Ontario and a bunch more from across Canada for me was state visits, an Olympic event, G8, G20. Nothing else requires that.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I truly understand from people with amazing expertise from different jurisdictions. Add on to that whatever other resources we're going to request, that's somewhere already in the range of 600, 700, 800 officers, plus investigators, plus boots on the ground officers, plus dispatchers, analysts, special constables to handle mass arrests. The number is going to be well north of 1,000, and it's way more than we will ever be able to supply within the Ottawa Police Service, within the eastern region of Ontario, within the province.
So that recognition came as early as February 1st.
Yes, sir.
Now, if we go down a little, in the first box under discussion point, I read a bit from it earlier. PLT would like one more attempt to speak with every convoy to get them on the same page. Truckers need to clear all the roads and stop honking in exchange for fuel and a place to park. Have zero room to negotiate. If they don't deal with it in this way, they will be removed. Why is it that there was zero room to negotiate?
I don't know. I'm assuming this is the PLT contribution to the discussion. So I don't, these aren't my notes, and it doesn't seem to be attributed to one or both of the supervisors. I don't know if this is their briefing contribution in totality, so I'm not sure what that means.
I was just curious because it appears that the PLT would like more time, more opportunity to speak to the convoy. And then perhaps there was another view expressed, no room to negotiate. I was just wondering if you could enlighten us on what this discussion was about.
Oh, again, there were some 20 people in the room, and it was really an open forum discussion with people just contributing ideas in a very fluid way.
Right. If I could take you now to the next document, the next day, OPS 30-14484. So if we go to page 22. Now, Chief Slowly, do you have a practice of making notes to yourself, sending yourself emails as reminders or things like that?
Yes, I do, sir.
And would this be one of those examples?
Yes, sir.
So here we read, advise that all options on the table needs to consider the...
Sorry, can you, I'm just not sure the context or date or time of this, sorry.
Yes.
Call with mayor, and it's the timestamp, at least on the entry, is 1:30. Okay, thank you.
And we see a name on the top left, Maria
Fortunato.
Who's that?
That's my executive assistant, or was my executive assistant.
So the content of the email, which is, I guess, note to yourself, says, advise that all options on the table needs to consider the political option. What roles can Premier and PM play in diffusing the demonstration? It is not my legal responsibility to end a demonstration. It is my legal responsibility to provide adequate and effective policing to serve and protect the city/citizens. What was the purpose of this note to yourself?
At this point, I actually didn't have an assigned scribe, so I was trying in real time to capture information around conversations that I thought were important or a point that I was trying to remember. So it's not a consistent practice with every single meeting that I would go back and do this. That's the context of the note. I don't know if that answers your question, sir.
And since the subject at the top says call with mayor,
Yes.
with re-demonstration, does that capture some of the contents of the call
Some of it, yes, sir.
on the 2nd of February?
Yes.
Now, on that same day, you made a public announcement that turned out to be somewhat controversial. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think I can guess what's coming, sir.
Okay, give me your guess.
There may not be a policing solution to this
Why did you say that?
for all the reasons that we've talked about. The size and scale of the events were not going to be able to be handled by any one police jurisdiction, certainly not mine. That this was a national scope event. It started from corners of all parts of Canada and arrived in our city. It was already by the 2nd in several other locations, Coots specifically. I think by the 2nd, there would have been some indication that Queen's Park in Toronto would have been a location. This was borne out by a wide variety of polarizing issues, not the least of which was the vaccine mandates, but there were many other anti-government sentiment expressed at all 3 levels of government. And some of this was just people looking to come into our city and participate in an event, to have an unruly and in many cases unlawful party. This was the underpinnings that created this event and brought it substantially into our city. We're well beyond the Police Services Act mandate of me as a police chief and the Ottawa Police Service in the police jurisdiction. And we were going to have to engage other elements of civil society and likely all 3 levels of government to make in some way a meaningful contribution to a sustainable solution to the end of it.
What was the context in which you made this statement?
I believe there was I can't remember if it was a board meeting or if it was a council meeting that the board was in attendance at. There was a range of questions for hours, and at some point, one of the questions elicited that response.
And how was your comment received?
If there are 35 million people in Canada, probably 35 million different ways.
Do you feel that you were understood?
No, largely misunderstood, but by a lot of people, very understood.
And have you had a chance to reflect on the statement you made since the time you made it?
A lot.
And what conclusions have you come to?
It needed to be more clear.
Okay. What did you need to be more clear on?
That the Ottawa Police Service is doing and will continue to do everything we possibly can do. Just to be clear, that was literally the substantive answer I was giving during that meeting. All options are on the table. We're doing everything we can. We're calling all the staffing we can. We are rearranging our plan. We're calling out to our partners. So before that statement was made, it wasn't made in a vacuum. We were hours into a long meeting with multiple questions from multiple stakeholders. I believe my board were present. I stand to be corrected. City councillors, the mayor, what are you doing? How are you going to end this? When is it going to end? Please understand, we're doing everything we can and we'll continue to do everything we can on a repeat loop. But at some point, this isn't going to end just by the Ottawa Police Service. Even if we could find a way to get all the resources we need, it's going to come back again next week, the month after, Canada Day. This is a larger movement or series of movements. This is a trend that's happening across the country and around the world. And so there needs to be more than just a policing solution to it. That's the context. Now, I did reflect on it. And in the days and weeks and now months after that, I've, in opportunities like this, expanded on that short phrase. I think there's ample documentation in my notes, scribe notes, to talk about me explaining this further to the chair at board meetings and other conversations and meetings. So I didn't just leave it till now to provide a more fulsome explanation. Within hours and days of it, I was trying to provide that more fulsome explanation to my board oversight and to other public bodies and civil actors.
Now, there are those who may say that your statement fostered a perception among the public and the protesters that the OPS was vulnerable and unable to police the convoy. What do you say to that?
Again, like my earlier comment, sir, everyone is entitled to their opinion, and they're certainly entitled to their feelings. And I can understand that if that was the only thing they heard from me, and they were not available to hear all the other efforts I made to clarify that could leave them with a sense that we'd just given up. So I'm not challenging that. But let me be clear. I don't know if that is different from any other statement I've made around the role of policing in society. If you recall my earlier comments when I introduced my approach to policing and how I did it, the police are not going to solve guns and gangs and drugs on their own. without education, healthcare, social services, the volunteer sector, communities themselves. The police are not going to be able to solve sexual assaults on their own without advocacy groups and legislative change. So there isn't any major aspect of policing, crime management, order management, even traffic management. We can't patrol the amount of highways unless we have bylaw changes, signage changes, engineering changes that are well beyond the remit of the police service to demand and deliver. So for me, this is a consistent theme that I have spoken on and acted in accordance throughout my entire policing career. It wasn't for me an unusual statement, but it was heard in unusual and unprecedented circumstances and misinterpreted broadly, badly.
Do you think that the lack of clarity of the statement might have risked contributing to a loss of public trust in the ability of the police to respond?
I can't rule that out, sir, but I think I made enough efforts after that to clarify that, and demonstrably the Ottawa Police Service kept, with its partners, kept putting out everything we possibly could for as long as we could. I would very strongly suggest well past where we should have been. Our actions should have spoken louder than words, but unfortunately, by Saturday afternoon, there had been a cemented narrative, and I don't think it ever changed. My statement probably didn't help it, but I don't think it was really changeable from that first weekend.
Now, we've also heard from other police leaders who disagreed with the statement from their perspective in the way that they interpreted the statement. And they felt that there was, in fact, a policing solution. And the way that the occupation was ultimately dismantled proved that there was a policing solution. What do you say to that?
Again, if their comment was based on what was said without the benefit of hearing all the other explanations, I certainly attempted through the larger calls to establish the things I just talked about. We are still looking, we're still doing everything we can, we're seeking all the help we can, and if we can get 1,800 resources or whatever number the final amount was to come in, then we could take care of the unlawful aspects of this. But there are broader implications and underpinnings that could bring it back to my city or any other city or jurisdiction. And so sustainably to resolve the situation, we were still going to need larger civil society, all three levels of government. I don't know if this is the time to interject around any of the levels of declarations of emergency, municipal, provincial, or federal, but clearly we have indications, and I believe that there were assistances from those various levels, the injunction, the private injunction, and so there are clearly examples where some additional efforts were needed beyond the efforts of the police to resolve it. Local community mobilized themselves in mostly constructive ways, in some ways less constructive. But there were efforts across the board from private citizens to public institutions that contributed ultimately to that success. While I respect the comments of my peers, I want to be careful with my language here. I don't know any major operation, including that one, that did not benefit material from the supports outside of police organizations themselves. And I think that's unfair to the contributions made by broader civil society, including all three levels of government. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's what they intended in their comments, so I want to be clear about that. But no police organization of any size, operation of any size, that I've ever been involved with, that had the clear level of success, no deaths, no serious injuries, no significant damage to infrastructure, no rioting, no burning police cars. I don't know of any size operation that didn't materially benefit from the consent and cooperation of citizenry, the injections of material resources or advice, expertise from other experts outside of policing, legislative change, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this was on the second, right, that you made the statement.
Yes, sir.
Let's move forward by a few days.
I did recall it was the first, but I'm not going to quibble.
Right. So let's move forward by a few days. And we've heard from other witnesses that the weekends are always the worst. Is that right? In terms of the surge of numbers?
Yes, in terms of the surge of numbers and then the extra dynamics of convoys coming in or not coming in, and definitely larger in scale and more complex.
Right. So I want to show you an email dated February the 5th at 6:33 a.m. The document number is OPS 307355. I expect it will show an email from you to Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. And by this point, on around the 5th, what was the state of any evolving plan that the OPS had?
I think on that date, I received a briefing on the 3 options I'd asked for from the meeting on February 1st, the POU options. So that's a substantive sub-plan development. By then, we'd had major changes around our internal staffing capabilities, decisions around how to redeploy resources around both the events for the convoy as well as policing the rest of the city, which still had to happen on a 24-hour basis, obviously. We had made announcements around our efforts to try to address the disorderly, unlawful, and assaultive behavior, the hate type behavior that was happening directly in the communities most affected around the red zone, variously described as surge and enforce and contain. So those are some of the examples of overarching. We were now planning for a week's cycle as opposed to a weekend cycle. Requests had gone out to partner agencies, not just for police officers, but for planners, people with expertise in PLT, POU, recognizing we didn't have the expertise or the number of people necessary to do the type of planning and sub-planning that we needed to do. And I know I'm going fast, Commissioner, so if you need me to slow down, I will. So there's a range of activities that are engaged in evolving the pre-arrival plan into an in-event plan.
Well, that context is helpful as we take a look at this document. Can we scroll down a bit? So in this email, you said you have directed Inspector Dayu to convene a full incident command briefing at 8 a.m. If we go down further, there's a recap, situational awareness, and then below that, we see 2 sets of priorities. First of all, the general priorities has a couple of points: search, contain, and enforce. That's the first point. Second, demonstration, fully implement plan, but close everything, in brackets, roads, bridges, highway off-ramps, etc., as early and as long as possible. Third, shut down secure enablers for unlawful and unsafe protest, funds, fuel, fun. I won't read the contents in brackets. Is there a 4th point? Can we go down? Okay, so that's it. The first priority, general priorities. Explain to us what this is all about.
So this is the 2nd Saturday. You'll recall what happened on the 1st Saturday. Point number 2, around close everything. At the meeting that was held, that was qualified. I want to be clear about that. Clearly, access and egress, access into the city and access into the downtown core was one of the major reasons why that situation on the 1st Saturday so quickly escalated and metastasized into the events that we're feeling right now. It was reasonably predictable at this point that we were going to have another large influx of convoys, 1s and 2s vehicles, and walk across bridges demonstrators that would again likely overwhelm the amount of resources even at that time that we had in the city. And so that was a major public safety risk that on the 2nd Saturday was now even more likely to happen. And so that's the point there. The surge, contain, and enforce was announced on the Friday morning at a media conference. And this was specifically to address the level of ongoing disorderly, assaultive, hate-related behavior that our downtown communities and businesses were experiencing, particularly in Councillor Fleury's ward and Councillor McKinney, although I'm not sure she's in office now, but former Councillor McKinney, her ward. And the overwhelming amount of community complaints, business complaints were coming from the unlawful, assaultive type behavior in that area, and we needed to, that surge, contain, and enforce is not for the red zone, that is for the areas outside of the red zone. And the reference around stacking the day shift and the night shift is to hold back the night shift officers and then deploy the day shift officers. So we have a larger amount at that time to be visibly present in the mid-morning to mid-afternoon when the bulk of those arriving demonstrators and activities, unlawful assaultive type of activities would be taking place. The third point is around probably less of a public safety piece, but still unlawful, unsafe. Funds that were enabling to some significant degree the ongoing activities here and other locations, but certainly here in Ottawa. Fuel, the trucks needed fuel, and we were already trying to deal with the jerry cans and the open flames, propane in residential areas that I think has already been spoken about. And the fun, probably not the best word to use, but these were, I think, significant emotional and psychological impacts on those that felt captured, abandoned, that elements of the demonstration and the convoy events were fun, where they were suffering. And I think there was a reasonable need for us to take whatever lawful and ethical actions we could to stop it or discourage it and negotiate it in some way. Again, those were largely the actions that PLT, I believe, were involved with.
Mm-hmm. Now, let me focus for the moment on the second and third point, the directive to close roads and so on, as well as shutting things down like fuel seizure and so on. In earlier testimony from Deputy Chief Ferguson and I believe Deputy Bell as well, they expressed the view that this is an example of a strategic level executive going down, crossing the boundary into the operational or even possibly tactical level of command. And there was some question about the propriety of a strategic level commander doing that. What's your view on this?
This is me crossing that boundary, and for a very specific reason. It's the first full week. The entire service is fully deployed and fully exhausted. We are getting massive complaints from our community, and they are suffering. By this time, they're suffering. The resilience I talked about is still there in a lot of people, but it's waning. We are now reasonably able to predict the cycles of increases on Friday, Saturday, into Sunday and down. We know what's coming, and we knew what hit us the week before. And this is the Chief of Police calling a special incident command meeting to say, are we ready? Do we have the capacity? Are we able to significantly alter what took place last Saturday to what is going to take place this Saturday? And I need to look around the room and eyeball everybody and get a nod or a head shake, and then figure out what you need for resources. So I framed out something that people could come prepared to discuss and invited them to that meeting.
So just so I understand, you're acknowledging that you were in fact stepping into the operational tactical levels, but you're saying this is justified under the circumstances.
I was stepping into the operational levels to make sure that strategic intent was really clear to the operational commanders.
Now, at this time on the 5th, who was the event commander in charge?
Well, I thought it was Superintendent Chris Reorientation. I found out at the meeting that transpired later that in fact it was Superintendent Jamie Dunlop.
So when you made these directives, you weren't aware yet that it was Dunlop, Superintendent Dunlop.
That's correct.
Now, some may say that the proper way to do this is not for the strategic commander to step into the operational level, but to have a discussion with the operational commander and provide strategic direction, or if the strategic commander did not have enough confidence in the operational commander, to replace that person rather than to start directing operations him or herself. What do you say to that?
If you scroll up to the top of this, please. So this is, what's the timestamp on this email? Sorry, I just can't see it.
I believe it's 11:33 on Saturday, February the 5th.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Oh, I'm told that this may be Greenwich Mean Time, and so is it 6 hours difference?
So I think this is around,
5 hours.
it's around 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. So to give you context, Confederation Park had become a significant site that we were conducting PLT negotiations. The issue of fuel coming into the downtown from Coventry Road was escalating. The level of complaints, legitimate, desperate complaints coming in from businesses and residents are escalating. We had spent most of the Thursday and Friday trying to build towards the announcement on the Friday of the surge in force contain. The statements, all options are on the table. We are putting all of our resources on the ground. You will see a visible, different amount, a greater visibility of police officers engaged in a wider array of activities, including enforcement, to address the substantive complaints and concerns affecting our community. And I know I went way too fast there, so I'm going to take a breath and let people catch up. Coming into the Saturday night, I woke up because I wasn't getting a whole lot of sleep those days. I woke up somewhere around 3 o'clock in the morning and could not get back to sleep. I checked the situation report that came in from Duty Inspector Frank Daou, and he laid out information that is contained in this email. The Confederation Park, I'm not reading exactly, but the Confederation Park negotiations ended badly. The Indigenous elders that had come in were treated badly. There was an attack on one of our sergeants at one of the sites. Other city workers were being attacked. This, for me, was an alarming situational report in the middle of the night that no one else was likely reading. And I wouldn't have been reading until I'd woken up with my alarm at 5 o'clock in the morning. But I read it. So I got in a shower, and I got into my car, and I got down to the station, and I changed into my gear, and I looked around. We were thinly staffed. I understand why. There was not much to staff with, but we were thinly staffed. And when I went down onto we call the zero level of our headquarters and asked the watch commanders there and the sergeants, what's our staffing levels look like for 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, when the bulk of the convoys are coming in, the numbers I got were really concerning. The level of threat from the situational report from Inspector Daou at 3 o'clock in the morning was alarming. So overnight, we had an escalated level of threat at multiple different sites. And in the morning, I wasn't getting a sense that we had the staffing commensurate to what we had announced and what we actually needed. And so I needed to make sure that I could pull together an incident command team and ask these operational level questions to be assured that we were in a better state of affairs than what I was getting at that point in the morning. And I think that is a reasonable level of situational awareness for a chief of police in an unprecedented crisis to ask of their operational commanders.
Would you agree then that these priorities set out in this email were conceived by you and directed by you?
They were conceived by me. They weren't directed by me. These were the areas that we were going to explore at the commanders' meeting.
But then we also heard from Deputy Chief Ferguson, we confirmed through her testimony the notes that she wrote that you expressed the sentiment that that this plan was not to be changed, not changing the operational plan, need to implement the hell out of that plan for the next 72 hours. The plan we have is excellent. So I believe we asked Deputy Chief Ferguson whether that was what you said, and she confirmed it. Do you remember?
At what point was that? Is that the subsequent meeting that we had when I called for the incident command meeting?
Perhaps it would help if we go back to OPS 000-14479. Those are Deputy Chief Ferguson's notes. If necessary, we can also go to a transcript from last Thursday's testimony. So if we go to page 43, can we go down? Sorry? Oh, sorry, we need to go back up a little. Sorry, go up. Further up.
Sorry, just further down. There we go.
Need to turn the corner on this today. Not changing the op plan. Need to implement the hell out of the plan for the next 72 hours.
Yep.
So does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
So you said that,
Yes.
and you consider this an excellent plan? And it was
Just-
not to be changed?
I'm a little confused. Sorry, sir.
Yes.
The three-pointer that I put in my email inviting is not the ops plan I'm referring to here.
Could you clarify that?
Yes. I sent a meeting request. I'm concerned about these three areas. We're going to discuss them. We have this meeting, and I'm saying our ops plan is the right plan. What I want us to do is implement the hell out of it. So, surge, enforce, contain was part of our ops plan. Implement the hell out of it. That means you're going to have enough resources to do that. To surge into the neighborhood, I think the number we said was, I might get the numbers wrong, but I think it was 30 per shift over 3 shifts in 2 neighborhoods where you would see 15 extra uniform officers in those neighborhoods. But if we can't staff to that level, we can't implement the heck out of it or even implement it. So the staffing request is around make sure that what we've announced as part of our excellent ops plan, which is not changing, has the staffing to implement it. That's the reference. The reference around the traffic plan. We're supposed to be reducing the amount of convoys coming into the city. Make sure the traffic plan is staffed adequately and implemented effectively so we don't have the same level of surge of trucks and vehicles coming into the downtown. But we're not changing the plan. There was a clarification, and there was a misunderstanding from Inspector Frank Dawu when I first contacted him at probably 4 o'clock in the morning, where he interpreted close everything as literally get the OPP to close every highway off-ramp of the King's highways across the entire municipality of Ottawa. He would need probably 1,000 police officers to do that. And I would never intend that to happen. I would never need that to happen. I never needed it to happen. That misinterpretation has stayed alive to this day. I clarified in this meeting, off-ramps that give direct access to the downtown core where our red zones are area, that's what I need. I wanted all the interprovincial bridges closed because all of them give direct access to the downtown core. And I wanted to know that we had more roads closed internally than we had the weekend before. But I never publicly in the media, and I never in these meetings said, get the OPP to close everything everywhere and keep it closed.
Right, that's helpful introduction to my next question because there was a public announcement the day before on the 4th, right? What's your best recollection as to what was said at that press event in terms of what was contemplated?
My best recollection was around the concept of all options are on the table. We are looking at greater levels of road closures, including highway off-ramps and interprovincial bridges.
But would you agree that the purpose of the meeting on the 5th was to establish the resources required in order to carry out these priorities?
Not at all, sir. I wanted to ensure that the resources that had been said that would be in place were actually going to be in place.
Right. So we could have misunderstood, but let's see if we could clarify this. If I could take you to your interview summary, WTS 6040 at page 27. If we go down further.
Actually, if you scroll up a little bit, sorry, right there. On February 4th, Chief Slowly announced at a press conference that the OPS would be making greater use of road closures, including closures of off-ramps for Highway 417. There's no statements there saying that we're going to close everything.
No. I agree with you on that, but that's the announcement. But I'm asking you about the purpose of the meeting on the 5th, the morning meeting. So if we go to this paragraph that says, Chief Slowly saw the situation report early on the morning of February 5th. In response, he held several early morning meetings to ensure that OPS's search and enforcement strategy and efforts to harden the downtown core were proceeding properly. He wanted to ensure that OPS had the staffing to implement what it had announced on February 4th. Specifically, he sent Inspector Dayu an email with a list of meeting topics and asked him to organize a meeting with the members of the IC, I believe that's Incident Command, and the command team. So, and so it goes. So am I correct that on the 5th, this meeting was arranged in part to ensure that the OPS had the staffing to implement what he had already announced the day before?
Yes, but the plan was already to have those staff in place. I wanted to make sure they were actually available. A lot can happen in 24 hours. Potentially, without me knowing, the incident commander could have developed a plan that was going to take resources away from those commitments. If they had said, we can't staff your surge and enforcement because we've got all those neighborhood officers doing something else, or we had a shooting in the West End last night and it's an extensive scene and we can't redeploy our traffic to that, then I would have understood. We couldn't staff what we planned. But we weren't trying to figure out just then if we had the staffing for what we had announced. That is not correct.
As a best practice, would it not be preferable to first ensure that OPS had the resources before announcing these plans publicly?
I was told we had the resources, sir.
All right, but you agree with me that it might be problematic to make announcements when it turns out that the resources are not there, or for other reasons the actions cannot be carried out, because it might contribute to a loss of public confidence.
If that was the case, and clearly there was no understanding that the resources were available and reasonably predictably going to be available, that would be problematic. That was not the case in this situation.
Okay. So we've covered the events on the 4th and on the 5th. Now, the general priorities, and if we go back to the email on the 5th, we've looked at the general priorities. Mr. Clerk, do you need the document number? OPS 307355. So I've already asked you, Chief Slowly, about the general priorities. I want to ask you now about the location priorities, which is further down. There we go. So there are 4 locations listed: Confederation Park, Rideau. I take it that this refers to the intersection, Rideau and Sussex.
I believe so, sir, yes.
3rd is Wellington, and then 4th is SJAM. Who set these priorities, the general and the location priorities?
So those were the locations where our red zone, Rideau, Wellington, and SJAM are the 3 basic footprints of the red zone. Those were established, I believe, through the incident commander up through Trish Ferguson. She was the first that I recall hearing about the red zone, and the footprints were described to me in subsequent meetings from probably the Sunday through till now. Confederation Park, as I had advised, I think that started up somewhere around the Thursday. I might be mistaken, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but certainly had escalated to a significant event for us to be managing on the Thursday night, Friday into the weekend. So those weren't my priorities. Those were already priorities established by virtue of the briefings I was getting, the situational reports that were coming into me.
Are you speaking now of just the location priorities, or does that apply as well to the general priorities?
I'm sorry, what general priorities I may be missing?
The previous list, if we scroll up. The 3 points.
Well, we were dealing with a demonstration, so that's literally the entire theater of operations. Number 2, surge, contain, and enforce was to address the trauma impacting our communities and shutting down the ability for this thing to sustain itself. Again, those are just priorities that we've been working on literally since the previous weekend. Those aren't new priorities. That's essentially what we have been working on.
Well, perhaps I'm not clear, but my question is, who set these priorities? Or is your position that shutting down fuel funds and fund, these are priorities known to everyone?
Sorry, in terms of shutting down enabling factors at a broad level, that was already well underway. We had already had established, I think through Deputy Bell and Christiane, contacts with the city to try to shut down the GoFundMe. I may not be using the right terminology, but not allow those funds to continue to enable the ongoing occupation of the city. Diesel and propane and wood had already been established through briefing cycles coming up to me as priorities that the incident commander and the team were working on, and there's lots of communication around that and questions in public forums, so that was already well established. I would probably agree the fund piece was something that I had inserted in there, but clearly had become a significant problem and a public trust problem. And so if that's probably the only newer element, but already a well-established part of our briefing cycles that we had been discussing.
What about close everything?
I've explained, again,
with the
context, that was misinterpreted and then clarified in the meeting that happened subsequently.
But who set that priority? The direction to close roads, interprovincial bridges, and so on.
The pre-planning document.
Then what I don't understand is, I thought a moment earlier you said you did cross from strategic level to operational level, but for a good reason.
Yes, well, then let me further explain. I'm not introducing new priorities. I am asking, these are the priorities that we've set. Are we able to implement them? We have a plan. Are we able to implement them? Do we have the resources? Are we ready to go this morning? Because we weren't ready to go the last morning. We did not have the ability to have the resources to address the level of surge coming into the city. And now we have additional priorities that we've identified over the week. I wanted to make sure I'm not setting new priorities. I'm ensuring that we have the resources to actually fully implement the vernacular, the heck out of the plan that we have in place. It's an excellent plan. Do we have the resources? Can we fully and effectively implement it? That's my mindset going into the meeting. That's why I've called that meeting.
Okay, so just so I understand, your position is that whoever developed the plan that kept evolving, they decided the priorities. You didn't set anything new except for the third point, the fun part.
Even that, sir, I would suggest. Clearly, we were already aware of the issue of the bouncy castles and the DJs and the dancing and the fireworks. That's a very short list of all the things that were afflicting the neighborhoods in and around the red zones. Open barbecues, people blocking lanes, tearing masks off people's face. I could go down the list and detail the incredible range of assaultive type behavior. But the broad thing is shut down these enablers and let's not allow our city to look like it's a theme park in the middle of a public safety crisis. I hadn't introduced anything more than articulate the obvious. And these were briefings that I was being given for days in advance of me calling this meeting.
All right. And another point to clarify, because you told us earlier that this is not the plan, that this email, these priorities are not the plan that you thought was excellent. There was another plan, the one that has evolved.
There's only one plan, sir.
The one plan that kept evolving. I want to take you to a document and see if you can confirm that was the plan as of this time. Could we go to OPS 406941? So it says Freedom Convoy, Canada Unity, Phase 2 operational plan. There's a date that's partially cut off, February 4th, it looks like. If we scroll down to the table of contents, perhaps. Does this look familiar?
It's the basic template of our operational planning.
If we go down further, maybe we can just scroll through so the former chief can familiarize himself with this document. Let us know if you're ready to scroll down.
Yes, please do. Okay, thank you.
So would those priorities be reflected? Well, assuming that this is the plan, because the cover says February the 4th, and we have the email saying February the 5th, it should be proximate in time.
Sir.
So when you said we had an excellent plan, were you referring to this plan?
I don't know if I was referring to this plan. I don't know if
Or
I
another
ever,
iteration
I don't
very
know if
close
I've
in
ever
time.
received it, but at whatever point I was last briefed on our plan, that's the point of reference that I'm making on the Saturday the 5th.
Right. And should those priorities, general or location-wise, be reflected in this plan?
Again, unless there's sub-plans that have those priorities identified in there, I can't recall ever receiving or reading through this version of the plan.
But you have read a version of the plan that you called excellent.
I had been briefed on versions of plan. You'll recall I only got the pre-operational plan on the 28th, 2 days technically into what the event was. So I wasn't required to sign off on these plans. There's no signature block for me. I'm not approving plans. They're happening on a real-time basis. So I don't have a timestamp in my head that I saw a document at point 0 and said, that's the excellent plan. The briefing cycles that I've been getting, I have an understanding of what the priorities are, how they're being resourced, how they're going to be actioned, what request for resourcing is coming to me. But that's based on a briefing cycle, not me sitting and flipping through pages of a plan and saying, wow, this is excellent. This is the one we have to implement.
So just to be clear, the initial plan, the one dated January 28th, that one you did read.
Yes, it was delivered to me the morning of the 28th.
And any subsequent evolvement of that plan, you learn about those developments through briefings, but not through your reading them.
With the exception of the February 9th version.
Right. So as of the 5th, when you describe an excellent plan, is an excellent plan that you haven't read.
It's an excellent plan based on the briefings. I can't recall whether or not this was sent to me.
Okay. So if we move on to the next topic, which is something that you've alluded to, the event commanders, there was some switching of commanders, and at the beginning of the event, you weren't always apprised of those changes in a timely manner. So I'd like to ask you about that. Let me find the page reference. OPS 404771. So you see that this is dated January the 30th. It's an email from you to Deputy Chief Ferguson, Deputy Chief Bell. Who's John Steinbachs?
He's the executive, was at that point the executive director of communications and strategy.
And then it was also sent to Russ Lucas and Chris Rayom. So I assume that that was because Superintendent Rayom was the event commander at the time?
That's my understanding, sir.
Now, according to Superintendent Rayom's notes, he was removed as the event commander on or around February the 1st because Trish Ferguson, the Deputy Chief Ferguson, received direction from you to remove him. Is that correct?
No, it's absolutely false.
Right. So that's what I wanted to clarify, because we actually heard from Deputy Chief Ferguson that he was removed for other reasons. But we do have these notations in Superintendent Rayum's notes. That's why I want to bring those to your attention. If we could go to document.
I was told by Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson that the switch for Dunlop was because, my recollection was because Inspector Lucas needed some time off. He was tired. I may have misinterpreted that. Maybe it was Chris Riom, but that's my understanding, that there was a temporary switch to give somebody days off to go and sleep, basically. But I gave no direction whatsoever at any time for Superintendent Riom to be removed from his role as event commander.
Okay, but we do have notes from Superintendent Riom. So first, I want to take you to two sets of notes.
Can I see those notes, sir?
Yes, that's what I'm taking you to. So OPS 30-14537. I believe it's page 5. So 1930.
Which day would that be? Is it the first or the
It
second?
would be the first, I believe, because the date after the line is February the 2nd. We can go back and check. The date might have been on the first page, actually. So can we go back to the first page to establish the date? Or the second page, I guess? Oh, no. Okay, so keep going down. All right, so this is page 2 of 7 is February 1st. Now we scroll down. That's right. That's the next page. I was informed by Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson to report to duty tomorrow at Greenbank and to take care of my teams. No reason why I was removed from NCRCC and that I am no longer the event commander. So the notation on this date suggests that he was removed and he didn't understand why. Now, if we go to page 6, go down a bit. Okay, so now we have his notes on February the 10th, and the notation says, advised by Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson that Chief Slowly had me removed by her on February the 1st. So it appears from these notes that he was removed on the 1st, not told why, and then there's a notation on the 10th that giving him the reason that he was in fact removed by her, well, through her by you. So I just wanted to get your position on what happened.
Absolutely false.
Okay.
Never gave that direction.
So in fact, you were not aware that he was removed?
I understood from my recollection, and I don't know if there's notes to support it, my recollection is hearing that Inspector Lucas was very tired. He'd been gone through the entire planning cycle and had survived through that first weekend, and he had requested time off, and it was for him that Superintendent Dunlop was replacing. I don't recall a reference to Superintendent Riom. I have no recollection whatsoever of any conversation in which it was suggested to me or I directed that Superintendent Riom be removed as the event commander.
Right.
Zero.
Okay. Now, if we could go back
And it's very concerning that it's articulated in that way.
Well, that's why I want to bring these to your attention so you have a chance to respond. OPS 30-14484. And if we can go to page 10, please. So these are notes to yourself again. Yes?
Yes, sir.
It's dated February the 5th. Title is Meet with Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson and DC Bell. I advised that I had only just officially heard that Superintendent Dunlop had replaced Inspector Lucas as the incident commander at the previous briefing. So you just learned on the 5th that Dunlop is now the commander. And
Well, and sorry, again, here's the confusion for me, because either in that meeting or before, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson said Lucas needed time off. We brought Dunlop in. So that's why I'm referring to Lucas, not Reome here. In my mind, my notes, contemporaneous notes are Lucas got replaced. Why? Why didn't you tell me? I had no idea about the Reome piece. I had no idea about why he was removed. I had no idea he was removed. My only context was Lucas was removed, and that was surprising for me.
yes, I'm not challenging your version. I'm just trying to understand from your perspective just what happened, because it was pretty confusing when we're trying to go through the record, as you can imagine. The next paragraph, DC Bell advised that he was the new incident commander installed this week, referring to Dunlop, and was leading the implementation of the preferred POU option. I asked why I was not advised of the change in the incident commander from Inspector Lucas to Superintendent Dunlop. Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson took ownership of that failure to communicate, and DC Bell admitted it was based on his recommendation. I counseled Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson that she was accountable for all incident command decisions, so I hold responsible for this change and for not advising me of the change. I counsel that DC Bell, that he's to stop interfering in Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson's role as Major Incident Commander. I counsel both that such major changes in the leadership of the Incident Commander was to come to me for final approval outside of operational exigencies. I advised both that I did not have confidence in Superintendent Dunlop as the Incident Commander based on his performance at the Panda game and so on. So I just want to clarify a number of things. First, when Superintendent Reome, as the event commander, was replaced by Jamie Dunlop on or around the 1st of February, you had no knowledge of that until on or around the 5th.
Even on the 5th, I don't think I realized what had happened to Reome.
Right, but you did not understand that the event commander is now Dunlop. You did not know that until the 5th.
Yes, sir.
And that was concerning for you.
Extremely.
You addressed the situation with both Ferguson and Bell, and that is because as the chief executive, you needed to know.
I needed to know who was running our operations.
So what effect, if any, did that incident have on your trust of your team, your command team?
It was a massive trust hit.
Tell us about that.
I think it's pretty clear. Honestly, we're in the middle of what is now, I consider, a national security crisis. My opinion, doesn't have to be held by others. Certainly a local public safety crisis. And one of, if not the most important functions, is the incident commander. The major incident commander, event commander, incident commander, that is my entire understanding of the leadership capability and capacity to orchestrate all of what needs to be done across the incident command system, just so that we can continue to provide adequate, effective policing. That is a major level change, and one that was made without any consultation, any communication to me, and one that appeared to have been kept secret from me until literally it came up in the briefing meeting that I had called. I don't even know if to this day that I didn't call that briefing meeting, that I wouldn't have known about it until the Sunday, the Monday, or the Tuesday. What's also materially important in here, if you scroll back up, please. Right there. I asked why I was not advised, he was the new incident commander installed this week and was leading the implementation, this is Dunlop, was leading the implementation of the preferred POU plan. Superintendent Dunlop was not at the February 1st meeting in Canada, that 2-hour-plus meeting where we had that discussion around where are we now and how can we get out of this. He was not a part of the discussion of the public order unit commanders who were expert in that area. How could he have been replaced to lead this if he wasn't part of that essential meeting. I left explicit instructions, and it was in the notes that you showed earlier. If you need anything more from me, if you need to clarify, I'm available to you. This is clearly one of the most important things that I've asked Trish Ferguson and her incident command team, who were there represented as fully as they could be. Lucas couldn't attend, you recall, for whatever reason. This is critical. I need a set of options in 3 days before the weekend events come. And somehow in that time frame, without me understanding or even knowing, a switch of that magnitude was made and then put in charge of the planning for that I was expecting a briefing on. I finally got a briefing later in the afternoon on the 5th of those 3 options. Could it have meant I could have had a briefing on the Wednesday or the Thursday? Possibly. And could that have meant that we could have started 2 days, 3 days, 4 days earlier to actualize that scale of operations, including making the request for the public order commanders on scale that I was told on the February 1st meeting? We lost time, and clearly there was a lot of confusion. Even this note demonstrates I'm still not quite sure who's running what. And for a chief of police, with the citizens in the trauma and victimization that they were under, our own members, as struggling as they were, at best I can call this a significant lack of judgment on behalf of my 2 operational deputies. At worst, probably this would have been a review that I would have done after the events had concluded and looked at it even more closely.
Did your level of trust in your 2 deputies change from that point on?
Yes,
Did they regain your trust afterwards?
significantly. But at that point, it was low.
And to support some of the other things that you've said, can we go to OPS 3014479?
While that document's being pulled up, Commissioner, I would just note it's Paul Chant for the record. Just taking a look at the testimony of Deputy Chief Ferguson, it wasn't put to her by any witness about whether she had been directed by former Chief Slowly to remove Superintendent Rayom from that position. So I'm just noting for the record that we don't have any other evidence on that in the background. Thank you.
I believe my friend is correct. I think she simply said the reason she believed he was removed, but she wasn't given this document.
Yeah, we'll just look at the transcripts and confirm that. Thank you.
So if we can go to page 67. Do you see the notation? The chief began by saying, we floundered last week, and because we switched riders partway, can read the next word?
Through, I believe.
Right. Through, perhaps you're better at reading this. Can you help us?
I don't know if I'm better, sir, but what I can read here, the chief began by saying, we floundered last week, and because we had switched riders partway through, the switch between Rayom and Dunlop to... indicating the switch between Rayom to Dunlop to Patterson. The chief and the team will not change any of the players until the operation is over, unless Bill gets hit with a truck. I don't know what that means.
Well, that comment was supposedly attributed to you.
I have never used that term in my life, so I don't know what that means. Bill gets hit. Who's Bill?
But apart from that phrase on the last line, do you agree that this was the message communicated on this day, which I believe is February the 9th?
These are her interpretations of what was communicated, so I don't agree with...
No, but I'm asking for your recollection, if anything was said of that nature on February the 9th.
So of that nature, we will not be changing out any of the major incident command positions unless there's exigent circumstances. If it's 3 o'clock in the morning and someone got hit by a truck and you got to switch, tell me in the morning at the first early opportunity or call me. Because I had a standing position that any major issue, I could be woken up out of bed for a phone call. Operational, officer safety issue, or a major issue like this, you can call me, and they all knew that. So, but other than that, the team we have, the plan we have, implement the heck out of it.
Right. You expressed the view that things were delayed because of this unfortunate miscommunication, or for whatever reason, the lack of communication of the change to you, or to seek your approval first.
No, to be clear, things were delayed, things were confused. There was a churn of 3 incident commanders within a way too short period of time. Yes, some of that might have resulted in delays. I can't tell you specifically. It felt to me that the POU plan was delayed because of Dunlop's insertion and his need to get up to speed and his then reinterpretation of things. That's about the only thing I can point to that was materially delayed. I don't know if there's any other material delays, but the confusion was clear. This is also around the same time, I believe, that we're starting to get some concerns that are articulated from the OPP that there's confusion with the incident command team. I recall a phone call from Commissioner Creek in this period where he was saying, my folks are saying there seems to be some confusion with your incident command team. I took that to mean what was happening in this circumstance. And that's why on February 9th, when the integrated planning team was coming in for their briefing, that we weren't going to do this to ourselves again.
So do you remember saying something about floundering the week before because of a switch in commanders?
I might have used a term like that, yes.
Okay, that's helpful. And you talked also about the discussions around...
Not across the board, that's not a pejorative term. We were floundering around the incident command switch.
Right, precisely. And you mentioned PLT was discussed around this time too. Okay, let me take you to where I want to go. I want to talk to you about the use of PLT. In fact, I think we may be going back in time because these notes were made on the 8th or 9th, and this is a discussion about the week before, whether things were delayed the week before. So I'm going back to the week before. We've all heard about the Coventry incident. I believe you know what I'm referring to.
I believe I do, but I'll let you carry on.
Right, so specifically, the PLT was involved with some successes and challenges during that first week. Do you agree? So for example, we've heard about Coventry, we've also heard about Confederation Park. And would you consider the PLT's involvement at the Confederation Park, the clearing of the Confederation Park, to be a success?
One they significantly contributed to, yes.
So I want to get your perspective on the role of the PLT within the operational system, because we've heard from different witnesses about these diverging approaches, emphasis being put on enforcement as opposed to engagement, so to speak. And we've heard evidence that you and perhaps Mark Patterson, Superintendent Patterson, at the time, during that week of what one witness has described as ad hoc enforcement periods, that the two of you were favoring more enforcement, in contrast to Deputies Ferguson and Bell, who were more in favor of PLT. I'm sorry, that's a long preamble, but do you get what I was trying to convey?
I understand that there's been a theme around that. I
Perhaps you can
completely disagree with it. From my earliest days in training as a public order unit commander, and in all of my times as a public order incident commander, major incident commander, duty operations commander, the use of engagement, community engagement, pre, during, all the way through, even in the restoration phase, has been something I was trained to and did in both police services that I had the honor to be part of, Toronto Police Service and the Ottawa Police Service. While the PLT program expanded from an RCMP, OPP kind of technique to broader, to other police services, for that most part, I was out of policing at that time. I had left the Toronto Police Service and was a partner at Deloitte. I came back into the Ottawa Police Service, and the term police liaison team was a new term to me, but their function was not new at all to me. I had deployed such tactics, seen them work effectively and less effectively, and fail, but always had that approach. Come back out of incident command, and I know I'm going too fast. Come back out of incident command, the concept of community engagement is something that I had been championing for and had done at multiple levels for multiple decades. There isn't anyone on God's green earth that would have to convince me of the necessity and the value of community engagement, trust building, negotiation, mediation, de-escalation in any aspect of policing, not the least of which in incident command, critical incident command. I have never in my entire life as a police officer, certainly as I became a senior officer and an executive and chief of police, have advocated for more enforcement over anything else. My record in the public is exhaustive on that. The operational plans I led in the Toronto Police Service, when I had 4,000 officers under my control, responsible for anti-gang activities, always had a significant element of mediation, negotiation, and engagement. I built the Toronto Police neighborhood policing strategy and brought that here to Ottawa. So this concept of Peter Slowly as being some sort of ultra enforcement driven focused leader is a narrative that someone has constructed to attack my character, but bears no resemblance whatsoever to my actual record in policing, including my time as chief of police here in Ottawa, including the 3 weeks that I was in charge of the Ottawa Police Service during these events.
Is it fair to say then that the view attributed to you as less inclined to allow the PLT team to do its work and to prefer quick win, as one witness has described it, by enforcement methods, that is inaccurate?
I did talk about quick wins, as I do literally in every major operation or administrative project. You need quick wins. I think that's just basically standard around. To do something different, you need to prove you can do it different, and it builds morale and confidence. In that concept, quick wins was my contribution to that, and I didn't get any sense that there was a wrong or a misunderstood contribution. What unfortunately has happened is that has been tied by someone or some people for some reason unknown to me to mean that PLT could not or should not be used, or could not and should not be used properly, or worse, that somehow I had to approve every single PLT action, otherwise it could not occur. And that is a complete fabrication and a lie.
And just to clarify your attitude on the role of the PLT, so let's go to the next document and see if you can enlighten us. OPS 304568. Now, just to give you the context, I believe these are the notes of Staff Sergeant Ferguson, not Deputy Chief Ferguson, Staff Sergeant Ferguson, who was the lead of the PLT team at the OPS.
Sorry, just for correction, John was brought in partway through the events to provide additional supports and leadership to the PLT, but that wasn't a function he had beforehand.
Right.
That's a decision that I was aware of and fully supported.
Yes.
For council, does that OPS 30144568?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if we can go to page 15, please. Can we enlarge? So I believe the date is February 5th, but we can confirm if we need to. So do you see, Chief Slowly, here the notation that says continue to negotiate PLT doing a great job. Need more of them trained. So maybe we should scroll up just to give the witness some context.
This is February 5th?
We can go scroll further up.
Okay.
So it's February 5th. So it's a conference call, critical incident command. We go further down. Go down. I thought there was a reference to the chief briefing.
A reference to what?
That it was the chief who was.
Well, it's further up, there's a reference.
Oh, okay,
to
so
the
I
chief.
just missed it.
I saw.
So, Chief Slowly, do you remember congratulating or encouraging the team
I don't
because
have
they
a,
were doing a good job?
sorry to interrupt. I don't have a specific recollection, but I on literally a daily basis, that would have been a comment that came from me. So I'm glad it was captured by John Ferguson. I'm glad I said that because they probably deserved it based on the success of Confederation Park. I don't have an explicit recollection.
But there are other occasions when we see notations in other people's notes, not with regard to this incident, but PLT or negotiation more generally when the comments are a little more ambiguous. So I want to get your help in illuminating that. I want to take you to another document, OPS 30144454. If we go to page 55, so we're now on February 5th. If we go down, can we go back up, please? It appears I may have the wrong reference. A moment's indulgence. Okay, I don't want to waste anyone's time. Let's move on to another document. Can we go to page 32, same document? So here, there's a notation, what is our trajectory? And then there are two branches, enforced end, or negotiated occupation end. Need to take a decision today. February the 3rd.
Sorry, whose notes would these be? And
I believe these are notes taken by the legal services.
okay. February
So-
3rd. And sorry, what time or what's
I'm not sure we have the time. We just have the date, which is February 3rd. If you want to scroll up, we can see if we can find out more. But that's redacted, so that's not helpful. So we're left with these notes. It may be that you cannot help us with more information, but I thought I'd try. Do you recall anything discussed along these lines on the 3rd?
again, I don't know how many meetings I would have had on the 3rd. Do you have a sense of what, is this a morning meeting? Is this an afternoon meeting?
Unfortunately, the context, we don't have much to guide us on these pages. So I'll just leave this and move on to the Coventry incident. Okay, so I have a new note. Let's try page 59. Same document, page 59. If we go to the bottom, please. right here. So here, there's a notation. This is again on February the 5th. The notation that says, negotiation gives us legitimacy to use force if negotiation fails. I take NEG to refer to negotiation. You can.
It's not my handwriting, so.
No, these are the
I would
the
assume
notes
so,
from
yes.
the legal
Yes,
services. But PS, I take it refers to your initials.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall any discussions around the use of negotiation as a way to give the police legitimacy to use force should it fail?
Well, somebody's interpretation. In every aspect of policing, a measured approach is the preferred approach. From our use of force continuum through to incident command, communication, negotiation, de-escalation, risk mitigation is the preferred route. And if you can't demonstrate you did it, even for a second, even if you had a second of opportunity, if you can't demonstrate that you attempted to do that, then you have less legitimacy around your decision to use force. That would be the context in which I'm talking about it. What I am not saying here, to be clear, is let's just pretend to negotiate while we put on the armor and go in there and hurt people. I would never say that.
And if anyone suggests otherwise, they would have misunderstood your view on the matter.
It would be really hard to understand how they could misunderstand that, but that would be the most charitable thing I could say.
Right. Now, we spoke earlier about the success at the Confederation Park, the involvement of the PLT. Now I want to take you to the event involving Coventry. That didn't go so well, did it, for the PLT?
Well, thank you for that clarification. From my limited understanding of it, there was a lot of moving parts there. Mm-hmm. In the net, I'm still not sure whether as a whole it advanced our operations. It certainly caused, again, confusion and contention among key elements of it and demonstrated that we were not at the level of maturity and optimal alignment around these things. But some good things did occur as well.
What good thing occurred in your view?
This was part of the change to the transition from the pre-plan into a new phase of involving more attempts to stop fuel coming into the location. We had just, I think that week, had the success of at least temporarily ending the GoFundMe piece. We were starting to see some effect from the efforts of addressing unlawful and unruly behavior in our neighborhoods. We were starting to get a sense of what the priorities are. We had the Confederation Park win. I would call that a full win, largely through PLT, which I've talked about. So we were starting to show that we could aim at a priority, at a problem, and an objective, and get a material result out of it, not just be paralyzed into complete reactive, immobilized periods of time, which we had suffered in the first 72 hours. So for me, this was a sign that we were starting to get somewhere towards the front foot rather than being completely on the back foot. So while I would completely agree, it was a challenge for the PLT and a substantive one, and I won't in any way change the commentary that others have brought to it. But to suggest that it was a complete failure, I can't agree to that.
As I understand it, the issue was not so much whether it was legitimate to seize fuel or to prevent people from taking fuel downtown. As Superintendent Bowden explained, that wasn't the issue. The issue was for the PLT team to tell the protesters that something is okay, but then to turn around and arrest people when they take the fuel away. That's the problem. That's leading to mistrust between the PLT and the protesters. Do you agree?
And I don't want to be obtuse on this. That level of detail, I was never aware of. After the fact, why didn't that happen? The morning I'm briefed on it didn't happen. I have no idea if it happened or didn't happen. I think one of my complaints is I actually didn't get a call the night before to say it wasn't going to happen. So I don't know what was said by what PLT member to who, what promise was made. I have no level of understanding, even to this day, what the PLT log notes say that they told them and versus what happened. I've heard repeated descriptions of what took place, and even to this day, I'm still not quite sure what the sequence of events was. Clearly, though, I am aware that there was a significant departure from the optimal way that PLT should be utilized, and it had a major impact on the PLT's abilities to move forward. That I am aware of, and I'm confident enough in that evaluation, and that's why you will see even more after this point. I'm requesting additional PLT expertise from Commissioner Creek. I'm reinforcing PLT and the need for it to be properly utilized literally at every meeting that happens after this.
Just so we're on the same page, it may be helpful if I take you to the interview summary of Staff Sergeant Ferguson. If we can go to WTS 6027, please, at page 8. So he provided a description of what happened that day. I'd like to read that to you and then get your thoughts on it. So at 4:40 p.m. on February the 6th, Superintendent Patterson advised Staff Sergeant Ferguson that POU was going to Coventry Road and would be seizing fuel for evidentiary purposes. At that time, PLT had been at Coventry Road for at least 2 hours, engaging with protesters. Staff Sergeant Ferguson informed Superintendent Patterson that PLT was negotiating with the protesters and that they were compliant. But Superintendent Patterson indicated that he intended to proceed with the public order operation. Staff Sergeant Ferguson attempted unsuccessfully to convince others in OPS not to proceed with the public order operation at Coventry Road. At 5 p.m., Inspector Marin reiterated Superintendent Patterson's direction to Staff Sergeant Ferguson that they did not want the fuel from Coventry Road to be displaced and that they were proceeding without warrant. At 5:10 p.m., Staff Sergeant Ferguson contacted Deputy Chief Bell and advised him that the enforcement operation would undermine PLT's negotiations, which had been proceeding for at least 2 hours. Staff Sergeant Ferguson informed Deputy Chief Bell that protesters were compliant. Shortly after the call ended at 5:18 p.m., Deputy Chief Bell contacted Staff Sergeant Ferguson and informed him that he agreed with Superintendent Patterson's decision. Later that evening, Staff Sergeant Ferguson learned that Deputy Chief Bell supported Superintendent Patterson's decision because 3 convoy vehicles had left the Coventry Road site and were transporting fuel to supply protesters downtown. In a nutshell, that's what happened. Do you have any view on what transpired there? And any thoughts on how these kind of problems or troubles could have been avoided?
Well, if that is accurate, and again, it's one person's account, but for the purpose of, there's so many problems in this paragraph beyond the PLT. Mm-hmm. Staff Sergeant Ferguson contacting Deputy Chief Bell.
Sorry?
Staff Sergeant Ferguson contacting Deputy Chief Bell makes no sense to me.
Why is that?
Deputy Chief Bell is not in charge of operations in any way on February 6th. That is an internal incident command contact out of is all of a sudden in the middle of PLT world, he's likely not aware of the larger intelligence and the larger frame of operations that Superintendent Patterson is. Even Superintendent Patterson is probably 24 hours into his job. So there's a lot of people who've been all of a sudden moved into different positions after a period of Rheaume, Dunlop, Patterson. There's a lot of confusion happening at this point. This is clearly an evidence of a suboptimal system trying to right itself. People trying to do the right things, but not really coordinating, in some places conflicting. And people trying to get help, but going up the wrong chains of command, and the wrong chains of command getting involved in areas that they shouldn't be getting involved in. If this is accurate, Deputy Bell should have contacted Deputy Ferguson. There's a concern from PLT. I'm making you aware of it. Can you manage that back down? That would have been more appropriate. So there's a lot of things happening in here. It's on the basis of one individual's concept, and that's an individual who's probably relatively new into their position and has never been trained on PLT. So
Sorry, which one
problematic.
you're talking about now?
That big long paragraph that I'm.
No, which one? Who wasn't trained on PLT?
My understanding is that John Ferguson was a trained and excellent crisis negotiator,
Right.
but was never trained on PLT as a police liaison officer. That's my understanding. I stand to be corrected.
Right. So to summarize, we have confusion regarding the command structure. Who should be reporting to whom about what? You were giving us the example of Staff Sergeant John Ferguson seeking direction from Bell.
I suspect John's substantive position is under Deputy Bell's command, and so in his brain, if I have a problem, I escalate it to my deputy. I'm assuming that.
Right.
That's the only reason, logical reason why he would go to Deputy Chief Bell and not go through Patterson, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, to get a resolution to the problem that he's facing.
And there were a lot of movement from one unit to another for a lot of people during those periods,
Absolutely.
right? And the fact that the event commanders has changed a few times, Patterson being the third commander also didn't help. What about the fact that the PLT and the enforcement arm, which we learn were the two sides of the command triangle, what about the fact that they didn't seem to be coordinating their actions in carrying out their respective responsibilities? Is that a big concern?
It's a big concern, sir. And again, I reiterate, this is an Ottawa Police Service that its PLT program was a part-time program. The PLT officers, I had approved them to get training, I think, in the late summer, early fall of 2021. So they're a part-time group of people who within 6 months get some training. We're still in COVID. I don't know how many times they've been able to utilize that training in any substantive way before the arrival of this massive unprecedented event. And then they're literally asked to do the impossible from the beginning to the end and do the best job they possibly can. But no, there isn't an optimal optimization within this incredible unprecedented event between that command triangle. There isn't. And even with the extra help that we got from the OPP and the arrival of experts like Inspector Baudouin, we weren't going to be able to flick a switch and all of a sudden go from OPS immaturity to OPP excellence within the dynamics of what's taking place in real time in the city of Ottawa.
So without any unrealistic expectation of flicking a switch, what are your thoughts on what we can do better in terms of avoiding this kind of troubles? What can we learn from all of this?
Thank you. Well, first of all, again, Commissioner, the incident command system, I had the honor and pleasure in, I think, 2008, 2009, along with Mike McDonnell, then of the RCMP, and Sue O'Sullivan, who was then a deputy chief here in the Ottawa Police Service. All of us had been trained up on the incident command system. We believe that that was the appropriate incident command system for the types of demonstrations we were seeing in the new century. Hate to make myself sound old, but that's what we were back then. And we had made presentations to the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police that to avoid integration challenges, we should have a standard incident command approach across the province. We were able to get the OACP executive to adopt that, and that became, through that process, I don't want to say the standard because I can't say for sure it's written into the current Police Service Act standards, but that became the default standard for incident command across the province. We attempted to do that at the CACP level. I got promoted and I don't know where that ended up. I now know there's a national framework. Long way of saying, we're going to increasingly have to bring large organizations together across potentially multiple sites. We need to be working off the same understanding, nomenclature, processes. We need to narrow that gap of gray zone between strategic, operational, and tactical. I would suggest we also need to narrow the gray zone around a working incident command structure as it sits into the regular business of policing in any jurisdiction or multiple jurisdictions. Training needs to be standardized, nomenclature needs to be standardized, equipment needs to be standardized, joint training needs to happen, and all of that has to happen a long time before a major unprecedented paradigm shifting event like what we just saw arrives in any jurisdiction. This is one of those structural deficits, sir, that have existed for decades in policing. It doesn't all require money, but it's going to require a little bit of investment on that end. But it requires an investment of time and resources and focus. And what this event did to Ottawa, to Ontario, and Canada was exposed that type of structural deficit. It's the same concept of structural deficit around intelligence gathering. We can't afford to duct tape our way through these incidents anymore. And unfortunately, this reads like a duct tape effort to get through a really complicated, dynamic situation. I need to be clear. Every name here did their best in the circumstances they found themselves in. I don't read into anything here a deliberate attempt to undermine or frustrate or cause risk to the public. It just didn't go off very well.
Thank you. Commissioner, I note the time. We're past 1 o'clock. Would this be an appropriate time to break?
Okay, so we'll take the lunch break for an hour and come back to continue the evidence. Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure.
Well, that was interesting. A lot of great acting there. Fantastic acting.
What a performance, you know. What a performance.
Right? What an absolute performance. Beautiful performance. Award-winning. Absolutely award-winning. If you haven't already, check out wcfreedom.com. You'll get updates from us. Everything we're doing over here. We're keeping track of what's happening in Canada, and we are bringing you the news, unredacted, unfiltered, whatever we can get our hands on. Go to wcfreedom.com. And that will take you, let me just get this off the top of the screen. There you go. So wcfreedom.com will take you to the newsletter. From there, you can look at stuff like this posted, let you know what's happening here. For example, Patrick Morris testifying, and get that information. Let me take off this side screen over here, this lens I got going. There you go. So that's it. wcfreedom.com will take you to the newsletter, and you can get going with that. All right, I really appreciate that. That will help us stay in touch because platforms don't necessarily allow you to say everything that you necessarily want to say at all times. Different platforms have different TOSs, terms of services. So there it is, right there at the top, wcfreedom.com. All right. So let's see here. Chief Slowly, at it again. I like this lady over here. She knows she's on camera. See that? She's like,
Yeah. Oh, she's like, hey, hi.
Hi, how you doing? How you doing? Oh, I got something going on over here. There we go. These are
Yeah, that was a passionate performance, you might say.
Yeah, that was indeed. Let's see here. Sending the clowns as multi-zo dog. So now this is an inquiry as to how police can be better pranners or maybe piranhas, all irrelevant BS. Well, you know, it's interesting because you see he's throwing, you got the Trish Ferguson, deputy chief stuff with John Ferguson running the PLT, now with Patterson, who surprisingly has not been called to testify at this Public Order Emergency Commission. As you can see, it is getting a bit more crowded there. Today we're seeing a lot more people in the room than we've seen over the last couple of days, as we had a lot more small time. And I don't want to make, listen, Radawans, you amazing Radawans out there, you've done amazing rat work. So I'm not trying to diminish your rat work that you've done. City Council was on. But now we're getting to the heart of the matter. We are actually getting the people who call the shots. That's what we're doing. We're getting Chief Slowly, and we're getting other people like that. Stick to the prance, says ProPass. Lots of wokies, says Ricky Bobby Homie. Passion, the liquor store, boinkin' and bonkin', says Major Ruckus. There it is. So, I mean, it is getting spicy. So I'm going to take you through a little bit over here so you can see what I'm talking about, because you're probably wondering. Not everybody keeps up to date with everything, and I don't think anybody even can. Any single person can. There's just so much going on. But I'm going to show you what I can to explain what I can explain. Okay, so interview summary. Former Chief Slowly. Let me make my little Why don't you give us your impressions while I get this ready, Pan, for a second here?
Yeah, as was stated before, he was referred to as, being passionate behind the scenes. Well, you're seeing that now. You've seen tears. You have people in the chat, hail the chat. Thank you for joining us. People referring to him as Denzel slowly. It was such a performance. So,
Wallflower says, can we watch that clip? Which clip would you like to watch, Wallflower? Let me know. So it'll be easy for me to find out. Okay. So if you go down to this interview, Patterson, page 39. Go to page 39. He's got 61. So this is from the documents off the Public Order Emergency Commission homepage. If you go to Public Order Emergency Commission, just type that into Google or wherever you search. And then from there, you click on documents. From the documents, you can go down to exhibits. You scroll down, and then you can do a search for Slowly. Slowly will take you to see everything that's got his name, at least in the title of the document. I don't think it's a full text search, which is why I would like to download. I would like to be able to get every exhibit that has been put on their site, archive it, throw it into a search indexer, and then from there do a full text search on it, but they're not giving access to that. This is, again, transparency technology where these two things mix together. Anyhow, so we got a few Slowly documents. So we got Peter Slowly's interview summary. So what is that? Basically, the commission counsel interviews him when he starts. They interviewed every one of the witnesses, put together this interview summary. Former Chief Peter Slowly was interviewed by Frank Au, as we just saw. That was Frank Au and all these other people between certain dates, okay, August and September, all the way up to October 5th. Questions about the summary should be directed to Frank Au, so Frank is the one in charge of putting this together. 61 pages. We jump to 39, page 39. This is where things start to get spicy, and this is what he was talking about towards the end there. And you can see him getting passionate, and he is a passionate man. That is known about him. He's a passionate man. Let me see if I can increase this without being. I can get the page. Can I do that? No, probably not with this. Oh, there you go. It's a little bit bigger. All right. So during a discussion about integrating PLT's Police Liaison Team. What is that? The Police Liaison Team are the ones who speak to you, originally founded at the Ipperwash Inquiry, which was around one of these Native Indian events that went sideways. Okay, so in OPP founded that. PLT is now an Ottawa Police Service as well. And of course, ex-Chief Peter Slowly is the Chief of Ottawa Police, not OPP. Okay. Superintendent Patterson, who is running the riot squad, which is called the Public Order Unit, which is also, interestingly, where Slowly has come from. He's come from the riot squad unit. We'll look into that in a second. Superintendent Patterson becomes agitated and accuses Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. Now, there's two Fergusons. You're going to see Trish Ferguson and John Ferguson. Trish and John are married. One of them is above the other, the lady, the woman, the female, the mother, not mother, I don't know if they got kids, but the wife is the deputy chief. Patterson, you got to remember there's always this interplay between the riot team and the police liaison team, right? Because those are not necessarily going to be in sync at all times. You want to keep them in sync, I'm imagining, if I'm running a riot squad as well. Let's say I'm the chief. What I want to do is, Penn, right? You want to keep your riot squad in sync with the liaison squad.
Yeah, you have to, or else it's just going to be chaos. One team is there to discuss and be a mediator, and the other team is to come in and stomp heads when that mediation doesn't work. So, they should be on the same page for sure.
All right, so here's the problem, is that you got a guy named Patterson, Mark Patterson, and he is claiming that because the head of who they're reporting to, which is the deputy chief here, is married to the guy who is running the police liaison team at that time, which is John Ferguson, that they got an issue here, right? Because there's that nepotism issue that's coming out. So Staff Sergeant John Ferguson was supervising PLT at the time. And interestingly enough, we heard Slowly say that John Ferguson, now I'm pretty sure, I'd have to re-listen to him, pretty sure I heard him say that John Ferguson didn't have that PLT training yet. He was supervising the police liaison team, which is kind of strange now because things are not all fitting together as clear, or possibly people are being shuffled around. That's what we're hearing. We're hearing a lot of shuffling around people. They don't have any kind of integrated system to manage they're in disarray, in other words. Okay, so Chief Slowly viewed Superintendent Patterson, because Mark Patterson now comments saying, look, there's a problem here, and he saying that his comments are out of line and perceived that they caused a break in the relationship between Patterson and Trish Ferguson. So now you got a break in command, right? All of a sudden you got problems. You got chaos. After the meeting, Chief Slowly visits Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, which is Trish, to do a wellness check on her. She's very emotional, very tired. So he seeks her input on the incident about what Mark Patterson said and did. And that gets into it. There's another article where it gets into what he did and said. Trish Ferguson, Acting Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson, tells Slowly that Mark Patterson had acted unprofessionally and she no longer felt she could work with him. All right, so that's a problem. He's the leader of the riot team. Chief Slowly agrees and asks Trish Ferguson to take time off and get some rest. And says, you know what? Chief Bell can take over Mark Patterson's role temporarily, or no, her role until her return, because she's going to rest. She appreciates the support, goes home and rests. Chief Slowly later phones Patterson and then advises that the earlier incident results in a relationship rupture such that he can no longer serve as event commander. So Mark Patterson, because of that, is no longer going to be in his position as head of the riot team. He'll return to his role as head of the Intelligence Directorate. Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, Trish Ferguson, took February 11th off work and returned the next day on February 12th. So there's the days of our lives inside of the police. I don't know why. It's like literally like a high school rumor mill over there. But we got Chintzy 13. CBC says, after testimony at the EAC, Emergency Act Commission, former Chief Slowly has been awarded a cabinet position for knowns and unknowns as well as crocodile tears. Wallflower says, can I get the telegram? The telegram room is right over here. You just do a search for war campaign. Okay, war campaign. And you're going to find the war campaign -chat. I'll just drop the link. How about that? Should I do that? Should I just drop the link? Manage group.
Just drop the link.
Just drop the link. Drop the link. How could you do the... I'll drop the link for this. I don't know where how to do this. View channel info. There it is. There's a link. There it is. Link is copied to the clipboard. There you go. There's a link. War campaign. You'll see it right there. And then you click on the comments. And then if you hit join at the top, you can join that. There you go. Here, rare image. How do we do this here? Rare image of Trudeau preparing for the arrival of the trucker convoy. There you go. That's from Tara. Appreciate that. There you go. All right, so that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Now, slowly, right now, we just hit up onto February 7th. We're slowly being questioned. He's being grilled by Frank Owl, asking him questions specifically around February the 7th. What happened there? Why, people are not, or they're not actually reporting to the people they should be reporting to. It's a problem. That's a problem right there. So we're going to find out. And these things are quite a few pages long. And there's a lot of meat in there. There really is if you want to go through it. Okay, but I'm going to show you here. This is what it is. So CBC put this out about Mark Patterson. And Mark Patterson was suspended in June after allegations of misconduct. So think about that for a minute. So this is the guy running the riot squad, and he is suspended. Suspended police superintendent was at the center of canceled convoy raids, oversaw early lapses in local intelligence, and levied an allegation of collusion against his deputy chief, Trish Ferguson. And he's not scheduled to testify at the public inquiry into the occupation. Why could that be? What do you think the reason is for that? What could that reason be? Why he's not being asked to testify? Kind of strange. He's a goon template, says Kekagluant. Mr. Club, yeah. So I don't know what's happening there. Okay, let's see over here. He was revealed by the inquiry as a central figure in the infighting that plagued Ottawa police during the early days, and CBC uses the word occupation. They won't even say, the commission is not even going to say, will not say whether he's even interviewed. Laurie Fitzgerald says he will fry them. Let's call him, says Renee Mosha. That's a good idea. He would rat them all out, says no way, no how. Irreparable harm will be done if he testifies. Irreparable harm. That is a line that Doug Ford used not to testify. Let's see what the latest news is on Doug Ford showing up at the inquiry. How about let's do that? 4 hours ago. Beautiful. Pan, take it away, brother.
Doug Ford can likely invoke parliamentary privilege to avoid the Emergencies Act inquiry. Should he? Ontario's premier's legal challenge could cause mini constitutional crisis, legal expert says.
All right. Well, so much for being transparent, says Christine Noseworthy. Right there, it is. So you got Mark Patterson from that article previously, right over here. Okay, who's not even the Public Order Emergency Commission is not even saying whether he's being interviewed. A spokesperson said on Monday, the commission is not disclosing the particulars of the process followed in its investigation. So Mark Patterson, not even being, we don't even know if he was asked. They won't tell us. So much for transparency. Okay, who is the head of the riot team, the riot squad. And of course, he led the raid on Coventry on February 6th. And yet, hey, let me do a search here. Why not? Mark Patterson. Mark Patterson, Coventry. Feb 6, 2022.
So was that when they dismantled the little structure there?
No,
Coventry, was that?
They didn't dismantle.
What was it?
So that when they came in, they confiscated fuel. You know, they did some damage, I think. I remember I got the footage. You want to see the footage? Here, I'll show it to you. Here we go. Let's see your YouTube war campaign.
It all blends together for me.
I know there's so much it goes down, and it's really hard to remember everything. So let's go all the way down to February 6th. Okay, here we go. February 6th. February 6th. Police raid. So this is the aftermath. Okay. So this is the aftermath. Coventry is a parking lot. Right? It's a parking lot outside of an arena. I'm walking around in the dark. Let me see if I can get to some light. Okay, so here it is. All right, so they've been raided now. And people are shaken up. It's the middle of the night. The riot team led by Mark Patterson has come in. You know, I was talking to everyone. If I turn the audio up, you can hear me speaking French and talking to people, getting the information about what happened. And it was not a good time.
So this was Patterson's big night.
Really? Yeah. It was all staged out of America. It was well coordinated.
That's neat.
It was
really cool. Mayflower, huh?
Operation Mayflower.
Operation.
I think there's one or two Reddit articles.
Let's get some more here. Let's go through.
Is that where the other places?
City of Ottawa. I think so.
Yeah. Pat, you got to just behind your leg.
Okay, let's keep going through. But yeah, the aftermath, man. People are shaken up. And yeah, this is it. This is Coventry. So this is what Coventry looked like, right? You had like a tent here. You had some what are they called? Not saunas. Yeah, there were saunas. That's right. There were saunas. The kind of the Finnish type, you know, with the cedar wood.
A nice hot tub.
Right. All that stuff going on. Hot tub was actually at the actual in front of Parliament. Some guys had set one up there, but here they had some saunas. I mean, correct. You know, there may have been some other stuff in here. I mean, there was so much. Right. I do remember they had the saunas here. So this is it. They did the raid. PLT. So after this, the big problem from this entire thing is that after this, the police liaison team, which is led at this time by John Ferguson, which is Trish Ferguson's husband, no longer, that entire team feels like there's no point anymore for them. Because the people have lost all faith. Right? Are you gonna trust police when they've been saying to you all kinds of things to you the entire time? Okay, hold on a second here. You know what I got? I think I got a Pat King video here because I had downloaded all these when these were. So this will be Coventry. There it is. Here, check this one out.
Maybe it's yours. I don't know.
I don't know.
Let's go up here.
That's how we.
Holy crap! Yeah.
Oh, until a friend gave me the car.
No, this is.
Don't cry. I don't want to cry. I've been crying all morning.
We got so much footage. All this, he was forced to wipe everything down, right? Many people were forced to wipe everything down. I'm going to, let me see over here. Why were they asked to wipe everything down? Because you get thrown in jail, and then when you get thrown in jail, the only way to get out is to delete your internet presence. That happened to Patrick McNulty, the guy who was fighting for ArriveCAN. Okay, the guy there who was working the CBSA officer, very handsome looking fellow that we ran the Give, Send, Go for. I'm just going to show this to you for a second here. All right, so this Patrick McNulty, they did the same thing to him. He's no longer allowed to post anywhere. They did the same thing to Tamara Leach, not allowed to post anything anywhere on social media. They do this to everybody, anybody who gets caught in anything, which is part of the reason at this point I'm thinking take it easy, you know what I mean, with some of these rallies or whatever. Just watch, because you don't know what they're trying to set up and what they're trying to do. So, you know, there's a lot going on there. We do know that they rely on open source intel. Open source intel, of course, means watching all your social medias. So we knew they had done some nasty edits on whatever Pat King had said, right? Taking a lot of stuff out of context. We knew here at the war campaign that they were going to make him delete everything. So in light of that, we first downloaded every video off of his Facebook so that we could show unedited things and actually get the whole source context, because once you delete everything off Facebook like that, it ain't coming back. You know, you can't send Zuckerberg a message and say, hey, come back out. So we got all his videos, and that is, you got to have all this stuff, right, if you want to be able to bring truth to the lies that they're bringing. So they've done that to everybody. You know, they'll delete all your stuff, and then they'll use a clip, and that clip is what's going to be repeated on CBC continuously. You know, just like they were talking about, this guy slowly was talking about the native elders were unhappy, and yet this guy, Pat King, he had done some kind of ceremony. There's some video of him sitting with a bunch of native people banging the drums or whatever they do, you know. So they had some kind of ceremony where they blessed him. In any case, this is it. This is the, unfortunately, I don't see it apparently here. Let me see if I can just scroll through it quick. It doesn't jump out at me. But Coventry raid. If anybody has got a link, drop it into the Telegram for me, and I'll play it on the screen right here for us now. Let me see. See this ceremonial pipe offering? Yeah, this is the one.
Pat, hold it up. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Confederation Park.
Yeah, you gotta fix your fly.
It's broken.
Yeah, this is
Notice when you come here and you walk around this place.
This is Confederation Park.
This land has been tainted very hard. A lot of people don't know it, but I highly recommend you go to the War Memorial or the War Museum. And when you walk into the War Museum, you'll see right as you walk in, there's a giant.
It's all for the greater good. George says, Mark. Yep. Bang the war drum tail.
He's showing respect to this culture, these native people, their land, but at the same time, the government wants to tell you that he's a white supremacist.
Right?
It's crazy. It's crazy, man. I feel for the guy. You know, it's him, Tamara. You know, I hope I'm saying her name correctly. McNulty, Mackenzie, all these guys, man. I feel for them.
Railroad, it says, Chief Slowly said, we had to shut down the fuel, funds, and fun. The residents of Ottawa were upset because the convoy was having too much fun. Did you clip it? I didn't clip it, but we do have that. I mean, I can clip that. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. You're right, actually. That's a great idea, Railroad. That's a great idea because they want to shut down the fun, and I want to talk about that for a minute. Look at this. You got all these people over here. Look at this. Okay, and then you want to lie and say that it was the native people or whatever, you know, we're unhappy, the native elders. That's what you want to see this? I mean, come on, give me a break. Give me a break. It's totally nonsense. And why do they want to shut down the fund? What is that about? Why do they want to shut down the fund? I'll tell you why they want to shut down the fund. Because Ottawa residents, Rattawa residents, the hardcore leftists, not all the residents, I know that for sure, 100%, because I know plenty of them here. I live here in Ottawa, in Rattawa. there's the leftist hardcore, specifically under McKinney and Matthew McFlurry, under their little fiefdoms, are so hardcore with daily indoor mask wearing, 24/7 mask wearing, that they don't want us to have any fun. And it really put lie to everything, right? And I'm not going to get into too much of it because we can't here. But people were healthy during that time, during the time of the Freedom Convoy. People were healthy, and yet thousands upon thousands of people were hugging. I know people who were making out there, who met their mate there, their match. It was like if you were somebody who was looking for that somebody, it was the place to be. It was like, I never was there at Woodstock, but Pan, you've heard about Woodstock, you know?
Yeah, it was like the summer of love all over again, except it was February, dead of winter.
Exactly. Freedom Zion says, Freedom Zion, that's right. Exactly. I never wore a mask. Ultramar, Montreal Road. I filled my truck, walked in, the lady said, "Where's your mask?" I said, "Do you want to get paid?" I was tired Canadian said that. Ultramar on Montreal Road. Yeah, it's not far from me. Montreal. That is in Gloucester. It's a suburb of Ottawa. Yeah, I mean, for me here, why I was like, look, I'm exempt. My kids are exempt. This is what I love with the social media and everybody, right? It's because we all inspire each other. This one lady, she's got tattoos all over her body. You know, she got the duck lips. Her body's, you know, like she does all these like kind of, you know, portraits of herself in sensual positions on the social media.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was watching her, you know what I mean? I'm scrolling through and I was subscribed to her feed.
Scroll down.
Yeah, I was following her. And then she goes, and she lived in my same town in Ottawa, in Orleans. And she goes, I can't believe all these guys. Where are all the men? And you're all pussies out there, right? And then I said, wait a second. I'm not a pussy. I'm not a pussy.
And that clicked something in you at the time. What clicked?
This thought, this beautiful thought, woke up this simp.
Is that what happened? Oh, wow. Okay.
That's what happened. Okay? That's what I'm telling you, man, because I said this thought is not wearing a mask. She's walking around in Orleans, Plaza Orleans shopping mall without a mask, taking photos of herself, showing her duck lips and her very
feeling free.
Free. And I'm looking and she's like, and I'm just thinking, what the, you know, after a few months I was like, okay, that's that. You know what I mean? And then I told my kids, I told my whole family, I said, we are exempt, children. We be born again. We are exempt. We are all exempt.
I remember that. I remember that period. That's good. We were still doing our regular show back then.
Kimberly Jane says, I remember that lady Rowe. Yeah, she's, you know, and I'd watch her. Awakening of the Simp, the BC show. That's right. It took a thought to wake this simp. Hail chat. There you go, man. You see, so there it is. That's Confederation Park. We're watching Pat King get blessed in Confederation Park. Amazing time, man. And all this stuff is deleted. Why is it deleted? Because they got to delete everything first so that they can create their own new narrative. They got to delete your stuff first so that only the clip can exist. You understand? For the clip to exist, you must be deleted.
They need that one clip that is pure violence that they can use for all time.
We need to turn you into a clip. They want to take you, synthesize you, and transform you into a clip for easy mass consumption so that we can simply say, this is you. You are the clip. Margot P says, Mr. Sunshine Baby was forced to take all down. You know what? That's strange. That never happened to me. So I have no idea what happened there. I don't know the story. But, yeah. Because, I mean, we have everything over here. You know, I live in Ottawa. Everybody knows me. Rohan Kumar Paul, live in Ottawa, Orleans. I'm in the phone book. I don't know what that's about, but, yep. But who knows, eh?
Well, yeah, you know, Pat King, for sure, they forced him to take his stuff down, but you got it. You got it right there, so.
That's it. That's it. If you're posting clips, always make sure to have the whole, says Wallflower. Will Pat be able to say whatever he wants when it's his turn, says A-Ray. I hope so. I really hope so, brother. All right, let me see here. So Doug Ford. Ontario Premier's legal challenge could cause mini constitutional crisis. Ontario Premier Doug Ford is trying to avoid testifying before the Emergencies Act Commission by invoking parliamentary privilege. All right, well, so what we do is this is how we do it, right? First of all, the spelling mistake there, privilege twice over. But, you know, I'm a computer programmer, so I notice these things. Okay, what is parliamentary privilege? That's the first step, what you want to do, right? You can't just read CBC. All right, so we go to our Commons. We know now that this is a trusted source. It is our Canadian government website. We go down lower, parliamentary privilege. All right, let's try to synthesize this quickly. You get rights and immunities necessary for the House of Commons as an institution and its members as representatives of the electorate to fulfill its functions. First claimed centuries ago when the English House of Commons was struggling to establish a distinct role for itself within Parliament. It was to protect the House of Commons and the members from the power and interference of the King and the House of the Lords. So you got a king, which we have a king, right? You know, personally, I don't believe in that king at all. Not my king, as they say, hashtag not my king. And the House of Lords. And then you got the House of Commons, and they want to protect themselves. It's called parliamentary privileges. It says it's enjoyed by the House and the members, part of the Constitution, vital to the proper functioning of Parliament, as true today as it was centuries ago when the English House of Commons first fought to secure these privileges and rights. Okay, so what is it? Individual rights and immunities, and here are the collective rights of the House. Individual rights and immunities, freedom of speech in the House and in committee, great one, you need to have that. Freedom from arrest in civil actions, wow. Okay, but it doesn't say criminal actions and civil actions. Exemption from jury duty. Exemption from being subpoenaed to attend court as a witness. Freedom from obstruction, interference, and intimidation. Very interesting. And then the collective rights of the House, discipline those in breach of privilege or in contempt and to remove members for misconduct, regulate their own affairs, including debates, agendas, facilities, maintain attendance and service of the members, institute inquiries and demand papers, call witnesses to appear, and administer oaths to them. You must swear by this eagle feather. Your rights as a member of the House of Commons, freedom from arrest from civil actions, exemption from jury duty. You cannot be subpoenaed to attend court as a witness. Freedom from obstruction, interference, and intimidation, and you get free speech. Okay, so free speech. Free speech is what you think it is. Freedom from arrest in civil actions. That's an interesting one. It only extends to civil matters, never applied to criminal charges, such as criminal contempt of court. If members are charged with infractions of the law, they must abide by due process of law just as any other citizen must. House of Commons is not a sanctuary. Criminal law applies as elsewhere in Canada. Interesting, but you have civil immunity, civil actions. Exemption from jury duty. Okay, let's ignore the jury duty aspect and let's go to right to being subpoenaed to attend court. All right, this is kind of it right over here. The exemption from attending court as a witness applies in civil, criminal, and military matters before the courts. However, it is regularly waived, particularly for criminal cases. That's an interesting one. That's a very interesting one, isn't it? I'm just thinking out loud here. Freedom from obstruction, interference, and intimidation. Yeah, okay. You know, they want to be able to, they can't be intimidated. They need to be able to say what they say. What else? Okay. So that is the most important one over here to me. It's attending court as a witness. Let's look a little bit more here. In Canada. Yeah, it's the same thing here. Exemption from appearing as a witness. All right, so let's see what the CBC article, now that we've done a little bit of background reading, what that says here. It's not this one, it's this one right here. Okay. So he wants to use parliamentary privilege to avoid testifying, but some experts question whether the Ontario Premier is abusing this tactic. He's using it in such a powerful way that it's basically using parliamentary privilege almost as a sword, says Mary Liston, an associate professor at the University of British Columbia's School of Law. You're protecting yourself, but you're being aggressive about it. Ford and his former Solicitor General Silvio Jones were on Monday summoned to testify. Okay. And the next day, they filed for judicial review seeking to quash the summons, citing parliamentary privilege. They argue that the summons breaches that privilege by attempting to compel Ford and Jones to testify. The move, says Liston, who is the professor, the associate professor of law, creates tension between the separation of powers and other important constitutional principles like the rule of law, like responsible governance, and our whole democratic tradition of accountability and holding government to account. Well, I would argue that our democratic tradition of accountability and holding government to account is under attack at every level. That's what I would argue right there. And that our top tier government, right, the guys right at the top, are setting a precedent every day that they are wholly unaccountable to the people. And then it's only natural that, what do they say? SHIT flows downhill, right? So they're inspired by the man up top. That's PM Justin Trudeau, who has escaped unscathed from a myriad and multitude of scandals. And now Doug Ford seeks to emulate him. Irreputable damage if he doesn't testify, says LG. So they are above some law, says Wrong Way Feldman. They're above the law, in other words, says Ruby Bilboa. It's kind of a potential mini constitutional crisis, she says. That's Liston, who's the associate professor of law. It's like a mini microaggression. It's like a micro constitutional aggression.
It's a mini crisis.
It's just a mini crisis. Okay, so Ford's court filing argues that parliamentary privilege protects members of the Ontario Legislative Assembly. So the one we read was the one for the federal House of Commons. But for the Ontario Legislative Assembly, it's got something similar, from being compelled to testify in any proceeding while the legislature is in session for 40 days before and after each session and periods when the House is adjourned. These summonses were issued without jurisdiction pursuant to an error of law and must be quashed. Irreparable harm will occur if a stay is not granted. Let's see if we can get the PDF of that. Yeah, doesn't see it here. I like to see the originals. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it goes straight to the source. Then there's there's no speculation on whether it's been altered or.
Right. Yeah. Irreparable harm. That seems to be a legal term. Can somebody page Viva and just ask him to explain that one to us? Irreparable harm. That's what we want to know. We want to know what irreparable harm will mean. Okay. Liston says Ford and Jones must prove that testimonial immunity, which is an important aspect of parliamentary privilege, applies in this case. And I think they'll be able to do that quite easily, but then you get into the gray areas of, well, what's the scope? Parliamentary privilege has previously been taken up in court. Supreme Court of Canada in 2005, for example, set out several privileges to which provincial legislators have a right, including immunity to being summoned. We know this, civil matters. The purpose of invoking such privilege is to protect the legislator from interference so that parliamentarians won't be called away from legislative business. Okay, so this is the reason. This is the rationale. I'm starting to see the rationale. I'm trying to explain the rationale. that the legislature has, basically and constitutionally, a first call on members' attendance and participation, and people cannot be summoned away from that. So your first role is to your legislature, and because of that, we don't want to allow other courts to summon us, because then that would necessitate us leaving our important job as legislature members, which then would slow the process of passing Bill C-11 and every other bill that we want to pass. Without privilege, for example, it's possible a member of the legislature could be summoned to court by a political opponent to miss an upcoming vote. Very interesting. So this is, in other words, then, now it's starting to make sense rationally why they did this, right? Like originally, I mean, it's because you got the House of Lords, and then they could say, okay, we don't want something to pass through. You hear what I'm saying, Pan? It's like it's trying to mitigate this game playing. Originally.
Right. So someone's trying to, take him to court and maybe, stall him out. So he'll miss a certain vote or something. And, so they're trying to get rid of that frivolous type of game playing, as you said.
Exactly. Right. Okay, so we all get it now. And please let us know in the chat, if there's something here that we're missing, because obviously we're just reading and I'm just figuring it out as we go here. I mean, I'm a computer programmer. Pan he comes from a logging family. He takes care of nature. He nurtures it, then he cuts it down.
That's right. And I'm also an American and have no idea about the way the system works. I'm, like you said, just figuring it out as we go along here.
So tell us, because we need you to help us help you, right? Help us to help you, help us to help you more. Okay, so that was the original rule then. That's the reason they have this parliamentary privilege. It's so that they can't be game played, right? So that they miss an important upcoming vote. But clearly that's not the case, as somebody in the chat mentioned here. I Watch E2 says, Ro, that's exactly it. Wade Gray says, this is an inquiry, not a trial, so can he claim an exemption? That's a great question.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There was a fellow here who said, clearly that's not the case. I think I missed a comment, though, to attribute it. He has time for everything else, says Philip Cockram. Clearly that's not the case here with Ford, says LG. Okay. New age of Zoom. Yeah, it's flawed logic, says Bond Pearl. The new age of Zoom, government by Zoom, right? Except here, they don't even want to zoom in. They don't even want to zoom in. And then we've got this great comment. The PM will need to be carried in by Canadians, says ProPass. Look at this. Look at this. Absolute travesty. Police enforced an injunction against convoy protesters near Parliament Hill on February 19th. A commission is investigating the governmental response to last winter's protests. I'm just looking at this. Even just looking at these kind of photos like this. And to think that my own children went with me over there and they loved Canada so much going down. They were like, this is Canada Day every day. Dad, take us with you. Take us with you. Can we go down, Dad? Can we go down? I'll take you on the weekend. I'll take you on Saturday. And that's how they ended. They wanted to end the fun. Slowly came out and said it quite clearly. We wanted to end the fun. Why did we want to end the fun? Because Ratawans were upset. Leftist Ratawans, the extreme left, radical leftist, lunatic leftist radicals were upset that we were having fun, that we weren't getting sick. We weren't getting sick. We didn't have any kind of covering on our faces. We were able to be free, hug, love, French kiss. That didn't happen to me, though. But we were able to do whatever, called their bluffs, as Jack B. Was the EMA passed through the Senate? If not, what gave them the authority to move when they did? That's a great point, says Anthony Cotillo. And see, this is what I don't understand. Again, I'm not a lawyer, and frankly, I don't believe that the lawyers are even lawyers anymore. I believe that the laws are stretched to their breaking points, to the point where they don't even have lawful authority. The laws themselves have been have been mocked by those who purport to implement them. So from what I read, to answer that question, the way they read and interpreted and act with the Emergency Act, the way they did it was, and I'm going to show you something here. What they did was they said, we're going to implement it, we're going to call it, and then the Senate can strike it down. But it has been called. The minute we call it, it is called, and it is in effect until it is stricken down. Struck. Okay, so what is this I'm looking at here? 1991, Manitoba Law Journal, Peter Rosenthal. The new Emergencies Act, 4 times the War Measures Act. War Measures Act replaced it with the Emergency Act in 1989. 2 years later, Manitoba Law Journal puts this out. And again, this is just research. This is just reading, research. This is what we're doing. If you like this, follow along. WCFreedom.com, right there in the corner. Newsletter, so we can send you more information. Pure information, no spam, just information. Because I would love to stop and do what we were doing before, but this is just where we're at. We got to do this. Okay, so 2 years after it is called, this analysis goes into play. The Emergencies Act allows the Canadian Governor and Council, that is the federal cabinet, to declare any of 4 different kinds of emergencies. The type that they used here was a public order emergency. If you remember, public order unit, public order emergency. Public order meaning the order in the public is there's no peace. So we're going to call public order units to reinstitute order on the public, aka riot cops, riot police. Under a declaration of an emergency, the governor and council can exercise extraordinary powers without getting the prior approval of Parliament. So this is the interesting part here. This is where things start to break down in my understanding, and that's not my understanding, but it seems to be like something has been pulled over us. Okay, so they're able to exercise extraordinary powers, meaning create criminal law at will. They don't need prior approval, from Parliament to do that. But do they need approval of Parliament to call the Emergency Act? The Emergency Act recently replaced the War Measures Act, which had only, the third time it was invoked, or not the third time, but the latest time was the October crisis. Trudeau the Senior, which seems to be the reasoning for why it was invoked. Part of the reasoning, in my opinion. I'm not a psychologist, but Pan, you often play one, right?
Sometimes, I can read the crowd, I can read the people, but yeah, maybe the daddy issues, maybe.
So
daddy used the War Measures Act. Other daddy was Fidel.
Possibly. That's just. Maybe or they just
allegedly.
That's the word we want. Allegedly. In fact, when Defense Minister Beattie introduced the legislation on behalf of the government, he claimed that the purpose of this new Emergencies Act was to prevent the abuses of civil liberties that had taken place under the War Measures Act, and many others welcomed the new act on that basis. So then it says here, the new act provides 4 new types of emergencies: public welfare, public order, international emergencies, and a war emergency. But now, in this article, they now go deep into this. The analysis of the act, which follows, suggests that it creates an even greater threat to civil liberties than the War Measures Act that it replaced. It is argued that though there are significant improvements over the War Measures Act in certain respects, the provision of a sliding scale of emergencies substantially increases the likelihood of Canada being ruled by emergency decree. This is the line you want to pay attention to. In particular, there is a serious danger that declarations of public order emergencies under the new act will be used to suppress a variety of political movements.
How convenient.
How convenient. How convenient. And you also have to remember that they're already warning. They're already warning that this Emergency Act in 1991, they're warning the Manitoba Law Journal, which has just been created to replace the War Measures Act 2 years earlier, has a serious danger where declarations of public order emergencies, which is exactly what has just happened. So first time it's ever been used, public order emergency, one of the 4 types of emergencies under the Emergency Act, which effectively creates martial law, that itself could be used. There's a serious danger that it could be used to suppress a variety of political movements. I mean, I hate to get so technical with this, right? You know what I mean? I know it's boring and it's technical and it's like, whoa, okay. Right? But, hey, I'm used to reading computer literature, you know what I mean? Like just textbooks, continuously programming language, mumbo jumbo in my head. But really, it's because over here we're seeing major problems in the country that make us all sit up and pay attention, because I'm sure everybody here would be rather doing something else. You'd rather be watching a movie or going out or spending time with your dog or your kids or your girlfriend or your wife, you know, or husband if you're a woman, or boyfriend. But no, instead we're doing this because we got to do this. Deb Phillips says, hey, Ro, this is important. Keep it up. Appreciate that. Tired Canadian says, I'm a retired truck driver. I was thinking about taking a course in programming. Why not, brother? Why not, man? Maybe I'll take up truck and you take up programming. How does that sound? We can just switch over there. Very interesting. Okay, hold on a second. I got something here dropped by Tina in the War Campaign chat on Telegram. Let's take a look. Okay, this is 16 minutes long.
It's little wonder these protesters gathered such a following across Canada in their challenge to a clear government overreach. Rather than have anyone in government meet with these protesters, our Prime Minister, the divider-in-chief, ignored them and, to fuel the flame, described them as undesirables. Working Canadians who had been our heroes shortly before were now undesirables. This is hardly a step in resolving a dispute that arose through a gross government overreach. Unfortunately, legal protests led to illegal blockades, and we cannot abide blockades just as we cannot abide any blockades. This Prime Minister thinks he can decide to whom the law applies, but the rule of law needs to be clear. The blockades had to end, and the fact that they lasted as long as they have is another black eye for Canada's standing in the world. It could have been so easily averted. But this Prime Minister never took one step toward a constructive outcome. Such is his way.
Such is his way. Absolutely. Totally correct. So Doug Ford trying to get away from testifying at the inquiry. So suddenly they're not able to attend their constitutional functions. And the courts have said that's a valid privilege. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. That suggests that the judicial review now before the federal court could find that when the legislature is not in session, that Ford could be compelled to testify. While the Ontario Premier may have the right to invoke such privilege, his decision to do so in this case is a particularly self-serving exercise, said Emmett McFarlane, an associate professor, got another associate professor, this time of political science, not law, at the University of Waterloo. This picture of Trudeau. Politicians routinely waive privilege, but Ford in this case is just trying to avoid answering tough questions about his leadership during the convoy protests. Justin Trudeau, for example, has said he will testify before the commission. And I would say the reason for that is because he's not super bothered. Just got to make sure we're not missing anything over here. I don't think he's bothered. You know why he's not bothered? Because, I'm going to refresh this page. Okay, no, I don't want to miss a thing yet. Why is he not bothered? Why is Trudeau not bothered? Because he's accustomed to lying to your face, bald-faced lying. He doesn't get rattled. Not very rattled, I don't think. The duplicity, his duplicitous nature is so apparent that he has a ready handle, a ready capability, a ready ability to lie to your face while looking at you in the eyes. That's what he has. And that he's even said, hey, you know what? That's why we call this inquiry, because we're transparent. We're transparent. We're called this inquiry because we're transparent. No, the inquiry is called because by law it has to be called. It's the first time the Emergency Act has ever been invoked. Was it even invoked legally? That's a great question. Should it have needed to get Senate approval before that? I guess not. They just do what they want to do. All I know is that if they try to bring mandates again, well, just like Slowly said, that was the only thing he said that made any sense there, was the fact that he could not solve this problem. It was a problem that was only resolvable in a political context. Every other thing was him covering himself and, saying things like, basically the Radawans were suffering and all the rest. Just lies upon lies, no proof given, no proof necessary. But that, to me, is really the overarching problem here, is that the people themselves. I mean, did I vote to give all this money to Ukraine or to whatever other country? Meanwhile, interest rates keep going up over here because our money's being inflated away. It's losing value. That's what's happening. Our money's losing value. Did I vote for that? Yeah, not really. Do I trust a government that can financially terminate its political opponents at will with no accountability repercussions? Was anybody fired? Did we hear? What did they do? What did they do in China when they gave, they put that melamine in the baby's milk? You remember that?
I don't remember. What was that about?
Let's see here. Baby's milk. China, milk, melamine. That's the one. 2008 Chinese milk scandal was a significant food safety incident in China. Scandal involved Sanlu Group's milk and infant formula, along with other food materials and components, being adulterated with the chemical melamine, which resulted in kidney stones and other kidney damage in infants. Here's from Forbes, revisiting the scandal. So what did they do? Let's just scroll right down to the end. What did they do in the end? What do you think they did in China? And I don't like the Chinese government at all. But even in a democratic, free country, I think it's even more important to hold your leaders accountable. If I remember carefully or correctly, let's just say there was some heavy... Here it is, in The Guardian. China executes 2 for tainted milk scandal. Official news agency says death sentences carried out on pair who added industrial chemical to infant formula. Now, I would never argue for... And I think I would never want to live in China. I think I would rather delete myself permanently from all of life to live in China. It is totally contrary to my existence as a free person. But where's the accountability? Where's the accountability? I need accountability. That's why here at the War Campaign we say honor, accountability, integrity, and loyalty. That's the reason. We need accountability. These are important values. These values are from... They're from the old school. You know what I mean, Pat? Maybe you can talk about it, really, a little bit, if you'd be so kind.
Well, yeah, it's me and Ro, we've been doing this together on YouTube for years. We've been through a lot together, so a lot of people have wanted to, lack of a better term, tear us apart. But, we stuck together. Why? Because we're loyal. We appreciate each other. We're buddies. Hail. We hail the chat. You guys are here with us, I'm a huge Ninja Turtles fan. One thing about the Ninja Turtles is brotherhood. They're brothers. So that sort of thing is really important to me. It's important to Roe. We're trying to do our best to inspire people who are down right now, who are being kicked by their government. So we're trying to do that with honor, accountability, integrity, and loyalty. Accountability, that's something that's missing. You see all these acronyms. It's almost like the accountability is lost in a sea of acronyms.
That's a great
point. People are so far removed from these organizations. It's crazy to watch. It's from an American perspective, and our government's gotten way too big. Your government is way too big up there in Canada.
Yep, that's right. Well, that's the thing. That's where we come from. You know what I mean? We come from comic books. That's where the war campaign name comes from. Originally, people were like, hey, because we started doing this content about Canadian politics and freedom and everything else. We come from comic books. That's what if you scroll back all the way back, like a year of content, go back through it, you're going to see where we come from. This is where we came from comic books. Take a look at this. See that right there? Let me show you this. I'm still waiting on these guys. Are not back yet. They're supposed to be back, but they're not yet. Let me fix that up there.
Yeah, that's how we got together. We were just rolling in chats, just like here in the war campaign chat. I'm talking about comic books, just cutting it up, having a good time, making a joke. And some people said, "Hey, you guys, you're funny. You guys should do a show." So, here we are. We've been doing a show now on YouTube for over 4 years, and it was parody comedy, social commentary, promoting comic books, promoting independent comics, interviewing creators of independent comics, just having a good time. And then the mandates happened, and it affected Roe, and we're bros, so we've been through a lot together. I wasn't gonna leave his side through this, so I've learned to respect Canada a lot. You guys have some patriots, and no one really knew that in the United States how much patriotic spirit Canadians have.
Order
So
a lot.
big hail. Oh, here we go.
Hail, brother. There we go. If you want to support us, check out.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Check out buyvestige.com right there.
Order a lot.
Commissioner, for the record, Eric Brousseau, Commission Counsel. Very, very briefly, I just rise to give notice formally of the documents that the
Afternoon, Commissioner.
police
For the
team
record,
is Brousseau, Commission Counsel. Very, very briefly, I just rise to give notice formally of the documents that the police team is bulk entering this week. My colleague, Mr. Mather, sort of explained the process on the record, I believe, last week. We circulated a list. Last week, we received objections. Those documents have been removed from the list, and Commission Counsel will deal with those objections with the parties. The final list was circulated to the parties this morning, and those documents will be marked as exhibits. They are a number of emails and other documents from the OPS, the OPP, the WPS, Windsor Police Service, as well as a few RCMP documents and City of Ottawa documents, and including witness summaries for witnesses who, importantly, are not going to be called to testify, but whose evidence we wish to put in by way of summary.
Okay, thank you. So, with that parenthesis, go ahead. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, before I continue with the examination, just to clarify for the record, when I put the notes of Superintendent Reom to the former chief slowly, Mr. Champs correctly pointed out that those notes were not put to Deputy Chief Ferguson in our examination, but she did, in fairness to her, say both in her interview summary as well as in her evidence that Superintendent Reom was removed for personal reasons. He needed a rest or some rest days. So she did not say anything about his removal being connected to the former chief. I just wanted that to be clarified on the record.
Okay.
Now, Chief Slowly, just before the lunch break, we spoke about a number of issues that I also wanted to clarify so that there's no misunderstanding. First of all, I asked you about the date when you found out that Superintendent Reom was replaced by Superintendent Dunlop, and I believe you said that was on the 5th of February. Now, if I could take you to the document, I want to see if that would refresh your memory. OPS 30s14484. So if we go to page 2. So it appears that on the 3rd of February, these are again notes to yourself. On the 3rd of February at around, well, in the morning, you attended a meeting with both deputies on teams with Superintendent Dunlop. What was your understanding as of the 3rd about Superintendent Dunlop's role if he was not the event commander?
Thank you. On the whole, sir, I wasn't sure what his role was. I had understood that Staff Sergeant Mike Stoll would be the primary presenter of the analysis that came out of that meeting on the 1st. A range of 3 options. I've described them, but not necessarily accurately as to what they would come back with, and a preferred option, including the implications of resources, et cetera, et cetera. On the 3rd, if that's the Thursday, that would be the Thursday, there were 2, yes, there were 2 meetings, one at 10:30, and then another one, I think, maybe around 12 o'clock, where I was waiting for Mike Stoll to give that presentation. I think the notes indicate that he wasn't available, the presentation wasn't on what I had asked for, and I was saying, look, I just want that presentation that I'd asked for. So there are 2, I would call aborted attempts to provide that on the Thursday morning, the first one around 10:30, the next one around 12 o'clock or so, if my mind is accurate. Finally, the 3rd attempt, which occurs on the afternoon, I think, of the 5th, the Saturday, I get the 3 options. I get their preferred option at that point. So I'm still not sure, even at this time, why Superintendent Dunlop is involved in the presentation and what his role in it is. My recollection, I stand to be corrected, is he wasn't introduced as the interim event commander, the event commander. That's my recollection, and my confusion is based on that point.
Okay. The other thing that we spoke about was with respect to the Coventry incident, and we were attempting to draw some lessons from that event. One of the issue you identified was the fact that Staff Sergeant John Ferguson went outside the incident command system when he sought guidance from Deputy Chief Bell. Now, if Staff Sergeant Ferguson if he had concerns about the direction that he was getting from the event commander, Mark Patterson, Superintendent Patterson at that time, who should he have gone to?
So while it was confusing, again, I don't want to characterize it as he did the wrong thing. I just want to be clear about that, John Ferguson. There would have been options. John could have gone to the incident commander, which at this time should have been Russ Lucas. He could have gone to the event commander and attempted to further explain, and if that wasn't happening, he could have gone to the major event commander in that case, major incident commander in that case would have been Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. So there were options for him to engage. I understand it seems to have been he was doing his best to get people engaged around something he thought was important.
But just so we understand, Superintendent Patterson was Inspector Lucas's superior. If he was challenging a decision by Superintendent Patterson, wouldn't it be problematic for him to go to somebody who reported to Superintendent Patterson?
Challenging, but still appropriate. There is an incident command chain of command, and then there's an organizational chain of command. So at any point when there's a disagreement in the chain of command, if done professionally, if done timely, and if done seeking a constructive outcome, not for rumor mongering, not for undermining, not for any other personal agenda, you can engage that chain of command in trying to reach some sort of a better outcome. I think that would be appropriate.
Now, I understand from Inspector Lucas's interview summary that he thought by that time, around 5th or 6th of February, his role had diminished to more akin to an operations chief at a tactical level. So if Staff Sergeant John Ferguson had issues about the operations, is it not arguable that he shouldn't have gone to Inspector Lucas?
And again, I want to be careful. I perceive that through information that's been presented at the testimony myself. I wasn't aware of that. So it's new information for me that Inspector Lucas's perspective on his changed role is new information for me. If that was materially the case, if that was known to everybody, and if it was known to John Ferguson, yes, he would then have another challenge of who could he turn to. I would accept that. But this is all new information to me too. So it's just conjecture at this point to try to answer your question, sir.
And I appreciate that you're doing the best you can. We're also trying to understand what lessons to draw from it, and we just don't want to draw the wrong lessons. So the other option that you identified was for Staff Sergeant John Ferguson to perhaps approach Deputy Chief Ferguson, because she was by then the major incident commander. But wasn't that also problematic because they're married?
At some risk to go into the realm of conflict of interest in relationships and organization, I mean, there is that challenge. But in the frame of the Ottawa Police Service at that time, there wasn't any breach of policy. And so it would have been appropriate if he felt it had, again, constructive, objective, not unprofessional, not undermining, not self-seeking, to have sought the intervention of, or at least to provided his information to the major incident commander. I do also recognize, if I understand the context as to what happened, this is sort of a real-time unfolding event. It seems to me, again, I may be wrong, it seems to me that there wasn't an opportunity for Staff Sergeant Ferguson to wait for a briefing cycle to raise the concern when all the people would have been around the table, and then that would have allowed Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, or even Superintendent Patterson, to reconsider. It seemed like he was trying to get a real-time decision in the midst of an operation. So the third option would have been to wait for a briefing cycle, raise it as part of the briefing cycle to try to deconflict it and make it better going forward. I don't think it was appropriate in that circumstance.
Right. So because there are some uncertainties about the circumstances, we shouldn't be too quick perhaps to
I certainly can't be quick to judge or to in any way attribute blame, but I think, Commissioner, it goes back again. These are the still need to be developed areas of consistent across the board understanding of incident command systems within the operation of a policing service that clearly here in the Ottawa Police Service and other jurisdictions, we need to get to a higher level. There are examples of excellence across the country. I think we need to try to raise all boats in the harbor as high as we can, sir.
Thank you. So let's move to a new topic. You've told us earlier that the Ottawa Police Service was badly in need of external help. It needed more resources to resolve the situation on the ground. I want to take you to a document. This is OPS 30-14454. So you see that the document is dated January 31st. So this is the first Monday after the arrival of the convoy. And looks like it's a meeting with the RCMP and the OPP. You were there. If we go down the page, you see the notation, can't safely remove them unless we have hundreds of officers to maintain risk. And then if we go down further, no way we can come by, not sure what's that word, 4 more days without something help, lots of help.
Lots of help.
Was that and then the next line says now transitioned into an occupation. Does this reflect the thinking at the time on or about the 31st that the OPS will need hundreds of officers in order to safely remove the protesters?
Yes, sir.
And then if we go to the next page, we need, sorry, go down a bit. Oh, sorry, go down. Oh, go up, sorry. We need resources, and what is that next word?
It looks like communications.
Saying together, join together at 3 p.m., question mark. Do you recall these discussions at that meeting?
Yes, I mean, specific lines not as clear, but I recall the meeting with Commissioner Lucky and I believe Commissioner Creek. I don't know who else would have been on the call.
And if we go down the page a little, there's a comment from Trish. Maybe go to the next page. Here, looking for boots on the ground. What did you understand her to mean?
Those would be your sort of general duty officers, traffic direction, taking a traffic point along the red zone, patrol, just general duty officers that could be utilized in a variety of different ways. So
do you understand the request at that time was for general duty officers from the RCMP and the OPP?
Well, she outlines.
And then the other.
Yeah, that's the running list that she was asked to sort of, come up with on the spot. I think it's actually a pretty reasonable list based on what we knew at that time and where we were.
And how did the commissioners, Keeve and Lucky, answered?
Well,
let's scroll down. From Commissioner Keeve, will facilitate all of your requests and get embedded in the command structure.
Yes.
So you had a commitment from Commissioner Keeve as of the 31st that they would do all they could to assist, and they were willing to embed in the OPS command structure. And then Commissioner Lucky from the RCMP, why did negotiations fall through last night at 8 p.m.? What was that about? What negotiations?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what she's referencing.
And then if we go further down, there's a comment attributed to you. Reach out to, do you see?
Gatineau and Sûreté de Québec.
Right. So you extended the ask to Gatineau and Sûreté as well.
Yep.
Do you know what kind of help At this time, the OPP and the RCMP were offering. We know what you asked for, but do you remember what they were committed to providing?
If I understand the question, they had already had resources in the theater. Again, I stand to be corrected by other information that might come up. RCMP, I believe, had 3 what they call troops, public order units, in the National Capital Region. They were not under our incident command system control, but they were available in an emergency, and they had certainly a range of important duties to manage. I believe at that point we still had OPP public order units. Again, not, if I understand correctly, not under our incident command, supporting parliamentary protection services, but again in the theater, general area of the theater. Within, what I would say, within the incident command system deployment, there were general duty officers from the OPP, somewhere in the range of 30, 40, 50, again, stand to be corrected on numbers, as well as a range of other municipal police service agencies' contributions, London Police, Durham Region Police. I think Toronto might have been up at that point. Most of those were public order unit officers, though, as opposed to general duty officers. That's my recollection around the January 31st.
Okay. If I could take you to the next document, which is an email that you sent to Commissioner Keeve, dated February the 2nd. The document number is OPP 401576. So this was sent February the 2nd. On the first line, you see that you wrote, "I'm seeking your assistance in providing resources to assist the Ottawa Police with our operational plan." The subsequent bullets mention 50 to 60 uniformed officers, PLT and POU supports, as well as incident command supports. And then the next lines talks about a tactical dispatcher. So were these the nature of the request?
Yes, so those have been, I'm assuming that that would have been a refined list of requests that I'd received from Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, who she would have received it through her incident command, chain of command.
Now, in testimony yesterday from Commissioner Keeve, he was asked about a formal request and the implications of a formal request under the Police Services Act, Section 9, subsection 6. Just to be clear, your request here, was that the kind of formal request under the Police Services Act?
I may not be understanding the question, sir, sorry.
So it may help if we take you to the Act. COM 50819. You're familiar with the provision I'm referring to, right?
I'm not that familiar with
Okay,
it.
so let's go to the Act and look at it together. So this is the Police Services Act. If we could go to page 12. So under request of Chief of Police in emergency, this is section 9, subsection 6. A municipal chief of police who is...
Sorry, I'm just not seeing it on my screen. Am I missing?
Oh, at the top.
Oh,
see?
Oh. Okay, sorry, thank you. Sorry, I missed it.
Do you see the heading?
Yep.
Request of Chief of Police in emergency? In bold.
So I thank
Maybe
you.
it's a screen.
I'm aware of the language in the Act, but I wasn't in my mind referencing this. If it happens to fit it, that's fine.
But that's my question. When you wrote the letter, you were not having in mind this section
No,
under the Police
I was
Services
simply
Act.
sending a communication to another chief or commissioner asking for resources.
What do you understand to be the difference of requests made formally under subsection 9.6 or the kind of informal request that you appear to have sent?
I will say I've never in my policing career relied on this section, so I don't have other than what's written on the page, this would seem to be, if we needed more officers, we could ask or resources, we could ask the OPP. But I mean, if this is intended to, and again, I'm not aware of what's underneath it, that this means we can't manage, we can't adequately, effectively continue to be the police of jurisdiction. Can you come and do this for us? I wouldn't interpret that way, and that was certainly not the intent of me sending that letter to OPP Commissioner Carrique to ask for those resources.
Well, that is where I'm going, because perhaps it is open to interpretation, but certainly one interpretation is that the OPP had the ability to step in and take the lead.
I believe there's certain conditions that would have to be met. They couldn't just arbitrarily make that decision.
And that's why I'm asking you, if a request is made under this section, would you have been comfortable to let the OPP take more of a lead role under this section?
If I felt the conditions in Ottawa required that level of intervention from the OPP or any other police service, I would obviously be making that request and therefore be very comfortable with it, subject to all the usual discussions as to how that would transpire. But I was not making that request.
You were not making that request. And I guess my question is, given the situation that you found the OPS to be in shortly after what you call the paradigm shift, after the first weekend, isn't that something that should have been done logically?
Not at all, sir.
Why not?
We were 3 days, 72 hours into a situation. I don't think anybody in Canada at that time really understood what was going on. And I think it would have been irresponsible and unnecessary to burden another police service with that level of request without having any real understanding. So I just don't think listen, you could talk to other police chiefs and they may have their opinions, but as of the 31st or the 2nd when I sent that letter, that was not a situation that I was considering at all. That's not a situation that anybody had raised to me, either within the Ottawa Police Service or from the Police Services Board. It's just not in the realm of considerations.
Did the situation in Ottawa escalate at some point to a stage where you would have considered that appropriate?
Not during my tenure, sir, no.
So in your view, up until mid-February, February the 15th was your last day as the chief, the situation was not desperate enough in Ottawa for the chief to be requesting that kind of assistance from the OPP?
That's correct, sir.
What would be the downside to the OPP stepping in when they had the resources and if they were willing to help?
The OPP never had the resources necessary, sir. They could coordinate the resources, and they did a good job of that, but the OPP on its own could not have come in and with its totality of its complement provided the full level of some 2,200 officers that were required.
Well, they alone might not have been enough. As we know, during the final days, both the OPP and the RCMP stepped in, but certainly the OPP had more resources than the OPS had at the time.
The quantity of resources, while being a factor, would not be, even in my humble opinion, a significantly weighted factor for such a decision as for a chief of police in any jurisdiction to request through Section 9 of the Act for another police service to come in and run its police service.
But in addition to quantity, they also seem to have the right expertise, such as as we'll come to talk about it, the group led by Chief Party, the Integrated Planning Group. They had the expertise, they had the capacity, they were willing to help, they were offering help. Why not?
There's a lot of things they had, and they offered those things, and we utilized them as quickly and as effectively as we could. And ultimately, through to my end of my tenure and beyond that, there was a very successful outcome. But you've asked me before, did the circumstances in Ottawa rise to the occasion of what I now understand to be the function of Section 9? No, they didn't, sir.
Right. So this is the letter, if we can take this off, the Police Services Act. You remember we looked at an email, this one, that was your request. I want to take you to another email that you sent on the 4th. So this request was sent on the 2nd. On the 4th of February, we have another email, OPP 401582. That's right. This is the part I want to take you to. You addressed this email to Commissioner Keeve.
Sorry, what's the date of this, please? Sorry.
The 4th of February?
Yeah, thank you.
So you addressed this email to Commissioner Keeve. You said, once again, let me express my appreciation for the significant and ongoing support that you and your OPP team have provided to the OPS over the course of the demonstrations. It would appear from this reply that you received the additional resources that you requested?
The short answer is yes. I don't know if we got everything that we asked for and when we got it, but again, at this point, I have no concerns whatsoever. I think this is more just, I'm actually seeing some of the most well-turned-out OPP officers and vehicles operating in and around my sphere, and they really just look good. They were like the cavalry coming over the hill, and they were just really well-turned out, really professional group of officers. So I'm just complimenting Chief to Commissioner, the quality of his people.
Mm-hmm. On the 2nd of February, when you sent the request to the OPP, I believe you also sent a request to the RCMP. Let's take a look at pb.nsc.can.401743. So this is actually, this is your reply. February 2nd, thank you, Commissioner Lucky. If we go further down, that's right, we see an email from her to you. And at the bottom paragraph, let's go up a bit. The paragraph that starts with "at present." At present, all of our public order units are actively deployed, and I'm not in a position to be able to redirect any teams to Ottawa. Do you have a memory of what you were asking for and what this response was meant to address?
Sorry, just again, the date is this February
the 2nd.
So this again, this will be around the time that we are pivoting the plan. We know we're going to need, this is the day after the February 1st Canada meeting. We know we're going to need a substantive amount of POU, short-term and long-term. And so this was a request that I sent out to the RCMP for POU at least. I don't know if there were other things that we asked. And it seems that the substantive response here is, our POU units are deployed. You can't get them. Reasonable. I'm not challenging back. They're having their own resource challenges, and they're exploring the possibility of the other 50 resources. I'm assuming they're police officers, but there might have been a variety of different knowledge, skills, and abilities that we were asking for.
So these are examples of the kind of early request following the paradigm shift and the kind of responses you got.
Yes, sir.
On the 6th of February, I understand that you told the mayor and Chair Deans that you needed 1,800 additional resources. Am I correct?
It's 1,790 odd, but yes, I think the number 1,800 has become the most functionally used number.
Let's go to an OPS document 30144454. Page 98. So there's a reference here, 1,800 additional members that came from other services.
Sorry, the date of this again, sir? Sorry.
Can we scroll up?
Okay.
February 6th.
Thank you.
5:10 p.m. So am I correct that that the number 1,800 was communicated as early as the 6th of February?
Yes, so again, just context-wise, there was an emergency board meeting held on February 5th. During that meeting, the public session, I received a direction from the chair of the board to produce a list of all the resources that we thought we would need to, my words, safely, successfully, lawfully end the events in Ottawa. I needed explicit understanding from the chair. Did she need that on the spot, or could I and my team take that away and then provide a more thoughtful and full response? And she said, yes. The team had I'd asked for them to try to turn that around in 24 hours, and I think by this time, which is almost 24 hours later, we had a substantive list that was drawn up. And it wasn't just police resources. This also included discussions around what other things could the city help us with, increased bylaw fines, other potential supports from the city and civil society. I think we were looking at the insurance industry, whether they could help us to address some of the issues around the trucks and vehicles. So that's the background to, I think, this meeting.
How did you derive the 1,800 number from?
Again, without the benefit of notes, but at some point after the board meeting, there would have been a request at two levels within the incident command system for their planners to identify the number, types of resources, and associate that to the overall operational plan and the relative sections, sub-plan sections. Then across the organization, I asked each of the functional command areas, so that would again include Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson in her functional role, Deputy Chief Bell in his functional role, and Chief Administration Officer Dunker in her functional role to identify supports. The reason for the two sort of coordinated requests, we needed a certain level of capability, resource capability, predictability within the incident command structure to work under that structure to achieve the goals of ending the events in Ottawa. But we were still struggling with staffing for our police of jurisdiction responsibilities. And I don't know if at this time we'd finished the negotiation with the Ottawa Police Association for the shift schedule change, but we were struggling on both ends. Staffing to a level beyond just maintaining the red zone through the incident command piece, and staffing to maintain our contractual obligations and member health and wellness requirements in the general police services to the rest of the million residents in the city. The sum total of those 1,790 odd resources reflects all of the different aspects that we were looking for, and they were broken down short-term, mid-term, longer-term. The bulk of the resources, I would suggest, were more short-term. A significant amount was mid-term, and then another amount would have been long-term. That would have been assisting in prosecutions after the fact, case management, crime analysts to pull all that together. But the bulk of that request really was in the days and weeks as opposed to the months and years portions of some of it.
Now, I understand that later that day, on the 6th of February, there was a command team meeting where you asked your team about the resource needs.
Later on the 6th?
On the 6th.
Okay.
Does that accord with your recollection?
Again, just so many different meetings. If you could show it to me, I might have a recollection.
And the commission has heard evidence from Superintendent Abrams that he was present and overheard some of the things that you said to your team. Well, not overheard. He was there. He was invited to attend. And the next day, he wrote to his superiors, including Chris Harkins, among others, about what he observed on the 6th. So can we go to that email? If only I have the document number. OPP 401546.
Just for clarity, sir, just while the document's being searched, my understanding, again, stand to be corrected, I had a meeting with my command team on the afternoon of the 5th after the board meeting was over, where I was interrupted for part of the meeting, had to leave to go out for a phone call and come back. And it was in that meeting I said, look, we've just gotten direction from the chair. We need to produce this over the next day. Start thinking about what you need. This is a big lift that we're going to have to do. Then on the 6th, after my team had worked through the night, through the day, the number of 1,790 odd was broken out into various functions. So if Superintendent Abrams' recollection of that comment, it should have been in my memory on the 5th, not on the 6th. But I stand to be corrected.
I could be off on the date. But the date of the email is not in question. The date of the email is the 7th, as you can see on the screen. And it was on the 7th that Superintendent Abrams wrote to his superiors, including Deputy Commissioner Harkins. And this is what he wrote. Deputy, I did not want to mention this on the call with the group, but I feel it important for you to have this information. On my call with OPS Command last night, Chief Slowly asked his people to send him their resource needs. They told him that they need 250 members a day to run things. Chief Slowly told them that if they need 100, he will ask for 200. If they need 200, he will ask for 400. He seemed very comfortable asking for twice what he really needed. He looks at it that if the other partner police agencies can't meet the ask, can meet the ask number, then Ottawa may still get more than they really need. It was a very strange call to be a part of. Hearing the commissioner say that he may ask for 1,000 members, I felt you should be aware of the above. So that's what he wrote about his observation the night before when he attended the meeting with the OPS command. What do you have to say to this?
It's a very strange interpretation by Superintendent Abrams. What I can tell you was that at one of the meetings that I recall on the 5th, maybe it was the 6th, but what I recall on the 5th, I said to my folks, up until now, I've been getting requests that I would call incremental, what we need to get through this day or this weekend. What we need to do and what the board chair has asked us to do is what do we need to get to a safe, complete, successful, sustainable end to the events happening here in Ottawa. This could take weeks. So I need you not to think incremental. I don't want you just to think in a short-term cycle of planning. I need you to think exponential, short, medium, and long-term. It's in that context. I don't know if I gave the exact, if they say 100, 200, but don't let your thinking be incremental. You have to be able to consider the full range of resources. We're not going to get to be able to make this request again. So think about everything you might need, a special constable, a crime analyst, a computer dispatcher, someone who can do open source social media, whatever you don't have right now to meaningfully contribute to the end of these set of events, or to not be able to continue delivering our basic police services, this is the time to put that resource request into this. So I was not in any way trying to put any other police service in a situation where they would need to give us things that we did not need. If it was interpreted that way by Superintendent Abrams as a guest on that meeting, that's unfortunate. If it was reported that way to the commissioner, that's very unfortunate.
Now, we've heard from other witnesses, we've asked other witnesses the question, what should go first, the plan or the request? Is it the number that drive the resources, or, sorry, the plan, or the other way around? What's your view on that?
You'll very rarely hear me agree to an or. I'm always an and person. So it isn't one or the other. Particularly in fluid events that literally up until the day of the 29th, no one really knew what was coming. The plan will always need to make adjustments in real time sometimes. But at any point where you have to make a commitment to some portion of the plan, you need to have some relative assurance of the predictability of the resources available. So these are not consecutive exercises. They are almost inevitably concurrent exercises. A lot of my concern about how this whole issue has been portrayed is it's been portrayed as one or the other, and the preferred one seems to be plan before resources, consecutive. In this instance, in real-time events, whether they be natural disasters or unplanned protests or protests that are so fluid in the making that you don't have the benefit of months or even weeks of advanced planning, you're literally making resource requests in real time as the threat assessment or the context of the circumstances change. We saw that play out in the pre-arrival plan. You asked the question earlier on. As the warnings increased, did your resource requests increase? Yes, they did. Not because we stopped everything and wrote a perfect plan for the next resource request. We continued with the planning process while we continued with the intelligence process, while we continued with the resource request process. And quite frankly, that has been the way that I have seen the Toronto Police Service work in all my time there. That has been the way that the Toronto Police Service supported many other jurisdictions. That is the way that my experience with the Ottawa Police Service was during my time as chief. I had never once before in my entire career been asked to provide a fully detailed plan with sub-plans laid out and timing and exact details and logistics as to where people were going to sleep, what uniforms they should bring, before we sent out a request in good faith to good police partners and said, we got something big, it's happening right now, or it's happening 2 days from now. This is our best guess of what we need. There might need to fine tune that. Can you help us, yes or no?
Mm-hmm. Now, a moment earlier, I think you clarify that it was on the evening of the 5th that your team started working on the numbers?
It's my recollection, but again, if my dates are off, I stand to be corrected.
I don't know which dates may or may not be off. I just wanted to bring to your attention what is in your summary and give you a chance to correct anything if necessary. Can we go to the former chief's summary at page 31, please? So,
can we just, I'm seeing, sorry, I'll let you finish, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. It looks like it was my mistake, but just to refresh my memory, can we go to the 5th? Is there any reference of the board meeting on the 5th of February?
Well, here's the thing. The reference is in the previous page and this page to the 6th and the 7th. I don't think there's a reference to the 5th, but you saw an earlier email dated the 6th where you had the 1800 number, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get some clarification in terms of when your team worked on the number in order for it to be available on the 6th.
Again, my recollection, sorry to interrupt you, sir. I shouldn't talk over you, sorry. My recollection was that we started those discussions immediately after the conclusion of the board meeting on the 5th. Now, that might have been the command team and I, my immediate chief staff might have started that discussion. And then on the 6th, the incident command team and other command areas were briefed and then involved. So that there might be some of a bit of a bleed over from my recollection, me actioning these things on the 5th to whatever the meeting was on the 6th that Superintendent Abrams was participating in.
So depending on your best recollection, it could be that the date in the summary is in error, in which case I wanted to give you an opportunity to correct it if necessary.
I'm not suggesting it's an error. I just recall having discussions with people in my organization about the staffing numbers immediately after the board meeting where I'd been given that instruction from the board chair. I wouldn't have waited until the next day to start having people engage in the exercise of the planning exercise around getting that number.
Moment's indulgence. Okay. Now, this number, the 1,800 number, was publicly announced at some point, was it not?
I believe, yes, it was, sir.
Do you remember the date? Or should we go by the summary?
It looks like there was, it was announced at emergency council meeting, I believe.
Right. So if we go to page 32 of the summary, Chief Slowly publicly announced the request for 1,800 police resources during a special city council meeting on February the 7th. Is that what you remember?
Yes, sir.
This was not his normal course of action, but the Freedom Convoy was unprecedented. Specifically, Ms. Deans asked Chief Slowly in a public OPSB, that's Ottawa Police Services Board, meeting to provide a detailed report on the level of resources required. Could you explain the circumstances in which you made the public announcement?
Yes, so it definitely was not the normal process. There were a series of communications from the end of the board meeting on the 5th through the 6th into the 7th as to what role the board and the city could play in supporting the police service to get the needed resources. The substantive outflow of all of that was a desire by the chair and the mayor. They arrived at that through some level of discourse to have a joint letter to the other two levels of government to seek their direct support in securing those resources.
Now, in the ordinary course, would it be the practice for the request to go from chief to chief, from one police service to another, and not through these political channels?
In the ordinary course, yes.
And was that not sufficient in these circumstances?
These were extraordinary circumstances. And so, and there was a increasing and significant desire would be I think, not quite the right word, for the board to be seen as actively supporting the service in one of its few ways that they can, which is securing resources for adequate and effective policing. Again, for context, the start of the February 5th board meeting, the chair in her opening comments talked extensively about whether or not the circumstances in Ottawa would allow the Ottawa Police Service to be able to provide adequate, effective policing. The transition from her opening statements to me was a question directly to me, Chief, I'm not quoting exactly, but as close as I can, Chief, do you have the resources necessary, the ability to provide adequate and effective policing in the city? And then there was a substantive period of that board meeting spent on that topic. The sum total of that was the request, the direct request from the chair for the list of resources that we would need. This is not ordinary, but I do believe it falls somewhere within the realm of the Police Service Act for the board to make sure that we had the resources necessary to provide adequate and effective policing. And I believe this is one of the ways in which, again, former Chair Deans may choose to frame it differently, but I interpret it as a genuine effort to exercise some level of their mandate to support getting those resources. There was then the additional layer of whether the chair would sign this alone or the mayor would join in signing. I wasn't very much involved in that, so I can't really speak to it.
Now, there are those who are concerned about the public announcement of this larger number of requests. For example, there may be legitimate concerns that this announcement exposed the OPS's vulnerability to the convoy participants.
I presume someone could come to that conclusion on their own. I'm not sure why that would be so enlightening, because I think almost every public statement that I made after January 29th, I talked about how desperately we needed resources and how we were seeking resources and asking for resources. I think in the middle of the February 5th board meeting, the topic of resources came up. And in fact, in the middle of that board meeting, I received a communication from the RCMP saying that 250 officers were arriving, and I literally made that announcement on the board meeting. So nobody should have been surprised, I think reasonably surprised, on the 7th that we were significantly in need of resources and that we were going to be asking for a lot of resources.
And to those who hold the view that this announcement was made outside the proper channels and invited inappropriate political influence into the intra-police resourcing discussions, what do you have to say in addition to what you've already said about the context of these?
And thank you. Again, listen, I think there would be as many opinions in this room or all the rooms across Canada on any one of the aspects that took place here. So I'm not in any way going to try to suggest that no one should ever hold that opinion, including another police leader. But I suspect they would have the same problem about previous political announcements around staffing numbers that took place the week before.
Now, another criticism that could be leveled against this public announcement is, especially in light of what we've heard from other police witnesses about the lack of an adequate plan at the time this announcement was made. Was it really appropriate to make this kind of public announcement when OPS didn't seem to have the kind of plan sufficient to deploy this large number of resources, even if it were given then?
Again, I can appreciate concerns raised certainly throughout this process and in discourses well beyond these walls. This again is not a practice that I've experienced in my policing career, where there would be a requirement for detailed, completed plans submitted and then analyzed prior to any substantive release of resources. It wasn't in my experience around planned events like the G8, G20, and it certainly wasn't my experience in unplanned or highly fluid and contentious events like the one that we experienced here. If this had become a new standard and a new expectation in policing, I was not aware of it. And I had, at that point, been a chief of police for over 2 years. Secondly, we did have a plan. It was an ongoing, evolving plan. I would by no stretch of imagination suggest to anyone, the commissioner or anyone else, that it was an excellent plan. It was a robust plan, given that we were still pivoting from what we had experienced just a week before. Canada was still trying to figure out what was going on across the country, just as we were trying to figure out exactly what was going on in the city. And we had been literally using every resource possible just to get through hour by hour, day by day operations and the planning for those operations. There was no additional capacity to be able to produce such a level of standard plan while we so desperately needed those resources. I think, unfortunately, it became a misinformed issue around an unrealistic expectation, and unfortunately that caused a lot of concern across the board, inside our organization and clearly outside of our organization.
Now, this commission has heard evidence from both Superintendent Bernier of the OPS and Superintendent Abrams from the OPP that officers from the OPP already in Ottawa were not receiving adequate instructions for them to be properly integrated or deployed in Ottawa. If there were officers in Ottawa who were not being effectively used, then one may ask, what's the point of sending more?
Well, from what I've heard and what I've seen and what I knew at the time, yes, there were occasions where officers were not optimally deployed. Can I tell you, I have never been involved in any police operation where we have brought in resources from across our own city or brought in resources from outside of our city in 2 police services, including my time in Kosovo, where there was suboptimal deployment and utilization of resources. What tends to happen is the incident commander, almost exclusively will be from the police's jurisdiction, will utilize the resources that they know best and use the most frequently, and then go and tap into the other resources. Inevitably, that means that the external resources will be underutilized. It is in no way surprising for me to have heard that at points during the entire 3 weeks that I was involved in this, that there might have been officers from some police department that didn't get their briefing at the right time and may have even spent the better part of the day not doing the things that they thought they were going to be doing. I'd experienced that many, many times myself.
Now, the last criticism that could have been made that I can think of, and that we've heard from some witnesses, is that between the 3rd and the 10th of February, the OPS was using RCMP and OPP officers simply to relieve OPS officers who were exhausted and not as part of a plan to end the occupation. What do you have to say to that?
That's probably very true, sir. Our officers were exhausted, frozen right through. They needed relief, and there was no other place to get relief from. And that's part of the reason why the very first request on the 31st of January that Trish Ferguson announces to the RCMP Commissioner and the OPP Commissioner is to send us some general duty officers. Our people are asleep on their feet or they're frozen to their post. I'm not surprised. That is not an optimal situation, but that's the reality of what was going on.
Okay. Now, I'd like to take you to a new topic. We've been talking about your request for resources, but before we leave that topic, actually, now that it's clear to you as of the 7th, the 6th or the 7th, that Ottawa would need at least 1,800 officers in order to effectively resolve the convoy events, why is it still not a good time to resort to sections 9(6) of the Police Services Act?
Yeah. Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to have a second go-round on this. The concept of a measured approach, I think it's been talked about usually in terms of PLT and secondarily in terms of use of force. A measured approach is, we need more resources, let's ask for it. We need help with the planning for those resources, let's get that. We might need to integrate our operations to a greater degree than we have ever considered before. Let's work on that. Okay, so we're getting more resources. We are stepping up integration. Our planning now is getting to a much greater level of efficacy. Now we're going to consider unified command. That is a measured approach of stepping up. I think it would be irresponsible, as I said before, and I'm sticking to that. I think it would be unprofessional and unwarranted to go from, wow, we just had a really bad weekend, let's get the OPP to come and police our jurisdiction, to, we just had a really bad weekend. Let's figure out how we need to get better. Let's start to use everything we possibly can, and let's be as clear as we can, but as quick as we can in requesting the things that we can reasonably anticipate we'll need in the short, medium, and long term. Let's be very open to, as we have always been in Ottawa, even during my time, to integration. Nothing was off the table. I think I probably said that statement 453 times. Everything's on the table, including greater integration and including unification. And ultimately, through greater integration, ultimate unification, and some 2,200 officers, the Ottawa Police Service, as police of jurisdiction, and the amazing supports we receive from across the country, were able to safely and successfully end the events here in Ottawa.
Perhaps this raises a more general question of how should we deal with multi-jurisdictional event that requires external support. You've mentioned that Ottawa is the police of jurisdiction, but the reality is that you're asking these external agencies, the OPP or RCMP, to supply tremendous resources that at the time Ottawa did not seem capable of effectively deploying. You've acknowledged that there were issues with officers already present, but for different reasons.
Just on that point, I just want to be clear, and I think it was, I understand somebody clarified this before. There were instances where clearly that was happening. I believe Superintendent Abrams was a direct conduit to Deputy Chief Bell organization to organization. He raised it. I believe it was received well and it was actioned. I don't recall that being a continuous problem or a problem on scale. I will not deny that it happened sporadically and particularly in the early parts, but it's my understanding it wasn't a daily occurrence on scale where hundreds of officers were sitting around being unutilized or underutilized. I just want to make that clear for the public record.
Yeah.
And again, that level of underutilization is something that I've experienced in my entire 3 decades in policing. That was not a unique situation to the events here in Ottawa.
I do not wish to exaggerate the problem in Ottawa, but surely you won't deny that OPS was struggling. That's what we've heard from all of the other witnesses.
I think I've said that repeatedly myself, sir.
And OPS was struggling on many different levels. It needed to develop a plan, but it was struggling to the point where it was finding it difficult to have the expert planners to make that plan. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And the OPS officers were tired, exhausted. They needed external agencies' help just to maintain a regular level of policing. That's the reality at the time.
We needed external police agencies' help primarily for the incident command system to address the crisis happening in the downtown core. We needed less help for the policing of the rest of the city. We still needed help there, but we were nowhere near by comparison.
So, again, I think my question is, wouldn't it be very simple to let a bigger organization like the OPP or RCMP to have a greater capacity to help? They wanted to help.
I'm not sure they wanted what you're suggesting, Section 9. I never received any suggestion from Commissioners Creek or Lucky that they wanted to come in here and bring the necessary lift of 2,000 plus officers and have them on the ground here for days, if not weeks on end. I stand to be corrected if there's information out there that's different from that. Here's the challenge. Then you're going to have to get 3 levels of government to invest differently in 3 levels of policing. I don't know how the formula would work, but if we're to go down the what-if scenario that you're asking me to entertain, and please, if the commissioner doesn't have time for this or you want to move on, just let me know. But here's scenario number 1. Take a percentage of every municipal police service, just say 10%, fold that up into the OPP, because every single year, some event is going to come to some municipal police service where they don't have enough resources. So automatically, the OPP will get 10% cut of every police service because when, not if, they will be required under the new components of Section 9 to come and take over policing for a day, a week, a month, they have the lift to be able to do that. I don't think any mayor or any regional authority is going to go for that, and I don't even think the province would want that responsibility. Now just layer in that on top of the RCMP. With how stretched they are with contract policing, national policing, indigenous policing, force protection internationally, there's probably 8 functions that not one of them are staffed adequately. Now are you going to take a 10% cut from the provincial police services to allow the RCMP to do that? And now you come to the National Capital Region where there are 6 police services operating in here at any given day. How do you divide the pie there? I understand the intellectual desire to explore that. The practical and financial side, I'm not sure merits the effort. I think what we need to do is get standards across the board, really clarify how and when we work together in integrated and or unified, clarify the gaps between strategic, operational, and tactical, and how that fits into police of jurisdiction, adequate and effective. That's going to be a lot cheaper and probably a lot faster. And it can be iterated over the course of time from lessons learned from experience to experience. You're talking about a major structural change, legislative change, that would take years to hammer out and then years to get to a point of efficacy.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's go back to what happened on around the time that Chief Party led his group, the Integrated Planning Group, to Ottawa. He arrived on the 8th, and he had a meeting with your command team on both the 8th and the 9th. I want to get your best recollection of the meeting you had with them in the afternoon on the 9th.
Okay, well, I think it was around 12 o'clock. Again, for context, if I get the dates wrong, I believe somewhere around the 6th or the 7th, there was a communication between myself and Commissioner Creek where we We had talked about a significant increase in integration. I forget who raised it, whether he did or I did, but we were very quickly in agreement that that would be very helpful, and that we would need then to bring in senior folks that had experience and expertise in that type of thing. He referenced Carson Party almost immediately. That name, I believe, came up in our first conversation, and I welcomed him and anybody else that he could send to support that. And to his word, I think within 24 hours, we were contacted. 24 hours after that, there was an initial meeting out at the RCMP headquarters. That was a meeting, unfortunately, and I realize I'm going really fast, so I'm slowing myself down now. That was a meeting, unfortunately, that because of the distance to travel to and the Teams meetings problems that we had, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson was only able to get a portion of her incident command staff on there. While there was somewhat of a productive discussion, it didn't get to the level where there was any substantive move forward. There was an agreement to have another meeting on the 9th of February, right? On the 9th of February. And there was additional efforts during that period to continue to improve and evolve that plan, a substantive lift that day. I referenced earlier on that I got involved in that lift to try to elevate the plan to as great a degree as we possibly could for these partner agencies coming in. I believe around 12 o'clock, 12:30, Chief Superintendent Party, Superintendent Abrams, RCMP Superintendent Liu, and I forget there were other members, but those were the three primary members of the team arrived at our headquarters. I'll take a pause there. But that was the context to the start of that meeting. I had my command team and my incident command team there as well.
So I'm glad you paused there, because before we get to the actual meeting with the integrated planning group, do I understand correctly that that morning, the morning of the 9th, you had another meeting with the OPS command team? Mm-hmm. Can you tell us more about that meeting first?
Yeah. And we debriefed from what happened the previous night, look to see where we could, again, continue to evolve the plan in advance of this next meeting, and put every effort into that so that, again, we could have the best product available. It was clear to me that the arrival of this team was not only to support what were the ongoing efforts here, but they needed to assess where we were with our ongoing efforts here, specifically assess the plan.
Now, let me take you to some notes. These are notes written by Deputy Chief Ferguson, I believe. OPS 30-14479. And I want to take you to page 66. So you see from the top there that this is Wednesday, February the 9th. If we go to, what time did you say the meeting was? You don't remember?
I see a note here, 7:10. I don't know if that's accurate, but that would seem about right. It was relatively early in the morning.
So this is the day after the group arrived, and your attendance was delayed the day before, and then the next morning we have this meeting. Do you remember Mission Hydra?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about the name.
Ancient Greek civilization, an old myth about a multi-headed monster. When you cut off one head, it would grow back.
And was there a reason why this is called Mission Hydra?
A bit of creative license on my part, but the idea was we were struggling to take a section of the red zone or a Confederation park and then hold it while we continued on. And so that was a constant challenge as our officers made efforts to secure portions of the theater, particularly in and around the red zone, that the challenge was as much to take the portion and then to hold the portion. So the concept of the Hydra, if you can cut off the head and cauterize it, it can't grow back. Mm-hmm. If you can take a piece of ground and hold it, people can't come back. We can then focus on a smaller theater with more resources. Smaller theater, more resources, smaller theater, more resources. That's the concept behind the...
Right. Now, I understand from the testimony of Deputy Chief Ferguson that the day before, on the 8th, when your command team met with the integrated planning group, she presented a strategic concept of operations plan with 8 points. with a mission statement that included elements of engagement by the PLT and so on. And part of the discussion at this morning meeting on the 9th is a new version with a different mission statement. And there's a reference here that this was a very aggressive posture, language throughout the whole briefing and mission statement. I'm not sure the next word, as asked if anyone needed clarification. Chief laid out his plan, omitted negotiation, and when I brought it up, he reacted angrily, saying, "We are not negotiating." Then said, "It's implicit." I advise, is it all CIC mission statements? Our CIC mission statements always has explicitly stated in the mission statement. And then the next comment, I believe, is attributed to you. If it doesn't reduce the size of the footprint, that is not a good negotiation. Do you remember this exchange?
These are Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson's recollection of that. I would not in any way characterize what took place in that meeting to reflect what I'm interpreting in language here. So again, without the chance to hear these concerns and understand, we had a very healthy discussion, yes, around whether the term negotiation should be explicit in, I believe, the mission statement. But other than that, I'm not really sure as to why she has interpreted things the way that she's chosen to do so.
So let's hear it from your perspective. You've told us about this as well, I believe, during our interviews. If I could take you to your interview summary at page 36. So we go to the section under discussions. That's right. Chief slowly recalled that on February the 9th, he held a special meeting with Deputy Chief Bell, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, OPS General Counsel Christian Hunold, CAO Dunker, and Inspector Kevin Maloney. This meeting took place after an internal OPS planning meeting, but before the February 9th, 12:10 p.m. meeting with Chief Superintendent Party and Superintendent Liu. His intent was to emphasize that the entire command team was signed off on the February 9th plan. At the meeting, he stated that he would crush anyone who undermined the plan. Chief slowly recognizes that it was an unfortunate choice of words, but public safety, member health, wellness, and safety, and the successful conclusion of the local convoy events were all at a critical juncture, and this required absolute command commitment to supporting the implementation of the updated plan. He restated the need for unity within the command to support the updated plan, including the level of integration and the acquisition of the needed resources to safely and successfully end the event in Ottawa. There were to be no major changes to the plan, the concept of operations, the elevated integration, and the senior ICS assignments without discussion about the need for such a change. Does this reflect your recollection of what happened?
Yes, sir. It's my statement.
So there appears to be an emphasis of committing to this plan unless there were significant changes that would have justified a different course. Why this emphasis?
We had the challenge of the previous week where senior people were swapped out without any communication, where we had delays around the development of a significant portion of the plan, that being the public order plan. This was a reminder to folks about the problems that we encountered last week. We are now bringing in a significant amount of resources, a significant level of integration, and we simply cannot have a individual make a change that could affect the strategic intent of what we were trying to accomplish at this point. We needed to have, on the positive side, we needed to have a full commitment across the command team that we had reached a position now that we could move forward with. There were still going to be evolutions of the plan and sub-plans and as resources became available, but that the base of the week and change of pivoting from where we were into this new position, particularly with the request of resources and integration, this required a very firm and full commitment from the command team going forward.
Now, you acknowledge that the word choice, crush, was unfortunate,
Absolutely, sir.
but you meant to convey an emphasis that no one should deviate from the plan lightly.
Lightly, at the strategic level, no major changes in the plan, no major changes in the concept of operations, the elevated integration with RCMP and OPP, and the senior ICS assignments, major incident commander, event commander, incident commander, without discussion first. Probably the only thing I forgot to add in there, unless there were exigent circumstances. And again, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, exigent circumstances is always implicit in any one of these circumstances.
Is this consistent with the incident command system where the operational level commander required a certain degree to adapt and to respond to quickly changing circumstances?
That's the concept of exigent circumstances, sir. That would not fit within what I was relaying to these folks here.
So would your colleagues have come away from this meeting understanding that if there were to be changes, that it would require some kind of an approval from the chief?
Not at all, sir. At the operational level, no. Again, I'm very clear. No major changes to the plan, no major changes to the concept of operations, not objectives, not sub-plans, not operational decisions made during the course of a day. The elevated integration, I wasn't going to have a superintendent, an inspector, a staff sergeant, or a deputy chief tell the OPP and the RCMP, you know what, we don't need that integration. Never mind what Slowly says. So this was me being very clear. At the strategic level of where we were, no major changes outside of exigent circumstances for these areas.
So we'll come back to this very shortly, but just to clarify this point, I may take you to the notes taken at this meeting by the legal services, by Ms. Hunnode. If we go to OPS 3014454, please, page 130. So this appears to be the same meeting. Do you want to scroll up and take a look at the date?
Thank you. February 9th.
Okay, so we go back to page 130. The point I want to draw your attention to is the second arrows from the top. No changes to plan unless chief approves.
Yes.
So that was the question I put to you. Would someone walk away from this meeting thinking that there were to be no changes to the plan unless the chief approves?
Again, to be explicit, no changes to the architecture of the plan. But that is not me saying you can't have a tactical change, you can't have an operational change unless I approve it. It would be, even if I wanted that, it would be impossible for me to validate, approve, or not approve every single aspect of any potential change to the plan. It would just be impossible. I would never have said that. And I can't see any experienced person in that room taking such a literal interpretation and walking out, particularly after being in this theater for almost a week and a half. And if they had that interpretation, with the maturity and the rank in that room, I would have expected them to raise clarification.
Now, it was at this meeting as well that we've heard from other witnesses that you discussed politics. If I could take you to page, maybe later on in this page actually, or maybe the next page, I'm not sure. Go down a little more. Do you see the comment from Trish? I want us to limit politics.
Yes, sir.
And the comment just before that, I suppose was attributed to you, Tom Carrick probably, is assessing if we are worthy of getting the additional ask resources.
Yes, sir.
What is your recollection of the discussion?
Just that. It was made it clear to them that the folks that have arrived here have come with clear instructions from their command to assess the level of our planning, the adequacy of the resource requests that we made, and then to, assuming that we could come to that arrangement of integration, to then move forward on building that out. But they were coming to assess where we were.
Now, so there was a reference to the Deputy Chief Ferguson asking to limit the discussion of politics. Her own notes, now these are notes taken by the legal services. Her own notes are more explicit. If we could go to OPS 30-14479 at page 67. We go down. Okay, talked about the plan. So keep going. See the dash? Talked about the plan. Not sure the. Talked about the plan for.
Briefing?
Briefing, the embedded cell of planners and commanders. And he spoke of a type of conspiracy that is happening at provincial and federal levels. And this team is being handled by their political masters and promoted the idea that they are not really here to help. Can you help us understand who are these political masters and what was the conspiracy theory?
Yeah. First of all, these are Tricia's, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson's words. I won't challenge her emotions or interpretation around it, but they're not the conversation that I was leading at this point. I had a very clear discussion about two elements. We are going to be assessed on the quality of our planning and the relevance to the resource requests. And if we cannot provide enough substantive justification for what we're looking for, we're likely not going to get the level of help that we need. Secondarily, I did talk about the politics that are happening in and around this entire event. By this time, it is a national event with global coverage. By this time, I had had several interactions with all three levels of government and the board. That was clear to me that there was increasing, intense, and in some cases, I believe, undeserved and unhelpful political pressures happening to the Ottawa Police Service. Pressures that could affect our ability to secure the resources. So I was letting them be aware, giving them situational awareness, and allowing a conversation to happen in a very tight room with my command team so they could have as much understanding before they went in front of the group of external agencies to have that conversation. I didn't want there to be any surprises, and I wanted them to be as fully informed as possible. An example would be the day before this, there was a public motion put forward, a significant number of city councillors asking for the Ottawa Police Service to be removed of police's jurisdiction for the purposes of the incident command. So these were very live, real-time issues. There were others that they were less aware of. So I tried to give them indications as to what was going on without delving down into the unfortunate details of it. It's in that context that I think Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson may have thought it was a conspiracy theory. These were very real experiences that I was aware of, and I was trying to bring my command team to a level of awareness so they could appreciate the challenges that we would have to show a unified approach around this going forward. And if we didn't have a unified approach, these type of politics could very quickly divide and conquer us.
Were you concerned that these officers coming from the OPP or RCMP may not come with a pure motive to help, but rather were acting on behalf of whoever was sending them for other politically related reasons?
If you're asking whether Chief Superintendent Party and Superintendent Liu were there for political reasons, no. I think they were genuinely assigned, and they came with genuine hearts to offer the help that they could, to understand what was going on and offer the help they could. But I'm very much aware of the politics that comes to play on the heads of chiefs of police and commissioners. And I'm very much aware of a number of issues that my colleagues at that rank were facing.
Now, you were the one who was asking for help, and when they came, was there any reluctance on your part to share the information within the OPS in order to help them help you?
Not whatsoever, sir.
Did you have any issues of trust in relation to working with them cooperatively to resolve the situation in Ottawa?
Trust, no, but I was very explicit on 2 points. Integration means that the Ottawa Police Service remains police of jurisdiction, and the Ottawa Police Service remains in control of the incident command system, and that the resources I'm asking for are to be under the control of the incident command system. Those are the only 3 caveats. If they couldn't agree to those 3 caveats, we'd probably have to go back to the drawing board in some other way to get the resources and achieve another type of integration. Those were the 3 caveats. It's not a matter of trust. It's simply a matter of the baseline aspects, the red line aspects of our ability to move forward under an integrated model.
Your command team has told us that they perceive an issue on your part of not willing to let go of control, to a concern to hold on to, by way of this police of jurisdiction concept, to hold on to some kind of control. Do you agree with that?
Not at all.
Do you know what they're talking about?
No, I don't, sir.
What was it that was so important? Why is it so important to you that Ottawa remain the police of jurisdiction? What's the significance of that? What does that mean?
It's in the Police Services Act, sir. We are the police of jurisdiction.
But don't different police services often work cooperatively to figure out how to solve a problem? Isn't that what's ultimately...
And we did that every single day of my time in office. Joint Forces operations. I invited in the RCMP to do internal criminal conduct investigations. We did that every single day. That is a very, very different thing from we are no longer the police of jurisdiction in the nation's capital for 1 million people. The Ottawa Police Service will no longer be the police service here, even though we've been so for a century and change. That is a very different concept of operations.
But if it makes sense for like a major case investigation for, let's say a crime is committed in Toronto, but the expertise required to successfully solve the case necessitates a combination of expertise from Toronto Police, Peel Police, and York Regional Police. Isn't there some protocol that the lead would not necessarily be the police of jurisdiction? It would depend on the circumstances, what makes the most sense.
I can think of examples where, yes, a lead investigator would come out. The lead investigator in the criminal conduct investigation was from the RCMP. But professional standards were still under my control as the police chief in the police of jurisdiction. The decision to lay charges or not lay charges from a police act were still under Part 5 for me as a chief of police. But if I'd abdicated that role and responsibility, then it would have to be the RCMP lead investigator to decide on the totality of the circumstances around that case. So yes, hundreds of times, probably thousands of times, I've integrated police services for a wide variety of things. Administrative, HR, human rights, operations, guns and gangs. I have no trouble whatsoever with that concept. In my time in policing, I'd be careful here. I can't think of a single time in my 30 years in policing where a police service said, we're done. Somebody else come do this for us. I stand to be corrected, but I can't recall a single occasion of that happening.
But why would it be a matter of someone else doing it for us? Wouldn't it be a true matter of collaboration? They would still count on the the local expertise, but maybe this is a question for the policy round discussions. I don't know.
Potentially, sir.
But in any event, at this meeting on February the 9th, if I take you to the notes, OPS 3014454, so we're returning to the legal services notes. If we go to page 136. If we go down, so this is still the 9th, I believe. Yesterday provided them the org chart of command. What more do you need to implement our plan? To implement or build into our plan, need to know what resources we will get here in Ottawa. That was attributed to you, and the OPP responded, strategic decision because of rest of provinces. Do you remember what this was about?
Yes, sir.
Explain to us, please.
I think a very healthy discussion. Look, we have a local need here, but we now have a national set of events. I think by the 9th, Windsor might have been starting to kick it up around that time. Toronto had just got through their Queen's Park piece. I think much of the prairie provinces had one or more things going on. Coots was still very alive. So yeah, this is a healthy discussion around, look, we know we need a lot of resources, but we also know you got a lot of other resource demands happening. Around this time, I believe, there was a steady, almost daily call of all chiefs that were facilitated by the OPP, and they had already, I think, established 2 levels of resource integration, one on public order units explicitly, and another one on general resource requests. So we were already in a provincial national theater where we are trading off resource requests against risks on a scale that I'd never experienced, and I'm not aware of any police chief of my generation that says they experienced something similar. So that's the context of the discussion taking place here.
If we go scroll further down, OPP said, we stated 1,200 OPP staff over, it's hard to read, sorry, it's actually the below quote that I'm interested in. Can build a plan without a plan. And the chief said, fine, build a plan and get us the people.
I know what was taking place here. I don't think these notes are particularly accurate at this point. I suspect there's a lot of back and forth, and people are talking fast, as I am now. And there's a little bit of catch-up time here. So I will build off these notes. They're not incorrect,
yes,
but
tell us what you remember.
They're not accurate. So first, there was a discussion. I forget who raised it. It might have been Superintendent Abrams, but I'm not 100% sure. Around how many staff had been sent over. And again, I said, well, there was that miscommunication from the Solicitor General that left the impression that 1,500 officers from the OPP or from across the province were here in Ottawa on a daily basis. And I, again, explained the challenges that public trust and confidence challenges that caused us. That then pivoted out of that discussion into, again, I don't know who from the OPP would have led this, but I don't think this is an accurate statement, but it probably captures the theme. Can't build a plan without a plan. This is the chicken and egg discussion. Should you have a plan first before you get the resources? And I'm saying we are planning and we know we need a level of resources. We can fine tune the plan. I need a commitment of resources. So that's the gist of the discussions that are taking place probably in rapid fire, and the scribe is, in this case, Christiane, is doing her best to keep up.
Now, you do recognize these notes are from the OPS Council, Ms. Hunt?
Yes, I just referenced Christiane,
Because didn't you ask her, if we go to page 43, so I'm going back in time, page 43 is her notes on February the 3rd. As you can see here, do you see the bullet where she notated that he asked if I've been taking notes. I told him I'm acting like a scribe and capturing everything. So it appears that you've asked her to take notes, and she's been doing her best to take notes, almost like a scribe, and trying to capture everything. But you don't believe that these notes are, or at least the part that we
No,
referenced.
sorry, if I've led that impression, Christiane, you know, is many things wonderful and an excellent general counsel. She, for a period of days, offered to and took on this role of being a scribe. We were just so thin on resources, she offered to do that until she could free up Vicky Nelson, I believe is her name. I'm not suggesting that the effort on the 9th was an insufficient effort. That was a very dynamic meeting, and there was a lot of points being made, and she was doing her best to capture them. I'm only saying they're not actual quotes that I can attribute, and she hasn't attributed the people. So she's done her best, just not able to say who said what exactly when.
Mm-hmm.
The notes that she provided were incredibly helpful for me.
Now, in the interest of time, I think I'm going to skip ahead, but the last point I do want to put to you, because in fairness to you, Chief Party in his will say has said that the overall tone of this meeting was somewhat unprofessional and disrespectful. Chief Slowly was very clearly under tremendous pressure to act and was very suspicious of levels of commitments from police agencies. He went as far as to advise us that he had sources in the ministry office that his requests were not being supported, and essentially they wanted him to fail. There was disagreement on this point from our team. I just want to give you the opportunity to respond to those comments.
All of them, sir?
You can. Would it help if I put?
If you could put it up, I
Yes.
just can't. There was a lot of things you just said there, so.
Of course.
Thank you.
Let's go to OPP 50792. And if we can go to page 4, please. So do you see the bullet that starts with the overall tone?
Yeah, it was a tense meeting at times. We certainly got into very contentious discussions, like the discussion, sorry, I'm going to slow myself down. We got into contentious discussions, like the discussion around the Solicitor General release of the 1700 number. I could see if during those points, Chief Superintendent Party, who I believe was selected appropriately and sent quickly and came with the view of supporting, I suspect that would be the same for Superintendent Liu representing the RCMP. They were not aware of and had not been involved in these events. I suspect they weren't even following all the events, and certainly not the political aspects of it. They were operational people coming in to provide an operational support. In that context, I could understand why Chief Superintendent Barty might describe some aspects of it as disrespectful. Get the right words here.
Oh, do we?
Somewhat unprofessional and disrespectful. I needed to be very clear on behalf of my service and my city and the state of public safety that we're in, that we needed the resources, that we needed them as quickly as possible. They needed to be predictable, sustainable resources, and not, as we had experienced so far, through nobody's fault. But we can send you this, but if an event comes to us, we got to pull them back. Without any predictability of resources, I don't want to get back into the plan first versus the resource request, but absent the predictability of resources, planning for something that you can't resource becomes a waste of time. And we had no time to waste, and we had no resources to waste. So again, I come back, it's an and, not an or. The rest of this, I don't know if you want me to go through bullet point by bullet point and comment?
Yes, there are so many things I would like to get your thoughts on, but we do not have all the time that we want.
Suffice it to say, we discussed the political pressure aspects, and that is always an uncomfortable conversation to have between police services.
Right. Now, if I could take you to a different topic, and this relates to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. I want to ask you, before the 14th of February, did you ever form the view that additional powers that could be granted under the Emergencies Act could help OPS resolve the convoy events?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Sorry, I may have just missed it. I apologize.
Right. So the Emergencies Act was invoked on the 14th of February.
Yes, sir.
Before that date, did you ever think about whether the powers under the Emergencies Act might be helpful for the OPS to resolve the convoy events?
Before that date, I never thought about the Emergencies Act. I think I might have been made aware of it over that weekend. My challenge, literally up until my last day in office, wasn't additional legislation or injunctions, it was resources. In fact, there was a period of time where we were hoping there wouldn't be any injunctions or emergency declarations because they would give us more powers and we didn't have any resources to implement those powers, and then we would be accused again of not doing our jobs or not using powers available to us. So for a significant portion of my time in office, discussions around injunctions, discussions around emergency declarations were, maybe that's something that we actually don't want at this point. I was never consulted explicitly on the Emergency Measures Act that was put into place on February 14th.
Mm-hmm. If I could take you to the OPS document 3014566. It appears that these are notes of a meeting that occurred on February the 14th at around 10 a.m. So if we go to page 2. If we go to the section under the redaction, do you see a note that Lucky did not get Prime Minister briefed on the plan? Prime Minister will be enacting the Emergency Measures Act. And then we go to the very bottom of the page, there's a notation that Chief grateful for every tool we get in the tool belt, but need the resources. Do you remember this discussion?
I remember the discussion. I can't remember word for word. And certainly that last line would be basically summarizing what I just tried to tell you. Mm-hmm. Tools are great. If we don't have the resources to use them, there could be problems with that.
So was Commissioner Lucky the first to inform you that the federal government would be declaring an emergency?
I don't have an independent recollection. This appears to be the first time I'm hearing about it.
Okay.
And it certainly wouldn't have been anything more than a day before if there was any other discussion on it.
Now, later that day, I understand that you spoke with Chair Deans about the Emergencies Act. Do you remember that?
I don't have an independent recollection. If you could take me to a meeting note or something.
So, yeah, I'll take you to OPS 3014566. At page 6. Sorry, if we go back up a little. I'm trying to see. Okay, so the last bullet. You have a municipal state of emergency, then a provincial, and now a federal. I have already said that we need more than just the OPS. Was that something you said during that meeting?
That would be in line with the sort of type of discussions that, I can go back to there may not be a policing solution to this. This would be in line with that line of discussion. We have 3 levels of states of emergency. This is obviously more than just the OPS.
Now, you said also in your interview summary that you participated in several phone calls with Federal Deputy Minister of Public Safety, Rob Stewart, and Commissioner Lucky before the federal government declared an emergency, and that you made it clear on these calls that the number one thing that the OPS needed were more police officers.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I know I need to answer.
Did the federal declaration of emergency help OPS obtain more resources?
I can't tell you that because I resigned office within 24 hours.
I'd like to show you an email exchange between Commissioner Lucky and Mr. Mike Jones, who was Chief of Staff to Minister Mendocino. The document number is pb.nsc.can.403256. So the context in this email, Commissioner Lucky enumerates a few emergency measures that she believes would be useful, but then added that she's of the view that, well, I'll let you read it. We go down, she gave a few examples of additional tools, but then if we go further down, she said, that said, I'm of the view that we have not yet exhausted all available tools that are already available through the existing legislation. Do you agree with that assessment?
I don't know what she's referring to, sir.
The available tools, if you want to, well, she explains in this paragraph, there are instances where charges could be laid under existing authorities for various criminal code offenses occurring right now in the context of the protest. The Ontario Provincial Emergencies Act, just enacted, will also help in providing additional deterrent tools to our existing toolbox.
Again, she may be relating to elements of Coots, Alberta, or other parts that they're involved in. I don't know if she's explicitly talking about the theater that I was involved in. It's hard to tell what she thinks could be done. These are certainly elements that we were doing in Ottawa. Where we couldn't arrest, we were getting information to lay charges after the fact. The Ontario Provincial Emergencies Act had just been announced on the Friday. We were still looking. I don't know if by this time on the Monday that we'd even had a substantial briefing from our legal team as to what those powers were and whether or not our incident command team had considered how to roll them into the ongoing evolution of the plans. I can't disagree with the position of the commissioner, but I can't say that it applies entirely to the circumstances that I was dealing with.
At that time, did you have a view on whether we have exhausted all available tools that are already available through the existing legislation?
We meaning the Ottawa Police Service?
That's right.
Again, I come back to it, sir. We didn't have the resources to fully effectively utilize the private injunction and the elements of the Ontario, the Provincial Emergencies Act at this point. So I can't tell you that I would even have an opinion on that, other than we were just trying to get resources.
Okay. Now, let's go back and talk a bit about, we began today's discussion.
I do recall, just as an example, I forget which day it was. It could have been the Saturday or the Sunday. It feels like it was the Sunday. One of those tri-level calls that you referenced with Rob Stewart and Commissioner Lucky. It was the only time that Ministers Mendocino and Blair were on the call, and I joined it late for some reason. I had multiple competing demands. And there was a question asked, maybe it goes to what Commissioner Lucky was talking here about existing legislation, but a question was asked of me by Minister Blair, have you considered doing bylaw enforcement, which I thought was a strange question. And I said, yes, we've been doing bylaw enforcement from the very beginning. And then he asked the second question, well, have you considered towing trucks? And I said, yes, we've been towing trucks from the very beginning, but we don't have sufficient officers to do full enforcement, and we don't have sufficient trucks to do extensive towing. Maybe that has something to do with this, we haven't exhausted all the tools comment, but that's the only context that I can think of.
Okay. Now, we began our discussions today with questions about the Ottawa Police Service at the time the convoy arrived. And now we're well into February. I want to come back to the question of your confidence in the OPS team. On the day before your resignation, on the 14th of February, we have this communication, your communication with Chair Deans. If I could find the reference. Can we go to OPS 30-14566? Page 6. So this is a call on February the 14th. So if we scroll down a little, when asked by Chair if any of my orders were disobeyed during the demonstration, Chief advised there have been major issues with senior leadership team members, but he has not had time to do an investigation on what has been going on here. The best and the worst of us have been strained. That is why there has been tense meetings and why some have not demonstrated their best efforts. Like everyone, I have been at my best and I have not been at my best. Can you explain what you meant?
There was a discussion in there with the chair around the quality of support that I was receiving inside the organization and my own sense of where we were at the leadership level. A reasonable question from the chair of the Police Services Board at the direct employee level that the board has with myself and in this case only Deputy Chief Bell because Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson was not an employee of the board. And I gave my best answer to her. There were some challenges. I mean, I actually think these notes capture it well. There would be elements of some of those leadership challenges that would need to be reviewed in an after-action report. Again, I didn't have a chance to ever conduct that. And I had made decisions on the fly in the midst of this very fluid situation to address conduct issues and park them or address them and move on from them completely. But I also gave the caveat that there had been incredible levels of stress and fatigue, and that clearly no one, including myself, could claim that they were always operating in their best, at their best.
How did that lack of trust affect the leadership of the OPS during the convoy events? In the sense, did it make you more likely to step in and provide directions because you could not trust others to lead at the strategic or operational levels?
No. It's an important question you're asking, and it's not an easy question to answer. So please, if you can give me some leeway here. There was a significant trust issue. That's the only significant trust issue that I was aware of and I thought had a material impact on the events that transpired over those weeks was the switching out of Superintendent Reorientation for Superintendent Dunlap. And we've been through that, so I won't go back to it. When I realized what had happened, as close as I can, good discipline should be in the small d discipline, should be applied as quickly to the event. I immediately called a meeting with the two command officers. I asked them a straight question, and to their credit, they gave me straight answers. I wasn't happy with the answers, meaning I was disappointed that they had chosen to go that route, and I expressed that immediately and clearly. And then I counseled them immediately, and I told them what good behavior would look like going forward. And then I moved on from it. And as I said earlier on, they both, in their own ways, worked back towards demonstrating trust and capability. What I was asked here was overall, what's happening? And I related that circumstance, but there were other elements of a lack of cohesion within the team. People making assumptions. We've heard already elements of people taking a rumor and assuming it's truth, and how that impacted a range of issues, from PLT to whether or not there was a plan, to whether or not the plan had been approved. So those were issues that I was dealing with on an ongoing basis. They were difficult issues to deal with. They took time and energy away from everybody involved, including me. And in some cases, they caused confusion. So those are the types of things I was trying to relate to the chair, but I was also trying to relate the context in which we had found ourselves. Unprecedented, uncharted, unrelenting pressures inside the organization and outside the organization, to not leave her with the impression that we were having some sort of a mass internal revolt. That was my understanding at that time. And that's what I tried to relay as honestly and as fully to the chair at that time.
Now, there are two other events I want to cover. So you had this conversation with Chair Deans on the 14th. I want to ask you about the 13th as well as on the 15th. So let's start with the 13th. I'm skipping ahead. I jumped a few things because in the interest of time, we've heard from the other witnesses, including Chief Party and Superintendent Bernier, that Superintendent Bernier was working closely with the Integrated Planning Group as of the 12th, and by the 13th, they have signed off on a plan, and we've seen the plan. There's an email that was exchanged on or around the 13th that I'd like to take you to, so as to clarify what your understanding was as to the evolving plan that you described. Can I take you to OPP 401547? So if we go to the very bottom of the chain, this email chain originated from you to Deputy Chief Ferguson. You asked her to please send you the latest version of the operations plan that you approved on Wednesday, February 9th. That was the day when you met with the Integrated Planning Group that we talked about. And then you also asked to please advise if the plan has received official approvals, signatures, etc., as there seems to be some concerns about this from the RCMP. If we go up one level, so Deputy Chief Ferguson replied to you saying, in checking with Rob Bernier, he finally had a chance to review the plan from the Integrated Planning team and has sent it back with his comments. He would prefer that it be completed and signed off, and will then share the plan as he is the final approver of it. As for version 3.0, Ottawa Truck Demo 22, 9th of February, I think she attached that as per your request. So we've heard from both Deputy Ferguson and from Superintendent Bernier. Superintendent Bernier was very clear that to him, the 3.0 and the February 13th plan were very different plans. So I just want to get your comment on that.
They were very different plans in that they were significantly more evolved. The 13th was significantly more evolved than the 9th plan, but they were the same continuity of iterations from the pre-plan that we had on January 28th.
So if we go one level up the email chain, you reply to Deputy Ferguson, thank you for the clarification. I was not aware of this delay as I had approved the plan last Wednesday. By last Wednesday, that would have been the 9th. And I put this question to both Chief Party and Superintendent Bernier, I believe, and they disagree that you had approved any plan the previous Wednesday, in part because there was no plan to approve the previous Wednesday.
And again, I understand the perspective of Chief Superintendent Party that he did not consider what we had presented to him as a plan. I disagree with that assessment. It may not have been to his standard or the OPP's standard, but it was the plan evolved since January 28th through several iterations, some of which we've seen here today, that was signed off by Inspector Lucas and Superintendent Reorientation and continued through until the next signature blocks appeared on the February 13th version of the same plan. I can appreciate Chief Superintendent Party might not have known of the iterations that preceded it. He might not have understood our business processes and policies, and he might have assumed that this was a brand new plan. I'm also aware of an email from Superintendent Liu of the RCMP that shares my impression that the February 9th plan was being used by the integrated planning team to build on. And that is entirely my understanding. That is why when I sent the email to Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, send me the latest version, I wasn't talking about the February 9th plan. What was the latest iteration that had developed since then? I just need to see, is there a new org chart? Have you got an updated mission statement? Have you got a better sense of objectives you want to, are there sub-plans that I should be looking at? I just needed an update. And I was having phone calls on a daily basis with Commissioners Creek and Lucky, in which there was these constant questions of, have you signed off on it? And I would respond, I don't sign off on the plans. Well, we heard it's with you. It's not with me. I haven't even been briefed on it yet. Well, we've heard it's you that have to approve it. I don't approve the plans. And I have to tell you, we went around and around on that. And this is me trying to finally just say, Trish, whatever's the latest version, send it to me. If it's been signed off, please send it to me quickly so I can forward it to Creek and to Lucky, Commissioners Creek and Lucky. And that's exactly what I did at the end, I think somewhere around 9 o'clock that night. I said, here it is. You can see the signatures on it. It's Bernier, it's Liu, sorry, I should use your rank. Superintendent Liu, Chief Superintendent Party, and Acting Superintendent Bernier. It's signed off. It's done. I never had to approve it. There's no signature line. It's being implemented. I think there were still questions after that. I cannot to this day understand why there are still questions about whether or not the plan was approved and signed off. It had been approved. It had been signed off.
Finally, I'd like to take you to the events of the 15th of February. That was the day you resigned. At the time of your resignation, did you think that the OPS was well positioned to end the occupation?
I think we were well positioned. I wouldn't say that we had reached a position of certainty, but we were well positioned. We had, at that point, a significant level of integration. We had received significant levels of resources, including expertise, including experienced leaders of the quality of Chief Superintendent Party, Superintendent Liu, and others. I think at that time, we actually had the strongest of the different iterations of incident command teams, with Acting Superintendent Bernier as the event commander. I think at that point, he had a deputy commander in OPP Inspector Springer. Both of them seemed to have a very good rapport, and Inspector Springer, I believe, was one of the most experienced and trained incident commanders, if not in the province, across the country. And there really seemed to be a sense of structure to what they were doing. And they were building in positions that, in my experience as an incident commander and the roles I played in Toronto Police, were very useful for us. And I could see how they were being applied here. So my sense was we had a strong and increasingly stronger plan, a strong and increasingly stronger level of integration, and finally, demonstrably, a greater level of resources coming in. But it was that last area that I still felt that there were challenges in getting those resources. And it's in that particular aspect that played probably the biggest role in my decision to resign my office.
We've heard from other witnesses that after your resignation, things appear to move quicker. Do you have any idea why that might be the case?
We had a very strong integrated team. We had very strong leaders in that team. There was clarity around the plan. I suspect, yes, when there's a leadership change, there's always a sense of there's a change. And that change alone, as you've seen in decisions to replace a hockey coach mid-season or whatever, the team plays well for 3 or 4 games and the old challenges that hadn't been addressed yet come back pretty quickly after. So I don't in any way challenge the notion that a change created a change. But I do note that the level of resources flowing in was incredible at that point, and that within 3 or 4 days, there was sufficient resources on the ground to execute successfully the operations that have already been described in this court.
When you attended your interview with us, you told us that the primary reason for your resignation was consideration of public safety.
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you meant.
Well, I think I started off my testimony here today, Commissioner, with my thoughts on public safety being one of, if not the number one reason, public trust being, if not one of the number one reason for public safety. I gave lengthy descriptions throughout the course of the day here around the impact of public trust in the first day, that Saturday. The public's opinion, opinion of 3 levels of government, opinions of civil society leaders that I think unfairly and unnecessarily laid the blame of this thing on the Ottawa Police Service. We did our very best for as long as we could. We sought the resources and the help that we could, and we integrated and implemented those resources ultimately successfully. But on the morning of February 15th, it was clear to me that the trust factor in Ottawa Police Service was still headed in the wrong direction. And the only person that could take that pressure off the Ottawa Police Service was me, and I made that decision to resign from office, to get the resources on the ground, to support the safety of our communities, and quite frankly, to support the safety, the health and wellness of our own members and our partner agencies that were at that point in the theater.
Now, when we began our examination this morning, I took you to your CV. Can we bring up the CV again? It's document number COM 50759. So at the top of your CV, there's a motto, others before self, compassion for all. Why is that on your CV?
It's just how I was raised. It's who I am. Everything else after that's just what I did.
Thank you. Commissioner, those are my questions. My colleague, Ms. Rodriguez, will have more after the break if you see this as an appropriate time.
Okay, so we'll take a 15-minute break and then come back to complete the examination by Commission Counsel.
The Commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La Commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
The drama, the drama. Ooh, the drama. Man, I was just having a snack watching that. That was amazing. Just how I was raised, he says. It's just how I was raised. I think he's a fall guy for sure, man. 100%. I don't think he's blameless. The guy keeps going on about how the Radawans were abused and everything else. But, man, this guy 100% is being set up, man.
Yeah. I think since day one we've seen that this guy was meant to take the fall. You know,
it's amazing.
And now you're seeing it. It's wild. He's out there hailing Hydra and everything. It's crazy.
I think you know what it is for me. I think the guy's emotional. He's guaranteed, right? He's an emotional,
passionate.
He's a passionate, emotional guy. And they used that passion against him. That's what they did. And they're making it out like, why are they even asking him that question? What did they just ask him? Why even ask that question? You know what I'm saying? The question is asked on purpose, is to elicit an emotional reaction. That's why you ask that question. You ask that question to elicit an emotional reaction. That's what you do. Okay, let's see here. Hold on a second here. Today's date is the 28th. Okay, I just want to watch that last bit one time here.
Kind of want to see him cry again like you did earlier this morning.
You want to see that again?
Yeah. Does that make me a bad person?
No, I don't think it does. I think it makes you. I think it makes you a. I think it makes you a sweetheart.
A sadist?
No, it doesn't make
a
you
sweetheart.
Don't say that. Yeah, don't say that. No, I don't think it makes you a sadist at all. Don't ever call yourself that, man. You're an angel.
Oh, well, thank you, brother H.A.I.L.
You're your most H.A.I.L, brother. H.A.I.L, brother. You really are, man. You're an angel. You're an absolute angel. Okay, and we're gonna cry together after this.
Right? My wonderful wife is out shopping right now. She's gonna bring me a 6-pack of really good beer, so maybe we can have a drink together after the proceedings today.
Yeah, man, absolutely. That's what I want to do. I just want to get liquored up. I want to look at a picture. I'm going to print out a picture of Angel Slowly, and I'm going to put it up there. Honestly, I like the guy. I like him. I think, man, he's got a lot of good points. At the same time, he's also got a lot of bad points. He's a man, and he's wrong about a lot of things, but he's... Because think about it like this, right? He didn't come busting in any heads. Think about that for a minute. He didn't bust any heads. The police, I was there. Police were good. Right up until Bell took control. Lisa Proust research. Do you know if those offering testimony inquiry were offered immunity? Immunity from prosecution? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. That's not what I've heard, no. We got Sunshine 333. Newfoundland Pub. Come for the Halloween party tonight. Woohoo! Honk on. Newfoundland Pub in Ottawa. Maybe, I don't know if I should go. I just feel like if I get let out there, I'm going to get into trouble. Do you know what I mean? Like...
Well, yeah, I mean, you're probably on a list. We got the FEDs watching right now, I'm sure.
You think so? Probably. Hold on
Guaranteed.
Here it is. This is it. He's a good dude, man. He's a good dude. Don't ever, man. He's a good guy. I think he's a good guy. Maybe, you know what it is? I got a soft heart. I got a very soft heart. If you cry, it's like I'll give you a little story here, okay? So you understand me a little bit better. Okay. I'm just going to get romantic.
We have a tired Canadian in the chat says, wow, did he cry? He did indeed cry.
When a woman cries, part of me cries.
You cry with them.
As I'm also an emotional person, like Slowly I am. I'm a caring individual. When you cry, I cry. CL Van Horn says me too. Feelings, says Major Ruckus. I'm not kidding around, man. I mean, of course, there's some funny moments I was dying, chicken or the eggplant. Right? What came first?
I mean, yeah, it got wild. There's brought up Hydra, hailing Hydra.
You can't pran without a pran.
I mean, 12 hours of Frank Ow night long.
You can't pran without a pran, right? You can't pran without a pran. That's deep right there, okay? But the thing is, when women cry, it hurts a part of me. I think I might cry right now.
Oh no, you're gonna pull us slowly.
No, I'm serious.
And, do like an Oscar-winning cry performance, Denzel Ottawa.
It's just, I'm telling you, man. And I think he's set up. I think the dude's set up. I think it's clear he's set up. I think the way he talks about, the occupation and all that stuff. I mean, I'm a humanist. You know what I mean? I love all people.
We have a Renee Moshka in the chat says, "No woman, no cry.
Sing it to me, Pat. I need a.
No woman, no cry. Don't you shed no tear. No woman, no cry." No, I don't know that song. I am a Bob Marley fan, but I mean, if you got me the lyrics, I could probably do it. But.
You feel what I'm feeling right now? Do you feel what I'm feeling right now? Who's crying with me? Tell me if you're crying.
So you feel for the man. You feel for the passionate former chief slowly.
I feel for him, brother. I really do. Okay, I really do. Others before self, compassion for all. Come on, man. How can you not feel for this guy? I feel for this guy, man.
Those are my questions. My colleague, Commissioner, why is that on your compassion? So at the top of your CV, there's a motto, others before self, compassion for all. Why is that on your CV?
It's just how I was raised. So I am.
Cry.
No, it's
Everything
amazing.
else after that's just what I did.
Yeah, no, I agree, man. I like this guy. I like him. I like him, man. I think
I just want to see him cry again.
that sold it to me, honestly. That's just how he's raised. No, acting, says Invasion None. Who believes his acting? I don't believe in his acting.
I think probably 99% of the chat believes he's acting right now.
I don't think so. I'll tell you why, okay? I'm going to tell you why. Because the facts are that he didn't go busting heads, his whole crew, even the riot cops, Patterson, right? And that Feb 6, that was a cock-up. They know it was. They know it was a cock-up. That guy's been suspended. And I've met good cops. Right when I did that little skit there, you know, please, sir, do not tase me, please, you know.
Don't tase me, bro.
I'm telling you, man.
That was awesome.
I could have gotten, but
he was a nice guy, actually.
Pan, that guy had all the reason in the world to knock my teeth out. You know what I'm saying?
He could have tased you right then.
No, I'm serious, man. Like anything, that was, you put yourself in a stupid position, stupid things that can happen. That's just what it is. But the thing is because, comedy you have to push the envelope. You got to be dangerous, you got to be dangerous. You know what I mean? You just will have to do it. You got to. You got to always push that line a little further. But these guys were good. I'm telling you, a lot of these cops, a lot of them, and I know a lot of them, I'm telling you. And I spoke to that guy, Curtis. I spoke to him after. And I spoke to others, too. And I believe in the power, the healing power of the human heart. Truly. I'm a humanist, man. I can't stop myself. I believe he was under, of course, incredible pressure. And he knew that there's only a political situation would end this. He knew it was a political problem, a hot potato that had been put in his lap. And there was no way out. He was set up. I believe he was set up. That's what I believe. I believe 100%. I believe he was set up.
You are, you said I'm an angel a few minutes ago. No, bro. I think you're an angel. You're a very caring, compassionate man,
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Even
sir.
though 99% of the chat is not agreeing with you at all right now, you're sticking to your compassionate convictions.
He was set up to be chief. We got Hayes, MTL Hill, brother. I know this guy, really good guy. He says, Curtis lied to me and called me a criminal in front of lots of people. Curtis was so nice to me, though.
Ouch.
You know what I mean? POU, says Jacob Wood, POU, small. I'm telling you, it's a moment. I'm feeling it. Slowly was on an island. Slowly's the man, says Numismatic King.
Is Slowly the man?
He was set up, says Manifesting Freedom. Nope, I'm agreeing with Roe. Put a vote, says KP80. All right, let's put a vote. Let's do a
Wow,
vote.
okay, that's a good thing to do.
Okay.
Let's
settle
put up a
it.
poll.
Okay, was
Okay.
slowly set up. That's the question. Was slowly set up? And it goes.
I think we, some people would agree that he's set up, but they still don't really feel sorry for him, and they don't have as much compassion for him as you do, I think.
Okay, I just put a poll right there. He's an egomaniac, crushing dissent, cut the head off the Hydra, etc. I mean, listen, I talk like this, right? I say to my wife, I just want to crush that. Let's make a baby. That's how I talk. What else we got here? I mean, no one likes a quitter. This is Von Saltinator. Tinfoil Hat Nick to quote NWF the police. A fall guy, yes, says Sandra. I'm crying. I dropped my hamburgers as heebie-jeebies. Now, we got a lot of romantic people in this chat. Okay?
Okay.
No, that's what it is. I've been feeling compassion for him all day. Set up to fail and stabbed in the back of Starry Light. He's a scapegoat, bro, says Max Chapman. No questions set up. Takedown. Blamed nonstop at meetings, says Margot P. Every kingdom has a fool, says Bad Egg Productions. More evidence needed, says Anonymous. There's a great poll right there. There are 4 options on that poll. Was slowly set up. Yes, 55% currently, 152 votes. No, 11%. Maybe 16%. Cry, 16%. I don't cry. I honk, says Future Now. No, honestly, man. I just think everything lines up too well, right? Because here's the thing. They keep on talking about all the dysfunction between the different police groups, right? But I don't buy it. Let me refresh this, make sure they're not already streaming. No, they're still not there. I think it's a setup because they wanted to call the EMA. I believe Trudeau wanted to call the EMA. That's what I think. He wanted to call the Emergency Act. Trudeau wanted to do that. He had to set it up. So how did he set it up? Okay, so think of it like this. The intel is coming from the OPP exclusively, Hendon reports. Ottawa is obviously, they obviously don't have the staffing, Ottawa Police. That's normal. How are you going to handle this? It's a crazy amount of people. They let them in. Remember that. So they're let in. You set up. I think he didn't want to go along with the crushing. Possibly. Man, I could be wrong. Honestly, I'm a sucker for tears. When women cry, I cry. That's just what it is. So I know that too. That's an Achilles heel I have, That's an Achilles heel. I mean,
I don't think he wanted to crush as bad as, say, Patterson, maybe. A guy like Patterson, But, I think a lot of people are still going to probably say that he has some fault and that you shouldn't be too compassionate. He needs to be held accountable, at least ridiculed a little bit.
Yeah, but then again, what specifically did he do that he needs to be held accountable about? What did he do?
Well, he cried.
Okay, well, yeah, he cried. But you know what I mean, though? Like, compared to what these other people did. Kippy 80, he wanted it 2 years ago, Trudeau. The Emergency Act. Also, he has control over Fed intel. These guys didn't get any Fed intel. Women love men like you, says Christine. Thank you, Christine.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Oh.
Maybe
259 votes, set up 55%, cry 14%,
maybe I'll take
maybe
another couple
21.
of minutes in the circumstances.
Why is he wearing a mask?
Oh, hello, diaper face.
What? Are you serious?
He's being safe.
La commission
practicing-
levée pour quelques minutes. The commission in recess for a few minutes.
Okay, well, like, we can get back
Practicing safe testimony.
to it. Yeah, huh, all right, so they're still going. He didn't want to bust heads like Bell did, says. That's the thing, I don't believe he did. Because they had, man, I'm telling you, the switch. OPS switched. Ottawa Police, especially when all the other squads from all the other police services came in on the 18th. When that fencing started going up, when Bell took office, everything changed. And you can see Bell, I'm sorry, like, I'm a big believer in, you know what the colonizers did? You know what I mean? Like measuring phrenology, phenotopology. Like people have punchable faces. Okay, I don't know if that makes sense. I'm not saying I'm a race realist. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not even quite sure what that completely means. But the point is that when I see a dude like Bell, right, he's got that twitching, that head that twitches at me.
Yeah, no, I feel what you're saying. It's like you're like, I just don't like the way he looks.
Bell's a thug.
that type of
like,
thing.
Yeah, Major Ruckus. Bell is a thug like Blair, exactly. You know, he gets a stiffy from crushing. Because I have that, right? Everything in all people, good and evil, cuts through the hearts of all men and women. Do I take pleasure in other people's pain? Have I? Yes, sometimes, absolutely. You know, when you beat your kids at Monopoly and they cry, like, it can make you happy. Some people take it to the next level, and you live your entire life that way, and I believe that is what Steve Bell has done. He has his entire life. It's the pleasure of giving pain. And on the flip side,
what a sicko.
Yeah, I think so, man. You know, and I think for Slowly, you know, Project Hydra aside.
Hail Hydra.
You know, and I can see it. You're sitting there and you're like, how do I crush this? How do I end this? Like, I'm going to put myself into that mindset. Okay, here I am.
How do I crush the people?
Man, we got to crush them. They're like the people are like a Hydra. Tamara Leach, Pat King, Bowder, Barber, Marazzo, crush the Hydra!
Order à l'ordre. The commission is
And on that
reconvened. La
note-
commission reprend.
Woo! Here we go.
Okay, you okay to continue? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Sully. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you too.
For the record, it's Natalia Rodriguez for the commission.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to pick up where my colleague, Mr. Au, left off with your resignation. Can I ask, was it your decision to resign?
It was ultimately my decision. There was a lot of factors that went into it, yes.
Did the board ask you to resign?
There were significant pressures. It was clearly to me, it was clear to me that the board, specifically Chair Deans, had lost confidence in my position, and that was a factor in my decision.
Now, I believe Chair Deans told us when she was here last week that she did not lose confidence in you, but you're saying you felt that she had lost confidence in you.
From statements made and, yes, the totality of the circumstances, yes.
Okay, and did the board, anyone at the board or the chair express that they had lost confidence in you?
On the evening of February 14th, I received a phone call from the board chair essentially asking what I consider resignation.
Okay, so I assume you're familiar, and maybe I shouldn't assume, are you familiar with the evidence that she gave on that exchange last week?
I'm aware of some of it, but I'd be happy to receive more context or information around it.
Well, maybe you can tell us how it transpired from your perspective.
21 days into an event of the size and nature that we were dealing with, and 9:30 at night at the end of, I don't know how many hours of days of, in that day I worked, to get a phone call from your chair discussing rumors and then pivoting into, have you thought about resigning conversation, for me is a pretty clear indication that I no longer had the confidence of the chair, and by the chair, the board of the Ottawa Police Services.
And as she tells it, at that time, you told her that you would not resign, but then the next morning, you called her to say that you had reconsidered. Is that accurate from your perspective?
I told her that I had put my heart and soul into this organization, the mandate that she had given me, and that I'd be seeing this thing through. And that at 9:30 at night, it was a very inappropriate conversation to be having with me. I wasn't going to be giving it any more consideration.
And so what made you change your mind?
The almost 11 hours worth of continuing to manage the situation in this city on behalf of the Ottawa Police Services.
And did anyone within the City of Ottawa or the Government of Ontario or the Government of Canada express to you that you should resign?
I'm a little bit, I realize I'm not supposed to be referencing other people's testimony or evidence presented already, but I am aware of a very alarming text, apparently from Brenda Lucky, Commissioner Lucky to Commissioner Carrique. I wasn't aware of it before my decision, but I am now aware of it now. So I don't know how to relate that into this situation. So,
Well, it's more about, did anybody tell you, did anybody put pressure on you or suggest to you that you should resign? That at the time, obviously, you would have been aware of that if somebody had said that to you.
thank you. That's more helpful for me. I had direct experiences with officials at 3 levels of government. I had direct experiences with 3 levels of government over the course of the time that these events that left me with a clear sense that I had little to no support from elements at those 3 levels.
In all 3 levels?
Yes.
Are you aware of any political pressure on the board to seek your resignation?
Municipal, yes, definitely. There was a motion passed. Motion presented, I don't think it was passed. So clearly, yes. I don't remember if any of the board members, 3 councillors that were on the board, voted in support of that motion to remove the Ottawa Police's jurisdiction. But there was certainly, I'm aware at the municipal level, significant pressure on the board for that to take place.
My understanding is that motion didn't make it to the floor. There was not a vote on that motion.
Still a clear indication.
Okay, thank you. Now I want to go back to the beginning, if I may, and just go through some of the events with you, kind of from the municipal/board lens, if you will. So I want to talk a little bit about pre-arrival intelligence, and you talked about that with my colleague, Mr. H.A.I.L. And I want to just talk about what information was relayed to the board with respect to what could be expected before the convoy arrived. Now, Mr. Superintendent Abrams of the OPP confirmed in his evidence that on the 27th, there was an intersect call. And on that call, OPS confirmed that their planning was on the basis of assuming 3,000 trucks coming into the downtown. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe Interim Chief Bell indicated in his witness summary that as the convoy drew closer, they were expecting 3,000 to 4,000 vehicles to arrive in Ottawa.
I don't remember the 3,000 to 4,000 number. My memory's around 3,000, but I don't think at this point it matters.
Sure. And then I believe Inspector Lucas in his evidence confirmed that by January 26th, the OPS was expecting about 10,000 people on the 29th on that side.
I did hear that from Inspector Lucas.
Yes. And so now I want to just, having that context, turn to what the board understood would be the situation on the 26th when there was that board meeting. And my understanding is that the January 26th board meeting was the only pre-arrival,
Sorry for interrupting. It was a specifically called meeting for the purpose of the convoy. I have a recollection, I stand to be corrected. Our regular January meeting was, I think, the week before at that level, but by no means was it a briefing, and I wouldn't expect the board to have sufficient information to even form substantive questions. But I just recall there might have been some mention of it at that previous regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay. My understanding is it wasn't discussed in any level of detail, but you can agree with me then that this would have been the briefing meeting in which substantively the details would have been discussed.
Yes.
Okay. So if we can turn to the minutes of that meeting, OPB 401257, and these are the minutes of that meeting. And I want to take you to page 5. So now this is the portion where, and we can scroll up actually, because we'll, just to note that there are no kind of numbers that we can see there being given. If we can keep going up. So these are, yeah. In any event, there's no actual numbers that are provided, but there's a question from one of the counselors at page 5 regarding the numbers. So I'll just take you to page 5 there. Councillor Brockington. And then the question was raised regarding whether the service had an idea of how many people and vehicles were expected. The service noted that although the information is in flux, the truck movement began on the West Coast and had swelled and shrunk as it has traveled. The service was also monitoring other groups expected to participate in demonstrations over the weekend. The service was anticipating in the 1,000 to 2,000 person range. However, they indicated that it could change even with an hour. So by this time, there was a plan in place assuming 3,000 trucks entering the downtown core. Why wasn't that information given to the board?
These minutes are not verbatim minutes. I would prefer to look at a more detailed record. These are all taped. They're available on YouTube channels. These minutes of meetings were never intended to be verbatim minutes. So I'm not suggesting the number wasn't given, but I can't tell you whether or not it was. So that's my challenge with trying to refer to these as scribe notes or detailed minutes of what was discussed in the meeting. They're substantive summary points as opposed to what we've been using as scribe notes.
Right, but I mean, the question is kind of very directly put. How many people and vehicles are expected? And the answer appears to be 1,000 to 2,000 people.
I don't know who gave that answer, ma'am. I don't know whether it was in relation to a direct question here. There was some context missing. I just don't know.
Okay, but you were present at this meeting?
I was, yes.
Okay. And so by this time, you would have known that that was the expectation or that was what the plan was based on, 3,000 vehicles, right?
Again, just to be clear, I don't think anybody had a fixed number. That 3,000 vehicles was, I believe, and again, I stand to be corrected, an estimate that Inspector Lucas, through his traffic team and his planners, felt that could be accommodated. But that doesn't mean we were going to get exactly 3,000 vehicles. We could have got 5, we could have got 1. He was looking at an upper range that he could accommodate, but that wasn't a prediction of the number of vehicles that were expected to arrive 72 hours later.
Okay. But in terms of numbers, this was the only pre-arrival briefing, so there were no other updates that were provided to the board about the number of people or vehicles expected.
No, this was a formal board meeting, but I had been in regular daily contact with the board. There were calls that took place this week where the board chair was on with the mayor and team. So there was a number of other discussions, communications, formal meetings that took place in this time frame where questions around what we had, what was coming, were we ready, what messaging should we be providing, are you getting enough support from the city? There's a range of other meetings and communications. This was just the only formal board meeting where there was specifically for these events.
Okay. And if we can go to page 2. If we look at the first paragraph, they indicated, I'm just looking in the second line there, they indicated that there was a coordination of intelligence between agencies, and the service noted expecting that the Freedom Convoy would arrive in Ottawa as early as Thursday and likely remain through Sunday. Their destination remained Parliament Hill. Questions regarding counter-protests and other protest groups was expressed. So this was the information that was provided in terms of the expected stay of the convoy, right?
Yes.
Okay. But at this point, there was at least some indication from intelligence that there was the possibility that they could stay longer, right? Through the Hendon reports and other...
There was a possibility that some smaller group could stay longer, as opposed to everybody arriving was going to be staying longer.
Okay. And my understanding was that there was no in-camera portion to this meeting.
I honestly, at this point, can't remember. Take your word for it.
So I guess my question is, the OPS had much more detailed information about what was expected by this point in time. So my question is, why not share that with the board, as you know, they are tasked with oversight and assisting in helping to prepare for these types of events?
We answer the questions given to us by the board in the public meeting, and the board has the opportunity to move the meeting into in-camera if they choose. I can't control their decision on an in-camera meeting, nor do I control the questions they ask in the public session.
Right. So we did ask Councillor Deans about this, and she testified that she didn't know to ask for an in-camera portion because she wasn't aware that there was additional information that could have been provided in camera.
I will accept that that was her explanation, but as the board chair and a very experienced board chair on multiple boards, she would have known that that was an option.
Okay. And so I understand you're saying there were other updates with the chair, but in terms of the board as a body, this was the one briefing that they received, and there were no updated briefings before the arrival of the convoy as more information became available, right?
Nor would there have been time, quite frankly. I would have gone to a board meeting if directed to do so, but that would have probably not been the most optimal use of our time, given the circumstances that were unfolding.
Okay. Now, I want to speak about the injunction that you suggested to the city, or you had a call with the solicitor, David White, on January 30th about the possibility of seeking an injunction. Ultimately, we know that the city did seek an injunction and was successful, but by that time, it was quite further along in the events, and the injunction was not actually ever used as an enforcement tool. And we're trying to understand why that's the case. So you recall you had a call with Mr. White on January 30th about the possibility of the city seeking an injunction, right?
And again, just by way of context, my recollection, again, stand to be corrected, was that we had, within the Ottawa Police Service, we had discussed a range of options as mitigating factors, risk-reducing factors, and injunction was one of them. This was before the arrival of the trucks in the pre-planning phase. Once the events unfolded, as I've described earlier on the Saturday, there was an attempt to step that up, and I believe that is the call that you're referencing.
Yes, and so what exactly were you seeking from him?
We were seeking to now ask the city to get involved. It would be a city injunction, not an Ottawa Police Service injunction. We had now just seen what had landed in our city, and so we had a much better understanding of what we were facing, different from the sort of blue skying of, well, let's consider an injunction before. And so now we're having a real discussion about the real problem that is unfolding in our city, and asking the city to start to put their minds clearly to the possibility of an injunction. But we were not at this point strongly recommending or anything. We were just keeping all of our options on the table and trying to engage the fullest range of city supports that we could.
Okay, and what was your understanding of what the injunction would be for? An injunction for what?
Could be a range of different things. And again, it would be the city's injunction. It would be their decision to decide what to put into its injunction. We were giving them some base level ideas from a policing perspective, but we would not be the only perspective necessary for them to make a decision and to include clauses within that injunction.
Okay, and you felt that that would fit within OPS's overall plan to have an injunction from the city?
At that point, we were doing the pivot on the plan, and we were just looking at all the options that we could.
Okay. Now, my understanding is that at that time, there were enforcement opportunities that were not being taken because of lack of resources and potentially the concern that it might incite the crowd, if I will.
I'd maybe just rephrase. Officers always have the discretion as to whether or how to use enforcement actions, and certainly the crowd dynamics made it very difficult for them to do that. I know you phrased it, there were enforcement actions not being taken. Officers were applying their discretion around enforcement, inciting other public safety issues, and officer safety issues would have been part of that discretion.
Right, but I think we can agree that enforcement was not being consistently done on every occasion for various reasons, including lack of resources, potential safety concerns, et cetera, right?
Thank you, yes, thank you.
So at that time, there were multiple bylaw, Highway Traffic Act violations. So I'm trying to understand what more, considering that there were violations happening that were not being enforced, what would the injunction then add to that?
Well, it could have added a range of different things. Again, it's not an area of expertise that I have. There could have been heightened fines. There could have been new bylaws passed. There could have been, through an injunction, maybe there would be some way to engage other elements like insurance bureaus, hotels. Again, it's not an area of expertise. I'm not a lawyer. I don't believe I've actually been involved in the drafting and carrying through of an injunction all the way. I would have relied almost entirely on my legal services team to have those conversations, and they would have been entirely informed by the needs of the incident command group.
Fair enough. So I'll take you to OTT 30299695. And this is an email from David White, city solicitor, to Steve Kanalakis, who's the city manager. And this was after his discussion with you, Mr. White's call with you. He emailed the city manager, copying others at the city about the discussion that he had just had with you. So that's the context for this email, in case you haven't had the chance to see it before. So he says, I just got off the call with Chief Slowly and his team that is coordinating the OPS response to the protest on the issue of an injunction. So then he says this is what they're looking for. And then if we go to the second paragraph. Okay, yeah, thank you. Oh, third paragraph, excuse me. I also took the opportunity to explain to the chief that any request for an injunction would need to be founded in public safety concerns. While the OPS's main concern seems to be around noise, traffic impacts, public frustration, based on the idea that the police should be doing something about the protest, mounting costs, air pollution, etc., there does not yet seem to be significant violence associated with the event, nor much in the way of public safety concern. So I just want to pause there for a second. Is that what you told the city solicitor on January 30th, that there was not much of a public safety concern at that point?
Well, thank you. I can't imagine why I would ever say that. I think this is the 30th, this would be the Sunday. I mean, we had seen massive public safety concerns across the downtown core in the red zone. Were well publicized on mainstream media and social media, events of assaults, threatening behavior, hate incidents. I don't know how he would have taken the impression from us that these were just minor bylaw issues, public frustration, and who's going to pay the bill. I suspect all those areas were part of our discussions, but he would only have to look out of his window at City Hall to understand what was happening in our city at this time, a significant public safety event happening in our city.
Okay, so you did not express to him that there were no significant public safety concerns at that time?
I have no recollection of that, and I couldn't believe that I would ever express that.
Okay, and he says according to the police. So do you have any sense where he would have gotten that information from?
Perhaps he talked to other people before or after.
Okay. So there seems to be a bit of a theme of conflicting narratives here about the degree of public safety, especially in the first week, in the first weekend. So on the one hand, we have the city being told that, enforcing bylaws and any laws really was too dangerous for public safety issues, that there was the risk of violence, there was the risk of injury and death, and I can take you to some notes where that's indicated. But on the other hand, the city was also told, at least in this email, seems to have been told, that there wasn't much in terms of a public safety risk. And we've seen actually from some EOCCG, which is the group that manages the emergency response on a municipal level, that group was putting out updates every day. And they use language such as party-like atmosphere, it's festive. So there seems to be these two competing narratives. Was this a tinderbox waiting to explode, or was this a family-friendly carnival with bouncy castles? And so I wanted to get your perspective on those two narratives.
It was a tinderbox waiting to explode. It was not a family festival.
Okay, thank you. Now, my understanding is that in terms of the discussions of the injunction, the city got to the point where they were looking at potentially seeking an injunction for various things, but they required OPS to provide them information that they can then use to support an application for an injunction. And that was never provided according to the city witnesses that we heard from. Do you have any sense of why that is?
None whatsoever. This had been assigned, I think, again, I may be corrected by documentation, but my recollection is that Christiane, as general counsel, would have been lead for this. She would have relied on the supports of the incident command team, as well as other planning capabilities outside of the incident command team within our general organization to be able to address any questions or information requests. I will say, on the spectrum of a million things we needed to get done in real time, this would probably be in the middle to bottom half of it. So it is possible that the city was waiting for updates, but everyone in the organization, my organization, was busy on higher priority items at that point. So that's the best explanation I could give you. But there was certainly no indication that I had that we were disinterested in supporting it. We'd simply passed it over them and washed our hands of it.
Okay, thank you. Now, I understand that you were looking to have the city exercise its kind of political influence at different levels of government in order to assist in getting resources, and there were various things you had asked them to look into and to do on that February 6th email where you told them, we need 1,800 officers. I believe in one of the, and actually maybe we should go to it, OTT 3018172.
Just while that's coming up, Commissioner, may I have your indulgence for a second, sir? I don't know what the procedure around this is. I was asked a question earlier on, and I was giving an answer, and I changed midway through my answer, and it may have sounded like a complete phrase. It was a change of phrase. Can I just correct the record with your indulgence?
Absolutely. We're just trying to get to the bottom of things. So no, there's no.
And if I get this
wrong,
problem,
and in fact, if by the later in the day there's something comes to you, please interrupt and put it forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. If I get the question wrong or the context, please correct me. I believe you asked me a question, to what extent did I believe that the three levels of government had lost confidence or trust in me? And I believe part of my response was I felt that all three levels had expressed very low. What I was about to say was very, and then I changed to low. It came across, I believe, as very low. I just want that corrected for the record if that's.
So the answer was very?
No, it was low.
Low. Okay.
But I had experienced incidents where there was clearly some low level of lack of confidence in the organization from all three levels of government.
So this is the email of February 6th. If we go to the first email of the thread. Right, okay, go up a little bit so we can see who it's from. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, right there. So it's John Steinbach's from the OPS, and it's to Chair Deans and the mayor and others in Ottawa, and you as well. And if we go down, Chair Deans and Mayor Watson, please find below the list of Ottawa Police Service asks to the federal, provincial, and municipal levels of government that was requested yesterday by the board. So as my colleague pointed out, on the 5th of February, you were asked to provide a number of resources that you required, as well as other requirements that you needed in order to bring this to an end. And if we go down, we see that you have some asks there from the city. And I wanted to just briefly ask you about a few of these if we go down. Okay, so here, and actually this is an interesting question because I think we touched on it earlier, but maybe didn't get a clear answer. So it says there, the service requires 1,800 additional staffing and enforcement resources. So this is, I think, the first reference that we see to the 1,800 ask. And this is on February 6th, I believe it's at 4:07 p.m. There's later a meeting that you have with Chair Deans and the mayor in which you provide them that number as well. And then the following day, you send them an email with a chart. You might recall that chart, and that was on February 7th. So the question was, you had been asked by the board to come up with the number of resources that you required to end the protest on February 5th. And on February 6th at 4:30, you send this email. So at what point did you determine the number of additional resources you needed and how? Because my understanding is the meeting that happened later with your command team was after this email was sent in the evening at 7:45
Yeah,
p.m.
and again, my recollection is that as soon as that board meeting ended on the 5th, we turned our attention to start getting the information we need. So I'm not aware of notes and scribe notes that say my executive officer and my EA started to assign things to CAO Dunker. But there is no way that I would have left that board meeting with that request in front of us and the extremely short timelines and simply waited 24 hours later to start to have people thinking about it. So that's just my recollection, and I stand to be corrected if that proves to be wrong.
Okay, so your understanding is that February 5th in the evening, you would have had a meeting.
As soon as that board meeting was over, we would debrief right away, as we would with any board meeting at the end of it. What are the substantive issues that came out? What do we need to do? What are the timelines? And certainly in this meeting, that was the direction that needed our full focus, and it would not have simply waited till the end of the next day to get to.
Okay, yeah, I just don't think we have in our documents a meeting on February 5th in the evening where resource numbers were discussed. So I think that's the question that we're kind of left wondering with. And so if we look at the third bullet point, professional mediation and negotiation capacity, what were you asking for there?
Again, we were trying to think of anything that could assist us. The concept of mediation and negotiation was clearly a live discussion at many levels in the organization and many levels of government. And so any particular advice, supports, expertise that we or the city could bring in could be helpful.
Okay. And so with that in mind, you're asking the city to exercise its political influence and to look into professional mediation even. You're aware on February 6th, it's also the day that the city of Ottawa declared a state of emergency. Do you recall that?
I don't recall it, but I'm not challenging the date of it.
And so according to some of the documents that we've seen and the evidence, the expressed intent of that declaration, or at least one of the reasons for that declaration, was to put pressure on the premier to exercise powers to resolve the situation in Ottawa. Did you ask the mayor to declare a state of emergency?
I was involved in discussions around it. I've been involved in those, had been involved in those discussions in my time in Toronto for a variety of reasons. And literally every time it ever came up in Toronto was, it may get you some money transfer payments. It might get you access to certain resources, but it's not going to give you, the declaration of state of emergency in our context here in the province isn't the same as it is in other jurisdictions in other countries. So it has put my police officer hat on, limited efficacy to support policing operations, and I have limited understanding of how it supports other city functions, but even there, my understanding is it is by no means even close to being a silver bullet.
Sure, but it can exercise some political leverage, can it not?
I can't speak to political leverage. I can only tell you what practically it would provide for a jurisdiction, and in my case, a police of jurisdiction.
Okay, fair enough. So I wanted to just ask about the legal opinion that you had received in which you said you believe, based on that opinion, that you were not able to block access to trucks entering downtown. Did I get that right?
I wouldn't put it that way.
Okay,
but
how would you put it?
we had a legal opinion. Sorry, can you just frame your question again, please?
Sure. My understanding is that pre-convoy, or when the convoy arrived, we saw an opinion in any event that was dated January 28, and I assume you saw it sometime after that.
No, we requested on the 27th. It arrived on the 28th. I don't know the date that I saw it, but it was still in and around that time. And again, the event started on the 27th, went through the 28th, heightened on the 29th, and continued through the 30th. So it arrived in the middle of the event, not prior to the event.
Okay. And that goes to the heart of my question. Councillor Fleury was here some time ago, a few weeks ago now, and he testified that at the pre-convoy briefing with you and the city manager, the mayor, councillors, this was on January 26th, he had specifically asked about maintaining truck routes in the city. And you said to him, in answer to that question on the 26th, that you had a legal opinion that said that the charter prevented you from doing that. That's what he told us. So I want to understand what would have been the basis for your understanding that the charter prevented that on the 26th of January when you didn't receive the legal opinion until the 28th? Was there another legal opinion?
Probably my general counsel. Again, I don't have an independent recollection, but before we go outside for a legal opinion, I would usually run it by my own general counsel.
Okay. And you testified that by the 29th, on the Saturday, I thought I heard you say this morning that the demonstration was an unlawful demonstration. Is that right?
By virtue of the first law broken in and around it.
Okay, and so what did you mean by that? What were the laws broken?
Too many to list.
Can you give me a sense? Like, are we talking criminal code violations? Are we talking
Bylaw,
about?
Provincial Offences Act, Criminal Code, federal statutes, too many to list.
Okay, so bylaw, Highway Traffic Act offenses, okay. So my question is, with respect to the first weekend, I think it could be assumed that 3,000 vehicles in the downtown core would lead necessarily to Highway Traffic Act and bylaw violations, right?
I'm sorry, just, I may have missed your question. That just having 3,000 vehicles would mean that there would be offenses?
Within a limited space would necessarily mean some violations such as blocking traffic, parking illegally.
In the context of a protest, yes. We
Yes.
probably have more than 3,000 vehicles in the downtown core here in Ottawa on any given day.
Right, but I'm talking about, 3,000 tractor trailers and big, heavy vehicles coming into the downtown in a space that had been designated for them to be there, right? But they
Well-
weren't designated to be there, to be legally parked. Clearly, they were all going to be taking up lanes and preventing traffic, and et cetera.
I think I understand your question, and so I'm trying to be deliberate in my answer. I can't imagine that the PLT would have negotiated, hey, when you come in, you can break our laws. I suspect, and I haven't seen PLT log notes, but when you come in order to not break our laws, in order to maintain the free flow of emergency vehicles, in order to not create as many problems as could happen, we're going to try to get you to do these several things. Park your vehicles here, carpool, ride share downtown. We will designate areas where you can park your trucks. And in designating those areas, it would be the police facilitating that as opposed to an independent decision by a truck driver or pickup truck driver to violate the law on their own, through their own decision making. That's different from us trying to facilitate a peaceful, lawful protest.
Okay, so then I'm just trying to understand what changed from the moment they arrived to the 29th. What additional violations would have occurred? It seems to me that by the time they arrived, those violations would have already been crystallized.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand the question, but I'll try to answer it. If I get it wrong, please redirect me. And we've heard some, I think, very helpful. I want to be careful. I'm aware that Inspector Lucas describes a situation where there's sort of a race to Wellington Street. And it seems that that is one of, not the only, but one of the main factors that seems to kind of end the agreed levels of cooperation that had been achieved through a lot of hard work by these PLTs. It then becomes a series of snake-like efforts to move heavy vehicles and lots of vehicles through the downtown core, and the traffic plan that had been set up had to be in real time rearranged. All of that chaos, yes, in all of that, we started to see significant levels of bylaw, Provincial Offences Act violations, not to mention those who were either walking, riding, or in any other conveyance, starting to do a wide array of social disorder, threatening and intimidating behavior, physically and psychologically assaultive behavior, and yes, hate-related behavior and ultimately criminal code violations, all of which happened in near real time over the morning and early afternoon and throughout the remainder of the time of the events in the city.
So if by the 29th it had become an unlawful demonstration, why was access not prevented into the downtown core by the second weekend, the 5th of February, when additional convoys came and joined? By then, surely you would have the authority.
You've touched on one of my frustrations.
Was not my intention.
That is why there's clear documentation of me saying, are we ready to go? Have we thought about all the things we need to do? Have we considered whether we're going to be closing more roads, more highway off-ramps, more bridges, based on what we learned from last weekend and what we've seen in other jurisdictions? And I was really kicking the tires hard on that. And that is why on the third weekend, I issued my only direct order at the operational level: close the interprovincial bridges and close the highways that give direct access to the downtown core. I rescinded that only when the then event commander, Rob Bernier, articulated a substantially robust traffic management plan to address the circumstances that were happening at that time. And it turned out to be a very successful plan. But that remained a significant concern for me and for the organization. There were more roads closed on the second weekend. There were more effective coordination around the interprovincial bridges. There was more assistance for the OPP on monitoring traffic along the King's highways. But I really still had a lot of concerns about that.
Right. The downtown core was never hardened, so to speak.
In the fullest sense, meaning that we blocked off all of the access off-ramps, which I saw as a private citizen? No. To that level of hardening did not exist in the 3 weekends that I was a chief of police for.
Okay. I want to turn to OPS 405665. And these are notes from a command briefing on February 1st. And I'll take you to page 3. And I think you testified today that by the 30th, you had recognized some elements of an occupation as opposed to a demonstration. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so it says that first point, if more demonstrators are expected back this weekend, early request for resources is required. Decision on whether this is an occupation needs to be made by tomorrow. Use experienced resources, i.e. Rob Bernier and others, pull from sections. Why did there need to be a decision about how to kind of classify this kind of a demonstration, whether it was an occupation or not? What turned on that?
This is the first time I'm seeing the email. I don't know the context of the meeting. Seems to be Inspector Bryden would be within the Intelligence Directorate, so I don't know the nature of this.
Okay, fair enough. And if we can go to the bottom of page 2. And trying to find my reference. Yeah, just at the bottom. The third line from the bottom. PLTs have done an excellent job in preventing rioting and de-escalation, but overall position and change needs to happen, looking more like an occupation than a negotiated end. If we can just keep going. Too many photos of police with protesters' trucks. Chief would like this addressed. Now, you also conveyed the sentiment to the mayor and to the councillors on the 31st, explaining that you didn't think that this was okay, photos being taken between police officers and protesters. So I just wanted to ask, Inspector Lucas testified this week that this was part of de-escalation, that this was trust building. It seems like you might have had a different view, so I just wanted to ask about that.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure where you got the information that I said it was not a good thing at council.
Okay, so I'll take you to OPS 405187. And this is notes of a meeting that you had with the mayor. So update from chief. And if we go to the bottom.
And whose notes are these?
Michael Anderson sent these to John Steinbach's. It's points of the meeting that happened on the 31st, update from mayor to chief. And then you give an update first, and then it looks like the mayor has some things to say after.
Okay.
So if we go to 7, if we go to the page 7. Okay, and I believe there were counselors here at this meeting as well. So at 7F, Councillor Menard says, curious on why certain behaviors are being allowed to continue, not peaceful, need to move on from that language, want services to be maintained and acts of hatred to be addressed. Residents should not feel intimidated, bylaw services should continue. And so F seems to be your answer. I had asked one of the witnesses who was answering these questions, and I believe it was Mr. Kanalakis said that for the most part you would answer these questions. And so the last line there, officers posing in images is unacceptable and are following up.
Again, sorry.
I can give you more context if you like. There's another notation, your last full day in office of February 14, when you also kind of address the same issue. And if it's helpful, I can take you to that. OPS 30-14566. And these are, I believe, your notes. And if we go to 932, okay, so Chief's morning brief. If you look at the first point, media report 2 times JTF2. Do you know what that reference is, what that is?
Joint Task Force officers.
Okay. We're supporting the demo here in Ottawa, supporting the command and control of it, now being investigated internally. Pat Morris, last night, I assume this means indicated that he was not indicted, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Pat Morris last night indicated we might have a significant issue with police members being involved in demos. So I just wanted to ask about that concept in general.
Yeah.
How did the public was seeing this? The public was pushing back a little bit. And so what is your view on that?
Thank you. The language used around the officers posing in photos are problematic to me. If I was not clear in my language, I'll accept that. I accept and adopt the view as relayed by Inspector Lucas. Officers will often have to do a fist bump or lean in for a selfie just to try to keep the temperature down in the circumstances they're in. That is just the reality of almost any circumstance, any day, not even requiring something of this level, just in order to try to build rapport in a minute, so to keep things at the right level or de-escalate things that could be escalating. And I'll always defer to an officer on that. In the broader sense, I could understand, and maybe that's where my comments were attributed, in the broader sense, these photos that are going viral on social media without proper context could be extremely problematic and were extremely problematic. They were used extensively in the social media disinformation and misinformation campaigns, and unfortunately crept into some of the mainstream media reporting as well. I think it's more in that context that I would be talking about it, as opposed to every single officer I saw in a photograph doing a fist bump or a thumbs up was unacceptable. That's never been my experience. And I would have done the same things and had done the same things throughout my policing career. I wouldn't expect to be sanctioned by a superior officer if they took the time to find out as to why I was doing it.
And do you think this might have contributed to the erosion of the residents' trust in the OPS?
There's no doubt that the photographs of officers, sometimes there weren't even officers in the Ottawa theater that were being passed around on social media saying, look what's happening in Ottawa. So there was just a lot of that going on. And I can understand why the public, without the context that we're sharing here now, would just look at that and say, oh, that's sympathy from the officers to the movement or various movements represented there.
I want to talk now about the role of the board. How would you describe the board's oversight function? What is the scope of their oversight?
Primarily to set the strategic direction of the police of jurisdiction, ensure that the police of jurisdiction has adequate resources to develop, to deliver adequate and effective services, and to hire and manage the chief of police and the 2 deputy chief positions. Well, in our case, 2 deputy chief positions.
And what's your understanding of the board's role in a major event?
In the same respect, do they have an oversight body, or does it align to strategic purposes? Are there any policies that that come into play. Are there adequate resources? What is the performance of chief in command, and through them, the performance of the organization?
And do they have a role ongoing throughout the duration of a major event?
They have the same role ongoing every single day, regardless of whether there's a major event or not.
Okay. Can I take you to OPS 30-14484? And I'll take you to page 36. And I believe these are some of your notes. We've seen these before, notes about meetings that you often make to yourself, and this one's dated February 5th. Subject line is call from Chair Deans. I understand here she's called you for a board meeting, and you say, I advised that I was fully focused on the major demonstration and all other operational priorities. I can refuse a board direction. I assume that means can't?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. I can't refuse a board direction for a meeting, but I stated that I would put my ability to lead the service in this critical operation in jeopardy and should be delayed until Monday. So was it fair to say that these meetings were distracting you from your operational responsibilities?
Not distracting. I understand the need that the board was trying to fulfill. But every minute, every hour, where one or all of the command and supporting personnel were not focused on managing the events, was less resources that we could put to those events, less leadership that we could provide to support those who were leading those events. So there's only a finite amount of time in any day. And on some days, I spent 3-4 hours on board meetings and had my two deputy chiefs there as well. I think in every occasion, we had the full command team there. So I understand it's not a distraction, but it is a demand on time. And it's in that context of demand on time.
And from her testimony last week, we understand that the board started asking for more information and more details of an operational plan to bring an end to the demonstration as of about February 5th. There was some more pressure to provide that information. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
And if I can take you to the meeting minutes of that board meeting on February 5th, OPB 401264. And at page 5, paragraph 2, although the board expressed frustration at the lack of clearly outlined plan that would result in the end of the demonstration, the service noted having articulated a framework aimed at their surge and contain strategy. So what did you understand the board to be requesting in terms of information at this time?
Just what they're asking for, a clearly outlined plan that would result in the end of the demonstration.
Okay, and you were not able to provide that to the board?
Not on February 5th, ma'am, no.
Okay, and why was that?
Because there was no way to end the demonstration with the resources we had at that time, and we were in the process of pivoting the plan to put that in place.
So there wasn't a fully formed plan
right.
that you could
We're
take?
still evolving that plan from the pre-planning piece. We're still trying to gather the resources necessary to move from simply at this point on February 5th, still just holding on to the red zone and not allowing anything else in there, but not really able to do much more than that.
Right. So this meeting did go in camera, and I'm going to take you to the in-camera meeting minutes, OPB 401647. And so at page 2, the fourth paragraph, sorry if we can, at the bottom, the paragraph at the bottom. The chief reassured the board that there was a comprehensive plan. However, he could not provide all the details of what the service was doing operationally. So I just want to marry that with the concept that by February 5th, there was not actually a well kind of conceived, fully formed plan, but the board is being told there is a comprehensive plan. So I just want to give you a chance to reconcile that.
It's not much reconciliation. I mean, there's a comprehensive plan. We've looked at the full range of issues from PLT to POU, enforcement, intelligence gathering, traffic. We are engaging in all sorts of efforts to get resources into the organization. It's comprehensive. It's just not into the detailed levels of sub-plans and dates and times when operations will take place, assuming that there are resources available. So comprehensive, it covers the full range of what we need to have in a plan, lacking the details in order to be able to say, a week from now, with these 1,800 resources, we should have the ability to execute a POU plan in the morning of, and by the end of the evening, we should have cleared 75% of the red zone. I couldn't give them that.
Right, but they're asking for a plan that would result in the end of the demonstration. And you're saying, well, there's a comprehensive plan, don't worry.
There's a comprehensive framework. I don't know if plan is the sense that, but that's the reconciliation I can give you.
Okay. Now, Councillor Deans testified that she understood there was an evolving plan, but she was asking for details about a plan to end the demonstration, which was not provided to her.
Because there was no, at that point, there was no plan that we could say this will end the demonstration.
Right. So had there been that plan, or once that plan was developed, my understanding is the board never saw a plan or even a high level or even a summary of the plan. So even by the time it was developed, that was not provided to the board. So I just wanted to ask why that would be.
Well, I can't speak to the final plan that was used in the week of after the 15th of February. So I don't know what was provided or not provided by then Interim Chief Bell.
Well, I'm asking about your time, not about Interim Chief Bell.
We never provided the operational plan in its totality in a bound document to the board. Let me be clear about one thing. The Ottawa Police Services Board provided a lot of support to the service and to myself, our executive team, on a range of issues. But there was a challenge around confidentiality on that board. There were clearly documented events where service information, board information, including in-camera discussions, had been leaked by board members to the public. And so there was a concern prior to the arrival and the events of the convoy around the confidential, the ability of the board to keep confidential information confidential.
And how was that being addressed?
I had formal documentation and correspondence with then Chair Deans around those concerns and specifically pointing to those events. It was up to her to investigate and remediate whatever issues. I never got a final update from Chair Deans as to the outcome of those concerns.
Right, but your obligation to provide the board the information they need in terms of to be able to exercise their oversight function, that's irrespective of whatever internal issues the board may be dealing with on its own, right?
It is a factor that came into my consideration as to the level of detail that I could provide on intelligence, threat risk assessments, operational plan, or other operational details.
So is your evidence that the reason that more information on the operational plan was not provided to the board because you had confidentiality concerns about that board specifically?
My evidence is that is one of the factors I had to consider, yes.
Okay, and so what were the other factors?
That I was not going to be handing over an entire detailed operational plan to the board. It's not a practice I'd ever seen done before. It's not one that I'd be comfortable with. And from my knowledge of the Morden report, not one that's required.
Okay, but a summary wasn't provided either, right?
No, we did provide summaries on a regular basis.
In terms of like a document which provides a high-level summary?
A document? No. In hours-long board meetings, we all dedicated to this. We were asked repeatedly questions and provided as much information as we possibly could. I can't recall whether or not somebody provided a summary document. That I can't recall.
Okay. Well, Chair Deans testified that at times she did not have the information she needed in order to exercise her oversight function. Does that concern you?
Not at all. Well, it concerns me that she would characterize it that way. I had daily calls, sometimes twice and 3 times daily calls with Chair Deans. We offered the board and they accepted to do ride-alongs. I think 4 of the 7 board members actually participated in ride-alongs that were by my service sergeant major, who actually put them in a police vehicle and drove them throughout the theater in safe ways. They had hours with the service sergeant major to ask any questions that they wanted. I had given explicit instructions to the service sergeant major to answer those questions as fully and honestly as possible. So we went through a variety of means beyond public meetings to ensure that the board could literally see and be in the theater, talk to frontline officers, have direct access to the chief of police on a regular basis, on a daily basis, including the formal board meetings. I can't understand why Chair Deans would say that she did not have the ability to ask questions and receive information in a very timely manner.
Okay, I'll take you to OPS 3011037. And these are, again, your notes. These are from February 11. And I'll take you to page 6 of your notes. And if we go to 1301, there, where it says call back from Diane Dean's 1301. And then it says expectations for board meeting. Gonna do like we did on Monday, minimum level. Cannot and won't be drawn into what I cannot lawfully provide, i.e. staffing numbers, what the plans are. Need you to be clear and understanding about that. And if we keep going, the response will be as much as we gave you on Monday, cannot go into the confidential. Accusatory language and requests for information that is unlawful for me to provide you will not be provided. She is accusing us of not responding to crimes. We don't respond to Twitter. She needs to report any threats. Was reported to Stephanie Lemieux. Encourage the board to not ask questions which cannot be answered operationally. So I want to ask you a few questions about that. It sounds like that was part of your exchange with Chair Deans on February 11. What did you mean by gonna do like we did on Monday, minimum level? Are you referring to the amount of information that you're gonna give her?
Going to be consistent with what we've been doing all along. We're not going to be changing and deviating from that.
So minimum level.
Well, I don't know what that means. I know these are my scribe notes. We're going to be consistent with what we did on Monday is a substantive theme that I'm trying to relay there.
And when you, just to go up a little bit to the first part of that exchange, so when you say cannot and won't be drawn into what I cannot lawfully provide, i.e. staffing numbers, what the plans are, you're indicating there that the board is not entitled to those, right? Staffing numbers and what the plans are?
Detailed plans, detailed staffing numbers, how many we're going to have on this shift, that shift, in public meetings, in documents. Those are problematic questions.
Why is that?
For all the reasons that have been explained before. This was a unique event, that's for sure. But the types of questions we were getting repeatedly over and over and over again. What is the plan to end this? I'm looking out my window now, I can't see a police officer out there. Unfortunately, these were the types of questions that just couldn't be answered. And we're taking up hours of our time, literally, at these meetings.
And then you say cannot go into the confidential. In camera would have allowed you to go into the confidential.
I don't think I'm referring to in camera there. I cannot go into the confidential elements of what we're doing, I think is what I was trying to say there. I would have said in camera.
Right, but my question is, can't you get into confidential matters in camera?
Yes, and I think at the previous meeting, what's the date of this?
February 11th.
Right. At the previous meeting, I think I'd urged them at least 3 or 4 separate times in the February 5th meeting, let's go in camera.
Okay, so you are saying you can give confidential information as long as it's in camera?
I can give more information in camera. I wasn't at that point committing to give everything that I was being asked, but I certainly could give more information in camera.
Okay. And what did you mean, what did you understand to be unlawful for you to provide in terms of information, and what made it unlawful?
It's probably more loose language. I don't know if it would have meant unlawful, but I certainly wouldn't be giving, there are unlawful information around human resources, things, conduct information that wouldn't necessarily be lawful for me to provide, but I'm not sure what the actual reference there is.
In your view, as you sit here today, is there any information that you lawfully cannot provide an oversight board?
I'm sure that there would be something that would allow for that to happen. I'm not sure I could give a member's blood type or something like that, but there might be some limits on that. But I think in general, we can share the information of the organization.
Generally, the board is entitled to any information
Yes.
they need in order to exercise.
There may be some restrictions, and I'm not an expert on privacy or human rights to be able to say that, there's health information that we would have in the records of the Ottawa Police Service that relates to a member's psychological assessment that I could hand over in complete free form to the board.
Right, but I mean, the board, as you know, takes an oath of confidentiality, right?
I know that, and they had broken that at least on one occasion during my tenure. So that oath of confidentiality doesn't mean that there aren't problems with the board's ability to maintain its oath of confidentiality.
Right, and I guess what I'm saying is that whatever board, the issues the board may have does not alleviate your responsibility to provide information that the board needs, right?
You're right, but it does cause me to have to be very careful under the conditions that I do it, and this was a national security event.
So you would agree with me then that under the Police Services Act, there's no restriction on the information that can be provided,
Subject to other acts and legislation, I would agree with you.
Sure. And so right now, there's nothing specifically that you can point me to say it's unlawful for me to provide this type of information, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, my understanding is that during these events, the board did not issue any formal directions to you, as it can sometimes do under the Police Services Act.
It did issue a direction to me to provide the staffing numbers on the February 5th meeting.
Okay, and that was a formal direction from the board? Okay. So aside from that, did the board ever specifically direct you to provide more information as a direction?
I don't recall now.
Okay. Now, had they specifically directed you to provide them with a copy of the plan once it was then formulated, the 3.0 that we hear about, would that have been provided to the board?
If it was a formal direction, I probably would have had to get consultation with my general counsel. And then, assuming that there was no prohibition, we probably would have provided what we could, and that would largely be a heavily redacted document.
Okay. Now, we've heard from some counselors that they were concerned that the ability of OPS to police other areas of the city was compromised during the convoy because all of the resources were concentrated in the downtown area. You're aware of those concerns?
Yes.
So I want to take you to the Morden report, COM 50616. And we've talked before about the Morden report, and I know you're very familiar with it. So we'll go to page 37.
Just for clarity, I read it probably 12 years ago, but I am familiar with it.
Okay. And it's the independent review into the events of the G20 for those who may not be familiar, and it's often referred to as the Morden report. It was authored in 2012. And if we go to recommendation 22, the board should review the Toronto Police Service's continuity of service plan for major policing events. Where there is a large event that may impact upon the service's ability to deliver regular policing officers, in this case Toronto, the board should consult with the chief of police concerning how continuity of service can be achieved. The board should be provided with any plans developed by the Toronto Police Service to aid in the consultation. So I wanted to ask whether the board was ever, our board, the Ottawa Police Services Board, was ever provided with plans with respect to the continuity of service in areas outside of the downtown core.
They didn't request any continuity plans, but we would brief them on our ability to maintain business across the rest of the police services across the rest of the municipality while we were dealing with the incident command as well.
Okay, so they didn't receive any plans, but informal briefing explaining what the plan was, essentially.
Yes.
Right? Okay. All right. I want to turn now to negotiations with the city. And I think you're aware, or maybe you can explain whether you were aware, that on February 7th, some protesters asked to meet with the city manager in exchange for facilitating a move from the Rideau and Sussex intersection to Wellington. Were you aware of that at that time?
I was not aware of it. I became aware of some level of PLT-related negotiations happening around that location. That came up through Superintendent Patterson and Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson at a briefing.
So my understanding is that meeting between the city manager and the protester in question was Mr. Marazzo took place on February 8th, but then the move from Rideau and Sussex to Wellington never happened. And according to Superintendent Drummond, who was here on Wednesday, he said that the move had not been approved. And I said by whom, and he indicated that it had not been approved by Superintendent Patterson or by yourself as well. So I just want to understand why that move would not have been approved.
That was Superintendent Patterson's decision. I gave no decision on that.
Okay. And earlier than the 8th, my understanding is there was also a potential move from the Rideau and Sussex again to Wellington that had been negotiated by PLT after the first weekend. So it would have been around the Monday after that first weekend, the 31st. There was a PLT negotiated potential move from Rideau and Sussex to Wellington at that earlier time. And according to Inspector Lucas, he said that that had been negotiated, but that the direction came from you to prevent that move from happening. So I wanted to ask about your...
I gave no directions in regards to PLT actions.
Okay. And were you generally aware that the Parliamentary Protective Service had concerns about moving more trucks onto Wellington after that first weekend?
My recollection of the first time hearing that directly was when, I don't want to get his rank wrong, but Larry Brookson, who is the head of the Parliamentary Protection Services, raised that, I think, on the weekend of the 13th, 14th with me directly.
Okay. And when you first learned of negotiations between the City of Ottawa and protesters, I believe was around the 12th of February. And is it fair to say that you were generally receptive to the mayor's office negotiating with protesters to come up with some sort of negotiated solution?
On one, maybe two singular, two caveats. It cannot direct policing operations, and it cannot run counter to the operational plan that was under the control of the incident command team.
Okay. So on February 12th, my understanding is you received a call from Steve Kanellakis advising you that over the last 24 hours there had been some discussions. And then you had a meeting after that with Deputy Chief Bell and Ms. Hano to inform them of that call. And my understanding is that Mr. Kanellakis had indicated to you that these discussions were confidential because they were ongoing, they hadn't been finalized yet. And my understanding is that in that subsequent meeting with Deputy Chief Bell and Ms. Hano, you asked Deputy Chief Bell to also keep that information confidential, right? Did you have any concerns about having to tell him to keep it confidential? And do you see any issues with that? The fact that you asked him to not share that with anybody else?
In hindsight, yes. At the time, I thought it was reasonable.
Okay, and you thought it was reasonable, why?
There were just negotiations that were ongoing. There hadn't been a final outcome, and at this point, it didn't have any major impact on our operations, any impact on our operations.
And since then, your view, you're saying, has changed. So what's your view of that now?
Probably one of those areas I would have wanted to share down one more level into at least to the event commander.
Who would have been Superintendent Burney at the time, right?
Oh, the date, sorry again, February?
12th.
Yes.
Okay. And so with that caveat that you gave us before about wanting to make sure that these negotiations fit within the overall plan, informing Superintendent Bernier on the 12th, or the earliest that you learned about it, would have facilitated ensuring that those negotiations meshed or fit into the overall plan, right?
No, would have given him situational awareness, but I would have told him, you keep working on your plan because this thing may fall apart. We didn't have the time or the effort to be putting a lot of resources into planning for something that hadn't been negotiated and might never happen anyway. So I would have given him for situational awareness, but not to give him more work to be done around it.
Right, but for example, he could have contacted the mayor's office and put some parameters around the negotiations or...
No, because, sorry, I shouldn't interrupt you, I apologize.
No, go ahead.
Please finish your question, because I want to make sure I answer properly.
That was the question.
Okay. I would not have wanted anybody in my organization to then get involved directly in the negotiation between the city and I believe it's Mr. French and the convoy organizers. I didn't want the Ottawa Police Service to be directly involved in that negotiation.
Why is that?
It was a political negotiation.
But again, if it's being done separately from the OPS's plans, there is the potential of conflict, isn't there?
And if there was, I would have defaulted to the OPS plans.
Right, but if something is negotiated without OPS input, can OPS then prevent it from moving forward?
That was the condition I gave to Steve Kandelakis when he had called me.
Okay. So you wanted to ensure then that the city's negotiations was completely independent from the OPS's plan?
Yes.
Okay. Despite the fact that this was a police-led operation and the police was the lead agency in the response?
Yes.
And then the February 13th in that morning, you got a call from Steve Kandelakis confirming that there had been an agreement reached, letters would be exchanged, et cetera, right? I believe then at noon, there was a meeting with city officials called by Steve Kandelakis. And the people who were on that call were Steve Kandelakis, yourself, Deputy Chief Bell, and Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. And a subsequent meeting then took place to inform a broader group of your team, right? Now, I understand that day, shortly after 1 p.m., you called OPP Commissioner Carrique to update him on the negotiations with the city, right?
Yes.
So he knew as of February 13 at around 1 p.m.
I believe that's the timing, yes.
Okay. On that call, did he express any concerns to you?
I actually don't have an independent recollection.
Okay.
But I don't recall anything being substantively discussed.
Okay. And Drummond testified, Superintendent Drummond rather, testified that at that subsequent meeting with the broader team was the first time that he learned about those negotiations. And he said everybody on the call was cautiously optimistic. Would that accord with your?
With my general recollection, yes.
Okay. And then after that meeting, you called RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucky, and she said she was aware of the negotiations. Did she express any concerns to you at that time?
I don't recall any. Again, sorry, I don't have my notes, and I don't have a clear independent recollection.
Okay. And my understanding is significant resources were required to carry out OPS's assistance to implementing that deal.
I don't know. I just wouldn't know the level of lift, but I suspect it would be, we didn't have a lot of resources to spare, so any amount of resources could be considered significant.
Okay. And so if I take you now to just the next day, which is February 14, I want to take you to OPS 30-14566. And these are your notes again, and I'll take you to page 8. And at 16:31, So just to give you some context, the truck started moving at 1 p.m. on this day. It was decided that evening on the 13th, the night before, Superintendent Drummond went and coordinated kind of the details, and the following morning it was to start. It didn't start until 1 p.m., and this is now at 4:30 p.m. that same day. So trucks have been moving for the last 3 hours, give or take. So you have a Teams call with Brookson, so maybe you can explain who Brookson is.
It's Larry Brookson, who is leading the Parliamentary Protection Services, and I apologize, I don't know can't remember his rank or his title.
Yes, and I'm not sure either, so we can go with Mr. Brookson.
Okay.
He said, trying to understand the meeting to completely fill up Wellington Street. And then you say Chief briefed his team, understood that the Intersect team would then brief everyone, including PPS. So is it fair to say that you had reached out to the OPP commissioner and to the RCMP commissioner, but you didn't reach out to PPS, and he's essentially calling you out on it and saying, why didn't you let me know? Is that essentially what's happening here?
No, that's not how I took it.
Okay, so maybe just explain that discussion.
He's concerned about not being aware of it, which I can appreciate fully. But I'm explaining that the major incident command, event commander, and incident commander would be able to brief all of our partners in the NCR and everybody who was contributing to, at that point, an integrated operation about what was taking place that day. And that my understanding was PPS was part of that Intersect team and would have received that briefing. I didn't get the impression that Larry Brookson was calling me out or the Ottawa Police Service out.
Okay, and if we just go down, there's more to the discussion. So again, these are point form notes. It's hard to really get a good sense for what's being kind of conveyed here, but maybe you can review those point form notes and give us a better sense of what transpired in that discussion. And specifically, I want to understand the references to, does city usually direct police on how this goes?
I don't know what that reference is. I looked at that myself. I don't know. It's obviously would be from Brookson, sorry, Larry Brookson,
Okay.
Mr. Brookson.
Yeah.
But again, it's hard to, like you said, it's a back and forth, sort of almost real-time attempt to get the full conversation.
And then the note for an administrator to reach out on their own and then permit the vehicles to sardine in on Wellington Street. This was purely political. What was the discussion around that point?
I mean, I remember Mr. Brookson expressing his concern around the politics, and as I've said, there was a lot of politics going on all around this at so many levels. But I don't know who he's referring to as an administrator.
So I just want to confirm that by this time, certainly he's telling you that trucks have moved on to Wellington. So you knew by this time, correct?
I understood by this time. I still to this day have some confusion as to that portion of things, but clearly by this time I would have known that trucks are on Wellington Street.
Okay. And your witness statement says you didn't know, but I think we can agree that you did know. This is probably...
Yes.
Okay. And then my understanding is at 17:01, so you have this discussion with him. You're not able to give me too much more than what's there, it sounds like, based on your recollection. If we can go to page, is this still page 9? Yeah, 17:01. So it looks like there's a demo briefing call at 5:01. In the second bullet, we see Trish, that's Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. Lots of convo with Carson at NOK. PPS not happy with trucks on Wellington. And at the bottom, it says, had to pivot due to new. Do you have any sense, it seems to be some words missing at the end of that. Do you have any sense for what that's referring to?
No, I don't, sorry.
Okay. And if we go to page 10, the bullet before the redaction, we need, or right, the first redacted portion, the bullet before, we need some significant legal advice regarding the mayor's position that they can be on Wellington. Can you just explain what that refers to?
I don't know. I apologize.
Okay. Are you able to give us any insight into what was the issue that was concerning?
I mean, it seems to be all a discussion around the relative sequence of the sequence of events that took place throughout the day, the relative efficacy of it, challenges experienced, logistical staffing. There's PLTs referenced there. So it's a general discussion that seems to be going on. I'm not sure who's leading and who's making what points.
So this is the day before you resigned at 5 p.m. So I don't know if that helps to situate you in the timeline of events and if you have a recollection of this meeting. It would have been one of your final meetings.
No, it's just another busy briefing on a very difficult period of time.
And we know that after this meeting, certainly by nightfall on that day, no more trucks were relocated onto Wellington, and that kind of ended the facilitation of trucks onto Wellington. Do you have any sense for why, what was the reason behind OPS no longer supporting the movement of trucks onto Wellington?
I don't. I mean, subsequent through disclosure, I've seen things, so I don't know if that makes my opinion valid at this point, but my understanding is, without getting into any more detail than that, is that the event commander made a decision to discontinue the operations. And the only thing I can say to that is that would be entirely within his purview. That was the caveat I gave to City Manager Cadillac. I said if at any point the operations around the negotiation cross purposes with the operational plan, that we would default to our operational plan.
Okay, so you can't tell us why?
I don't know.
Okay. So just quickly, last time we spoke in our interview, I asked you about kind of lessons learned. We talked a little bit about that today. You spoke with Mr. Au about that. And I asked you if in your kind of reflections since these events, you had thought about anything you could have done differently as chief of police. And at that time, you mentioned, clarifying your comment about there may not be a policing solution, which I understand you've done that now. But nothing really else came to mind. And so I wanted to ask now, having had the benefit of hearing your former colleagues, going through documents in preparation for your evidence today, whether there is anything else that you would add to that.
Around recommendations going forward or lessons learned in
reflections on what you may have done differently or what you would do differently next time if you were in the same position. What could you have done differently as chief of police?
I think I did provide some list of recommendations for the commission to consider in my statement. I'll trust that will be followed up as the commissioner determines. I was about to say we have a board liaison person because we talked about the board quite a bit, but John Steinbach's was the designated board liaison person and had that position before I even arrived as chief. So I'm just thinking through sort of top down from board relationship. Intersect was there. There's a recommendation around funding and investing in Intersect to create more, deconflict some of the problems we've learned. I honestly, the list of recommendations that I've provided are the substantive reviews of what needed to be in a better level to address the structural deficits that I've talked about. And I've tried to provide both national, provincial in terms of Police Act legislation and local in terms of the unique aspects of the NCR region within my recommendations. I can't think of anything else at this point.
So I understand kind of at a systemic level, but I'm asking more on a personal level, something you could have done differently as chief of police. And if nothing comes to mind, that's fine. That's the answer. But I wanted to give you that opportunity.
I think the broadest statement around understanding how to be able to be even more resilient during that level of time. I think there's a whole new level of science around sleep and wellness that probably executive leaders who face these types of sustained levels of crisis and pressure just need to understand how to develop a level of physical and emotional and psychological resilience to get through these things. We talk about wellness for frontline officers and building resilience there. I think that would be probably just a personal lesson learned. There just never is enough sleep. I suspect people on this commission are sleep deprived as well and are not optimal in terms of what they're doing. So, I mean, it's just a human condition.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I know from my legal team, and I'm looking at sleepy eyes all around me here. So, I mean, I said it, I think it came up in a comment earlier on when I was talking to Chair Deans, like, we're just human beings. And none of us are supermen or superwomen. And this was a super difficult situation. And mistakes were made, moments were lost, relationships were strained, meetings didn't go the way that they were intended to, language was not precise enough, assumptions were made, rumors were passed around. It's just a human condition. Systems are built by human beings. Policies are designed by human beings. Institutions are just human institutions. And I said it before in standing committee. Someone asked, did the Ottawa Police Service fail? Canada was exposed in these events. Our institutions were exposed. Our systems were exposed. And our leaders were exposed. And our frontline members were exposed. Probably worst overall, our communities were exposed. We just got to get it better the next time. I'm fully committed to doing that. That's why I'm here.
Thank you. And you mentioned your recommendations to the Commission. I understand you have spoken to some of those, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to highlight some of the other ones that perhaps we haven't had a chance to get to, if that's something you would like to do.
I think I'll leave it with the Commission to see those areas, and I'll make myself available, Commissioner, to you and your team at any point to expand on that. I think each one of my recommendations could probably fill another 20 pages or so. But I just think for the time here, I'll leave it there and make myself available to you.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're finishing a little early. I'm not sure if we want to start cross-examination, but I promised we wouldn't. So I'm going to adjourn. I just want to raise if there are any concerns. Of course, as was mentioned, this has been a very tight schedule, a lot of documents, a lot of movement. Everybody, in my view, has cooperated very well. But if there's anything that is of concern to the Commission, please don't hesitate to raise it either with Commission Counsel or directly with me, because ultimately I think we know it's been stressful, but I think we're doing a not bad job. Certainly I'm very impressed with everyone's work so far. So thank you, and have a great weekend.
The Commission is adjourned. La Commission est adjournée.
Wow. Complete and utter. That was like Hollywood congratulating their own. You know what I mean? Where they're giving awards to each other. We're all under a lot of stress, and every one of us made mistakes. You made mistakes. I'm tired. You're tired. I made mistakes. You made mistakes.
So on our last break, you had a little bit of maybe empathy or sympathy for Soli. Have you had a change of heart on that subject?
It's dead. It's dead. It's dead. It died, brother. It died. It completely died.
That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, man. No, it died completely. That's it, man. I'm gonna crack open a beer tonight. I know they're all rats, and they're not just rats. They play on my heartstrings. You know that story I was going to tell you about me crying? I'm going to finish the story now, okay? I'm going to finish the story. You ready for the story? You want to hear a story? You want to hear a story? Let me get your...
I don't know. I don't know if I want to hear a story about
No, I'm going to tell you
crying. Okay, let's hear it.
Okay, so this is a little bit of personal disclosure here. Because I know, that's why I don't trust my own feels. All right, because women, they do this to me sometimes.
Oh no.
So there's a barbecue at my house. My sister-in-law, You know, she's arguing, like they're arguing right at my house. They're doing a barbecue over here in the back. We're doing it. You know, I'm putting it on. And my sister-in-law is pregnant. Okay. And my mother doesn't argue. You know, my mother's an angel. My wife's an angel. You know what I mean? And they start arguing. And then and you got to remember, I just have had like 1 or 2 kids. So it's like you know what I mean? I'm a protector. You know, I'm feeling like I want to take care of women and children and that kind of thing. Probably got 2 or 3 kids. And then my sister-in-law says, "You're putting so much pressure on me. I feel like and she's pregnant. I feel like it's hurting the baby." And the tears start rolling down her face. And I'm just such a sucker. I'm like, "Mom, just mom, just stop." And my mother looks at me and she's like, "You're such a simp."
Wait a minute. Your mom. Oh, shit.
And I realized that I got played. You know what I mean? I got played, man. I got played. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got played because women, like, they do this. You know? I'm telling you, man, my mother, she just straightened me out. She's like, "You're a simp. That's what you are. You're being played for a fool." And then
slowly did the same thing to you.
No, and then I realized for sure. You know what I'm saying? I realized for sure that's what it was. It was that. It's like they're just, you know, they're whatever argument it was. I'm not saying you don't want to get in the middle of women arguing. Is what I'm saying. Okay?
No.
But here I am getting in the middle of it. You know, because the women she starts crying. The waterworks start coming out, and then you got first of all, I feel like I want to protect women, I want to protect kids, and then my mother's just like, "You're such a simp. You're such a simp." So that's what it is. And the same thing here. This guy, I'm going to rewatch that last end bit over here. Okay. But that guy right there, that's what he did. And he did the Obama speech at the end. And I was doing that. I was pulling up his page. All right. What is his new job? I want to look that up. And look at this over here. He's been doing this leftist nonsense the entire time. A video emerged of an Ottawa police officer pulling over a black man in 2019. Sorry, in September 2020. Something like that, whatever date it was. It's not clear here. Around that, 2019, 2020. The man accused the officer of racism, and then the officer in the Ottawa Police Service apologized. In response, slowly directed every member of the Ottawa Police to complete trainings on conscious and unconscious bias, anti-black racism, and racial profiling. He's a leftist operative. That's what he is. We got Alta Peasley. She says, "Yo, Ro, you got a bunch of kids. I have 5 kids, 4 here and 1 passed. I love bunches of kids." Well, I pray for your children. And I'm sorry to hear that 1 passed, but that is beautiful, Alta. Beautiful. Children, we are blessed. We're absolutely blessed. He made me feel sorry for him, says Major Ruckus. And I think he is set up. So I think we weren't wrong, 52%, right? And then 24% were like maybe, you know. Let me pull up the poll over here because I got the poll. He was set up, but
the poll results.
Yeah,
are in.
Exactly. He was set up, but he's a rat. That's the thing. He's just set up by other rats, but he's a rat. You can be a rat and be set up by other rats. That can be a thing. Was he set up?
Oh yeah.
Right?
I think that's what's happening.
Absolutely, man. 000 Destruct says, "Oh man, sounds like I missed fake tears. Don't worry, we'll play him. We'll play him." I hate wokeness. It's a cancer, says Silver Sadie. Me too. I can't stand it. If I was white, the way that they're driving things, I would be at this point probably. I would probably be an extremely proud white person. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to say more. Okay. You know what I mean? I would just be like, because I'd be like, just F you. Like, stay away from me and my family, my kids. You want to tell me that I'm this, that I'm that? I'll tell my kids. I'd be like, anyways, I can't say it. It's very rude. Was slowly set up. 51% said yes, no 9%, maybe 23%, cry 17%. So that's the thing. I think the maybes and the cry, I think those are I mean, I said yes. I can't remember what I wrote. I can't remember anymore. But
Well, cry was 100% because he did that once, and he almost did it at least another time. Seemed like there was a time where he almost busted out there.
exactly. Yeah, I love Supreme Pizza, says Mandy McMahon. Yeah, me too. Show the crime clip, please. Okay, all right. You want to watch the crime clip?
Yeah, yes. Some people missed that earlier.
All right. Let's start it up. Hold on a second. I threw it up on a bunch of these channels. Hold on a second here. We got a TikTok. We got a BitChute. Let's play one of these. What do we got here? The Telegram. Let's play the Telegram. It's right here. It's easy to play. Okay. All right, here it is. Actually, we want to make it bigger, right? We want to see this in big. Everyone wants to see this huge, as big as it can get. Okay. Slowly cry. This is part 1. Part 2, we got a clip still, but we'll do that. Slowly cry.
Holding up. Holding up, because this was only the beginning. It continued for another 3 weeks or so.
This is always a little tricky part for me, sorry.
You want us to take a break? And
Thank you, sir. It's okay. They were doing their very best.
Lol.
And it ends right there. And the thing is, listen, I'm going to tell you how I know it's a setup, okay? I'm going to tell you how I know it's a setup. This is how I know it's a setup. You got to turn off your feels when you're trying to go for truth. Like, that's the thing. You know what I mean? Even if you're an emotional, sensitive. You got to remember, I watch romantic movies. You know, Nicolas Cage, City of Angels, one of my favorite movies. Right? That part there at the end when Mel Gibson dies and he's like, he just stopped being an angel, right, for Mel Gibson, and then Mel Gibson dies and he's standing there holding her in his hands.
Wow.
I'm telling you, man. He stopped being an angel for Mel. I mean, that's what I am, you know what I mean? I'm a romantic guy, but this is how I know it's a setup. Here it is. Okay, this is the line right over here. No, I love Patrick Swayze. Yeah, man. Of course. I mean, he's all right. He's all right. My wife loves Patrick Swayze. Holy crap.
I like Patrick Swayze in Roadhouse.
Yeah. Sympathies between Sid and syphilis. Yeah, Meg Ryan. That's right. You got it, Maria. That's right. Okay, here it is. This is the part where I know. You got to clip the fire hoses bit. And it with Michael Scott saying that's what she says mega hell, brother. Yeah, man. The 700, we need more fire. I was laughing. There's a lot of funny bits in there.
Others before self.
Okay, this is the part. This is how I know it's a setup. Because you don't ask this question. So what happens here is China Frank, okay? China Frank brings up his resume. He brings up Peter Slowly's resume. It's got nothing to do with the Emergency Act. It's got nothing even to do with Pranning. And Pranning, by the way, I believe to be a CCCP ploy. Now I understand. Pranning, I'm telling you, I understand what pranning is. Pranning is word waterboarding. They're actually trying to, they know that they have to air the Emergency Act, but what they're going to do is that they're going to try to waterboard you with words. That's what they're doing.
That's the plan.
Kimberly Jane says, Roro, remember when you believe pee-pee. She's using Roro. When women use Roro, that just makes me melt like butter. Roro, remember when you believe pee-pee. Your radar about Slowly is off. He cares about people. People, yeah, about people. Meg Ryan, not Mel Gibson, says Gina. Swayze and Chris Farley, says Pamela. Great couple right there. Okay, so why would you bring up his resume? Look at this. I mean, Pan, you tell me. Explain. You know what I'm saying? Why do you bring up this resume? And then ask him to explain this line. If you look at the line, it says, others before self, compassion for all. Why would you do this? Social engineering, says Lisa Jean.
I don't even know. what this is, pertaining to. I don't know what made him so emotional.
To waste time, says Ian Brown. Verbal diarrhea says on the flip side. New Possession says, Ro, we need coders to help us land on asteroids. NASA needs you. Yeah. Actually, I got a whole theory about what we need to do for humanity. And it's actually about space travel. I wrote a manifesto. Anyhow, it's another story. Why do this? Why show his resume here? Jason McCoy says, it would never have occurred to me to put a tagline on my CV. It's all optics, brother, says Max Chapman. Exactly. All by the pran, says Maggie Burnett. The line-crying game, says Matt Pyman. No humility, fake tears, easy to detect, says Pit Buddy Gabby. MK, ultra mind control, left propaganda, says Malik. Coke was wearing off, says gardening at the lake. Free energy first, then travel, says Kenneth Christopher Bowser. That's a great idea. Waterboarding with words, brilliant. You're so right. I have a hard time putting FU together. I guess I need to pick up the pace, says Deb Phillips. Yeah, that's right. To show he's sincere. That's what they're doing. They're creating a narrative. And what they're going to do is he knows. And you can see Frank over here. Frank, you got to remember, Frank is emotionless, as many Asians are, right? They're not emotive people. You know what I mean? I mean, if you're raised in a culture is different. You're taught to show your emotions. You know, we know our SoCal over here. He's an Asian. And he's an emotional guy, right? But many Asians who are raised in Asia, Pen, how do they sound? You know what I mean? They switch off their emotions. For them, it's just about the mahjong.
Yeah, they're I guess can be maybe characterized as emotionless, like a wobot.
Yeah, exactly. Give me 1 second, brother. 1 second.
Yeah, hail the chat. Thanks for sticking with us. We have Malik in the chat says, slowly, so wrongly. So wrongly.
Right? And they're systematic, says Max Chapman. Exactly. They're systematic. They're pretty serious folks, right? Karate. A wobot. Adam W. Yeah, right? So he knows it. Watch him carefully as he does this. Watch him carefully as this Asian robot. He knows what he's doing here.
Auto. Others, 0759. So at the top of your CV, there's a motto: others before self, compassion for all. Why is that on your CV?
And I'm just going to zoom in here, right? So you can see this. This is exactly, I'm telling you, this is a metaphor for the China-Africa relationship. Look at this over here. Frank knows what he's doing. Frank knows what he's doing right here. Look at him. He knows what he's doing.
Oh, he is very calculated. I mean, he asked questions for hours straight. And we're talking, I mean, how long was that? Like 5, 6?
Yeah.
I mean, Frank all can go all day long.
Setting up the optics, says Max. Exactly. This is a great screen. I'm going to save this one to my scrapbook. Let's watch some more.
Why is that on your CV?
It's just how I was raised. It's who I am. Everything else after that's just what I did.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Oscar-worthy performance right there. That's Denzel Slowly, everybody. Denzel Ottawa.
That's what it is. It's not even a joke. Frank is 100% in on it. I'm telling you, this guy, he's professional at this. Why do you think they hired him out of China? They hired him out of China to come to Canada to run this inquiry specifically for this, okay? He is being hatched out of one of these reptile eggs, allegedly.
That's the plan.
All right, specifically come in here to soften up all the people over here and do all this. He's not a very good actor, right? Says Bozena. I was raised to steal money from taxpayers. It's part of the plan. Let me go through some of these comments here. They're amazing. Frank's eye twitched, says Foreigner. They rehearsed this. It's obvious, says Bob Pearl. Right? Mr. Iowa's job is number one, says New Possession. Frank had a plan, says Lisa Jean. Superhuman Frank, says Anonymous. Humanizing the rat, says Bushwriter. You see what I'm talking about? This stuff is rehearsed. They fool even the elect golem, says C.L. Van Horn. Chinese torture master, says Piscator 57. It's like question period. Everything is scripted, says Mike Baker. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. It hurts so hard. Ottawa mayor is gay too. Yes, he is, Tommy Gunn. Yes, he's a gay man.
Good old Jim.
Yeah, what's up, baby? All right?
Yeah, should we take the dog out?
Yeah, I'll take him out. Huh? You're back? All right. Yeah, I'll come. I'll be there in a minute. I just got to talk about the Ottawa mayor's gay. Yeah.
Bless you, Jim Watson. You gay MFer.
100% Brand says Fight for Freedom. He likes the eggs, says Bobby Boucher. You get what I'm saying? This stuff is planned, and then at the end, so there's two crying. This is one cry. There's one cry, two cry, and then there's the final. There's the actual final speech, right? Roll the clip. All right, roll the clip. Let me get the clip. Give me a second here. I'm telling you, these guys are up to no good.
And we haven't even gotten the most cutthroat guys out there. I mean, Frank, he's pretty cutthroat, but man, you got Paul Chump coming up. You got all these other people that really want to get into Slowly's brain, and they probably do want to make him cry. Actually.
Oh yeah, they want to make him cry, but the thing is, you see, even Paul Chump is playing a part. It's all a role. Chump hates Slowly. The left, the ultra left rats, Deans and all the rest of them. McKinney, McFlurry, right? Matthew Fleury. All of them hate him. They hate him 100% because they feel like he wasn't doing enough. He wasn't stopping enough. But he does not change the narrative. He says they were hateful. They were doing this. They were doing that. They were terrorizing people. People had emotional distress. It went on. There were fire hoses of people being fire hosed everywhere.
Said it was not a family festival.
I'm going to name this clip Denzel.
Denzel.
Okay, Denzel.
Oh, yeah.
Wait till you hear this speech. If you didn't catch that last part of the speech, here it is. It's just coming up. Give it a second here. Is he about to cry again, says JQ? The organizers are coming. That's right, next week. Paul Chump is considered cross-examination, says Scum. Exactly. Yeah, he is. Frank Owl for Prime Minister. This is Numismatic King. Absolutely. Chumpster wants the belt at Ratamania 22. Ratamania. Yeah, so that's the thing here. You got to remember, they're all rats. They're all rats vying for position. There can be multiple rat factions in a rat war. What we're witnessing is a rat war. That's what's happening here. This rat right here, he's already, according to the chat, and I have to look it up and confirm. All right, but thank you, and hail, brethren. Thank you for doing that, because we don't know everything, and you just informed us and told us this guy's already got a job at a university think tank.
Wow, yeah, I definitely didn't know that.
Well, he's not going to get a job if he gets up and says, hey, you know what? There is no real racism in Ottawa, and by the way, Trudeau should never have called the Emergency Act. We didn't have this under total control, but really there was no political solution to it. It had to be done by the political class. And really, there wasn't much going on. There was no real, Twitter, people crying to us on Twitter, which he said, but there was no real anything that happened. He didn't say any of that, even though that you can say any of that. No, because he has to assure his next position. What's his next position going to be? His next position is going to be rat in a think tank, right? Where it's probably going to be about race and everything else. What's this? Is not playing what? What's wrong with this file? This is the recording. Hold on a second. Okay. This is his speech, his final speech. I don't know why that's not seeking. Maybe we'll just pull it up over here. But that last little speech that he pulled. Yeah, here we can.
It was cute.
and he indicated that it had not been approved by Superintendent Patterson or by yourself as well. So I just want to understand why that move would not have been approved.
That was Superintendent Patterson's decision. I gave no decision on that.
Okay. And earlier than the 8th, my understanding is there was also a potential move from the Rideau and Sussex again to Wellington that had been negotiated by PLT.
Wait a second here. Let me get the exact moment. It's right before the end, so it must be...
The way that they were intended to language and...
It's right. Okay, it's right.
Mentioned this. Is there any?
And her leaders were...
This
and
is
the
it.
were made, and this was... I mean, we talk about wellness for frontline off emotional and
This is where it's like a plea to the rats. That's what this is. It's a plea to all
He
the
went
other
really
rats.
soft right here. Really soft.
Yeah, but it's on purpose. It's all calculated. It's all calculated. It's all calculated. It's calculated. You know what I mean? This stuff is calculated. Okay, well, that one's
Oh,
not
yeah.
working.
No doubt about
Yeah,
that.
This is acting up. But don't worry, I got an alternative. Give me 1 second here. Okay. Give it 1 second here, and it'll be ready to roll. Because you see, I actually have a recording on my hard drive, because you can see you can't wait on these things. Because their site's acting up, CPAC. So you got to continuously record everything, store everything, have so many hard drives. Okay, it's you've got to collect everything like a pack rat. If nothing else, haven't we learned that like a rat, you have to collect the cheese? Okay, here it is, just about done here. Theater, says Mr. Peach. SoCal's, H.A.I.L, brother. SoCal, maybe you can talk about this, right? We were talking about Asians, and maybe you can talk to us about your Asian experience. We should bring him on.
your lived Asian experience.
Yeah, we can ask him SoCal. No, honestly, he'll tell us about his Asian experience. You know, he does a really good Asian accent. It's a really good one. I'm a Asian. I don't know how he does it. He's amazing. Okay, here we go. Here it is. You can't wait on these things. You see this? Ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. Okay. Go right towards the end.
Really get there more
Turns.
But I just think for just around, moments were lost, relationships were strained, meetings didn't go the way that they were intended to, language was not precise enough, assumptions were made, rumors were passed around. It's just a human condition.
It's just a human condition of being.
Softy.
What they're going to do is they're going to blame him in the media. He's going to be the fall guy. Ottawa police. He is going to be the leftists, right? Especially the racialized groups, the groups that love to say they're racialized, this pretend word that they made up. Person of color, coloreds, whatever they want to call it today. They're going to rally around him. He's always been a friend to the hustlers of race. So he's really going to be hugged and brought into their little rat nest. He's not going to have a problem.
Systems are built by human beings. Policies are designed by human beings. Institutions are just human institutions. And I said it before in standing committee. Someone asked, did the Ottawa Police Service failed? Canada was exposed in these events.
Canada was exposed in these events. What does that mean? Canada was exposed in these events. That's really interesting language. I want to hear that again.
Standing committee. Someone asked, did the Ottawa Police Service failed? Canada was exposed in these events. Our institutions were exposed. Our systems were exposed. And our leaders were exposed. And our frontline members were exposed.
What were they exposed as? That's what I would ask you.
Frauds, power-hungry MFers that don't care about the Canadian people.
Tramplers?
Also, yeah, exposed as all sorts of unsavory things.
Canada was naked and exposed, says Benoit. Peter was exposed, says Kenneth. Shinada police state was exposed, says Lisa Jean. The people were exposed as patriots, says Adam. Moments were lost, says Bon Pearl. My wiener was exposed, says CGB Spender. Them will be exposed soon, says Bozena. Vulnerable, says Ubusun. So were you, says Peace Love. Greed and pride, says Silver Sadie. Tina Good, WEF globalist puppets. Thank you, Lisa Lee. Thank you very much for the donation. Appreciate it. Beautiful Lisa Lee. GB802 says, lol, dictator exposed, says JCBU Undercover. All their dirty laundry was exposed, says Onda. On the flip side.
Probably worst overall, our communities were exposed. We just got to get it better the next time. I'm fully committed to doing that. That's why I'm here.
Thank you. And you mentioned your recommendations to the commission. I understand you have spoken to some of those, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to highlight some of the other ones that perhaps we haven't had a chance to get to, if that's something you would like to do.
I think I'll leave it with the commission to see those areas, and I'll make myself available, Commissioner, to you and your team at any point to expand on that. I think each one of my recommendations.
And I'll do anything, like whatever you want. I'm here for you. You call me day or night. Here's my cell phone number. Anything. I'm not like Jim Watson. I answer my cell phone. Also, I'm gay.
Could probably fill another 20 pages or so, but I just think for the time here, I'll leave it there and make myself available to you.
This is pretending. This is pretending to be so obsequious. That's what he's doing. He's being very obsequious. That means prostrating yourself. That's what he's doing here. He's prostrating himself. This is theater. That's what this is. And I almost got sucked into it because, like I said before, I'm an emotional person. I watch romantic movies, you know. And I almost got sucked into it. Ghost says one of your girls is wet for WEF. I don't know what he's talking about there. I think he's talking about the sex bot in the chat. SoCal says, I was exposed to my bro Roro getting fired on air for being a citizen journalist. Hail, war campaign. Canada, U.S. Hail, SoCal. Hail, brother. SoCal is an astonishingly handsome young man. If you're in the market, don't be afraid to talk to him. Don't talk dirty, Rose, says Aaron. The hero, says Major Ruckus. You got gay ID, says FJD. Prostrating himself. Yeah, that's what he's doing, Aaron. You got it, says Vanya. Slurping all that ass. Sweat down like a cola on a hot day, says GB. He is a pretentious cuck, says Dan Marshall. What do you think, Pan? Because you know me, right? You know I've got a soft heart, so I often will defer to my brothers, my brethren.
Yeah, no, I was trying to like give you hints on the break, like, you know, not to buy into it, but I know that, you know, you got to come to your own conclusions, and he was going to disappoint you in the end. So, you know,
appreciate that very much. Thank you. I know I can always count on you to tell me straight. And this is what I love with the chat, because the people were saying it. You know what I mean? They're like, Ro, you're a simp. You're a simp, bro.
I was telling you, 99% of the chat disagrees with you now, Ro, but you know. So I was trying to break it to you softly.
000 Destruct. Ro, did you hear about the hearing for the constitutional lawsuit Peck for JCCF scheduled for next week that was dismissed, excuse me, by the judge as being moot? Stuff like this enrages me. Right. That is being appealed, though. That is being appealed. So don't worry too much. Don't, you know what I mean? This is kind of a process. They go back and forth. The Attorney General had actually argued on the 6th of August to throw that out of court. And that is still now being, that's in process to be appealed after the judge said okay. But that's now being appealed. So these things take a lot of time to go through the system, to work their way through the system. If the system has any kind of justice at all, then, you know, we're going to find out. Canadian says, just want to thank you, Ropan, and everyone, this important stuff, and you all make it bearable. Well, thank you. You make it bearable for me, for Pan, I know, for us, man. We wouldn't be able to do this.
Oh, yeah. The chat is rolling. Like, if it weren't for the chat, like, it would be miserable. You know, we're sitting here reading the chat, just laughing along with, you know, everybody that's enjoying the this dog and pony show in Canada.
Hail, brother. Peace Love says, don't eat too much Halloween candy this weekend. That's right. Hail. Hail,
oh, boy.
Peace Love. Yeah. Life is
Halloween.
good. You make it bearable. Bear hugs to wall, says Pit Buddy Gabby. Absolutely. All right, let's see what else we got here. I want to see.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Look at the way his eyes shift here. Just the way his eyes shift.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're finishing.
This is
a little early.
This is a performance. This is a straight up performance. That's what this is. So there's 3 moments. There's 2 cries and then 1, Denzel. No, it's an Obama speech. We're just we're all human, and the humans make mistakes. And I'm not a rat. We're not rats.
That's how I was raised.
If you notice also, now everything's fitting in. He not once through the entire today's inquiry session, he kept saying how everybody was good. He goes, "Oh, and the scribes, and I know Hanod is doing her greatest job that she can. It's just with the scribe notes are incorrect, but she's doing a great job. Oh no, RCMP, they're great. They just didn't do. Oh no, they're great. Why? Because he doesn't want to throw any of the rats overboard. He's the chosen sacrificial rat. He is the chosen sacrificial rat, absolutely. He's set up. They want us to know he's set up. So we know he's set up. It's clear. They're giving us a story. When it's this apparent, and they screwed up. You know how they screwed up? Because of Frank Au. Frank Au is a screw up. You shouldn't have read the line off his CV. That made it too obvious, because there's no reason to read that line unless you want to humanize him. There's no reason to read that line. That's the one that sticks in my craw. That's the one that's like the flag. It's waving. And Frank, I'm telling you, Frank, I'm telling you, this guy's an agent. I know these guys. I can tell. I can see them. This right here. This is a performance, Frank. Don't play with me, Frank. He says it right here, and he waits. He hunches over the desk.
Thank you. Commissioner.
It's right over this. He hunches
What's
over it when he's asking it. I'm
motto.
watching it.
Others.
What is your motto? Your motto. Hanod. Your motto.
Before self. Compassion for all. Why is that on your CV?
Now look at his face. This guy, he knows what's coming. You know what's coming. Am I crazy, Pan? Am I crazy?
Crazy like a fox.
He knows what's coming. Look at this face right here. Come on. Come on. Come on.
That's a pretty interesting looking face. I like you could really take a guess at what he's thinking right then.
He enunciates his T's, says Silver Sadie. Musashi Yamamoto, handicap. Frank is trying to play us all, says KBINCB. Tina Chapman, the hesitation says it all. He's totally leading him, says Pamela. Frank knows Dupran. Crazy like a fish, says Sterling. Mr. Lopan looks serious. CCP dead eyes, says Von Seltener. Yeah, monkey. I don't know, but you're on to these guys, Rose, says Deb. The visual definition is systematic. What went wrong with the Pran? Well, you shouldn't have never done this. And now I know the Pran talk. I know what the Pran talk is. The Pran talk is designed to destroy our resolve. It is designed so that we don't sit through this. This is Chinese water Pran torture.
Just talk about the Pran over and over. I mean, auxiliary Pran, sub Pran, peanut butter Pran, jelly Pran.
See, SoCal is Asian. He just said that's a face of rice constipation. I know this.
There you go.
Matt Pyman, he's got that out of rice. We're out of rice look in his eyes. He does look like David Lopan, says Andy. Yeah, they live. Alien is exactly Frank. Put on the sunglasses. Yes, that's right. I'm telling you, this is it. This guy is a very clever guy. Why'd they have this guy? Why they got a China national questioning in a Canadian inquiry? Explain that one to me. It's because these guys are professionals at Pran torture. He's been training for it over there in his homeland. And he comes here and he brings out his Pran talk. Because they can't openly torture people anymore. You can't. You got to use Pran. So clever. So clever. Good question. He's not so tough out of Beijing, is he? That's right, FJT. Brand torture. Propaganda 101. Keep it simple. Say it over and over until it's true. Brand torture. I'm going to drink a good couple beers tonight. That's what I'm going to do. All right, I got something for you. While we were streaming, I saw this clip, and I just slowed it down. Here, check this one out. This is Freeland. I slowed it down. Yeah, I slowed this down. So today, right, she's asked a question. And it's, see, the question's missing. That's the other thing. I mean, all these guys are great. A lot of the clips, don't get me wrong. It's just that, you know Trudeau. You know what he does. He gets questioned, and then the guy doesn't answer the question. He'll just give you another answer. It's not the answer to the question that you were asked, but it's another answer completely.
That's standard.
Exactly. So we don't even know what the question was, but this is his answer.
Every day, we're hearing new testimony about what happened over the course of the invocation, the Emergencies Act, and the illegal blockades that were seizing Ottawa and indeed places right across the country. We called this inquiry so that Canadians could see exactly why it was needed to invoke the Emergencies Act and how, when we invoked it in a way that was responsible, limited, and targeted on solving the problem as quickly as possible. We thank the Commission for its ongoing work. We thank everyone who's participating. I asked from the very beginning to be allowed to appear to share our perspective on this. This was an important and difficult moment in Canada's history, and it's important that the right lessons be drawn.
That was great. It's fantastic.
I mean, earlier I said in the chat, she's on crack. Now, I think I'm going to take back that statement, and I'm going to go with she's not even human.
She's a twitcher, man. She's a twitcher. I'm telling you.
It's a lizard person. That is a lizard person.
So I tell you a secret how I get my best clips? All I do is I go on CPAC. That's all I do, really. That's his trick. You just go to CPAC. Go to CPAC YouTube. Okay? And then you just look, and there's so much stuff here because people don't clip everything. Like there's so much stuff they keep putting out. Oh, here you go. See, this is 4 hours ago. Deputy PM Freeland. You want to see some crazy Freeland? You just have to click that. You're gonna get it. Like it's guaranteed. You're gonna get it. Or you want to see some environmental minister Guilbeault go nuts? It's gonna be here. Talk about how he's gonna. Did you hear about this? This is nuts. This is something brand new. Hold on, I'm gonna take you to it. Okay, but again, I can't show you the whole article on Blacklocks because it's copyright material. But this is the one. It's about it's a fantastic site, man. I really like these guys. I'm glad I paid for this. Is it from these people? But what it is that there's new green. Okay, so there's a new legislation. There's new legislation where the game wardens, game wardens are going to be allowed to open up things without a warrant. That's a new one. That's going to be. I don't see it here. Maybe it's not off this site. But anyways, we'll get into that a little later. I want to click on this Freeland right now. Don't, Monroe. I can't stand her screech rat voice. No, we're going to do it. We're going to do it together. Don't worry, Banana Puss. We're going to do this together. Anastasia Reeve. She says, UN definition of torture against Jeremy McKenzie. Is that what's happening to him? I really hope that's not true. I really hope that's not true. He's not being tortured. I saw a few mentions of that. I just don't know what's going on at all. I really hope that's not true. All right, let's go. Let's do this together. Let's get horny. It's Friday night.
And
what's going on with this? Oh, look at that. Someone is
Et
taping.
je veux dire aussi que je suis tellement fière aujourd'hui d'être canadienne. Nous avons vraiment.
This is weird.
Of Princess Olha, First Class, which is awarded to women who have made
Ambassador
outstanding contributions.
of Lithuania greeting.
Пана Ващука, будь ласка, треба його трохи привітати, добре?
Is she a Russian agent? Is she a Russian agent? What was that? That was Russian. No? That felt like Russian. I don't know if you caught that, Pan. That felt like Russian to me, man.
Freeland?
I
thought she was I thought she was like, Viva Ukraini or whatever they say.
You want to see some stuff? You want to see some stuff? I got some stuff on her, by the way. I did a lot of research on her. Freeland, PPTX. This is where you'll get it. I put this together. It's a PowerPoint presentation that I gave to my mom. Let's see here. Okay, check this out. I did this a couple months back. I said, basically, because I'm homeschooling myself. So, okay, we'll skip through some of this. Check this out. Okay, so this is, so she wrote this in 2014. My legal name, actually, do you mind reading this, brother? Can you read this like a fine, beautiful lady, Christopher Freeland? Imagine a regal princess.
Wow. Okay, let's see. My legal name is Christina. Though I was born into a Ukrainian family, it was considered appropriate to have a more English-sounding name. I changed it back to Christia. I still feel that duty to Ukraine.
That's right. That's from My Country and My People, 2014. She published this editorial about herself, and then it continues on.
And then it continues on.
Oh, and 1 second. This is 2014. Be aware this is December 12th, 2014 that she writes this.
I am convinced that it is going to be through Ukraine that Russia becomes democratic. Ukrainian was my first language. I went to Ukrainian school and learned Ukrainian history. I even went to Ukrainian Girl Guides. Later, at university in Boston, I taught a Ukrainian class. My children now attend a Ukrainian school in Toronto.
This is 2014. I can't imagine sending my kids to learn Indian history, to go to Indian Girl Guides, and me teaching in an Indian class. Well, that would never happen. And then sending them to an Indian school. Do you want them to be part of the country, or what are you doing? Or are you simply using our country and the resources as a launching off point to enact your own agenda in your homeland, of which you still feel is your country, right? That's what it says here. She changed it back to Christia. I still feel that duty to Ukraine. So I didn't give any Indian names to my kids. My wife and I didn't. Why? Because we're not in India. They don't speak Indian languages. Right? It doesn't make any sense. So we gave them, names that are forward-looking, like kind of hippie names, you know what I mean, looking off into space. Like my son's name, Polaris, after the great snow skidoo.
Polaris, is that the North Star?
That's right, right? It's the North Star, that's right, after the skidoos. So you get what I'm saying here, though? It's like you got to decide, where are you? What country are you a part of? The snowmobile, thank you, that's right, snowmobile. You know what I mean? Where are you? What country are you in? How can you send your kids and then you're somebody? This is what I don't understand. Listen, I love all kinds of people from all around the world. I love their food. Typically, I love their women. Right? But you got to be a part of the country. You have to understand that when you're immigrating. Why do we have so many foreigners in the top positions of the country? People who are not born in Canada. They're not born in Canada. Even this guy over here, right? Chief Slowly, this guy's born in Jamaica. Now, I get it. I'm born in the UK. Fine. That's what it is. I was 15 months old when I came here. I'm raised here. God bless the Queen, You just got to be a part of the country. I don't get it. Why are there so many foreigners in the top parts of our government? It makes no sense whatsoever to me. You can't find people who are born here. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Let's move on. Okay, here we go. This is from 2016.
Late last year, Justin Trudeau told the New York Times that Canada is becoming a new kind of country, not defined by our history or European national origins, but by a pan-cultural heritage. There is no core identity, no mainstream in Canada, Trudeau said. Oh, this is Trudeau. I haven't done a Trudeau voice. Let's see. Yeah, he's like a doofus. He's kind of a doofus. So there's no core identity, no mainstream in Canada. I know it doesn't sound like Trudeau, but he's a doofus. Concluding that he sees Canada as the first post-national state.
We're going to have to practice Trudeau. We got to get Trudeau voice, Pen. I know you can do it, man. You do Wakandan. Do it as Wakandan. I think it'll work better.
Okay, so as a Wakandan, That would be like, there is no core identity, no mainstream in Wakanda. The first post-national state. That would be how a Wakandan would say it.
That's it right there. That's it right there. And if you want to do it in Indian, I can see him getting some, people they want to hear it, new possession. Okay. Okay, hello, madam. There is actually no core identity. There is no mainstream in Canada. In Canada, Canada is actually the first post-national state. We come here, why? Number one, because we want to have a very big house. Number two, we don't want our children to marry white people. Please don't. Thank you. I'm telling you right now, my beautiful daughter, if you marry one of these, gore white people, I'm going to be very, very angry with you. I will disown you, and I will send you back to India to marry a laborer.
Wow.
All right. Actually, you know what? I feel kind of bad. I'll tell you why. Because I convinced my father had a problem with my sister's husband. He said to me, he's like, he's such a doofus, this and that. He'd be like, I don't want her marrying this white dum-dum, right? My father was pretty much raised in England, And I'd be like, Dad, I'm like, he's all right. Just let her do what she wants. Like, I'm all like a hippie. I'm just like, they just want to get married, man. Like, love is love. And now here he is. The guy wears a school bag inside of the house. Like, forget color, white, black, whatever. You know what I mean? Purple. But the guy wears a school bag inside of the house. He walks around with a school bag inside of the house.
He has everything he needs with him at all times.
My dad was right. You know what I mean? My dad was right. It's just... Okay. I don't know. It just says not... in my presentation, in my PowerPoint, it just says nodding videos. Okay.
Chrystia Freeland, that's what she's known for.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a great one right over here. All right. Check this out. Okay, so what you can see here is it says Russia targets Canada's Freeland with a smear video. So Russia's targeting her April 27, 2018. Russia's state TV targeted Canada's Foreign Affairs Minister Chrystia Freeland with a 6-minute takedown video smearing her family history and alleging she has Nazi connections. It comes after Freeland dedicated her G7 foreign ministers meeting to combat Russian misinformation campaigns and Russian aggression. Well, unfortunately, Glavin, how the Russians tried to smear Chrystia Freeland, same thing again. Minister of Foreign Affairs Chrystia Freeland responds to a question during question period in the House of Commons Monday, March 6, 2017. Again, Russia's trying to smear her, right? That's the narrative the mainstream media is setting. Turns out, in March 2017, Chrystia Freeland's granddad was indeed a collaborator. So much for Russian disinformation. And then we got the quote over here. This is from the Ottawa Citizen. Take it away, Pan.
The Globe and Mail also reported that an official in Freeland's office denied the minister's grandfather was a Nazi collaborator. In addition, the claims were dismissed outright by those in the Canadian-Ukrainian community. It is the continued Russian modus operandi that they have, Paul Grod, president of the Canadian-Ukrainian Congress, told the Globe and Mail. Fake news, disinformation, and targeting different individuals. It is just so outlandish when you hear some of these allegations, whether they are directed at Minister Freeland or others. Well, it actually isn't so outlandish. Michael Chomiak was a Nazi collaborator. From David Pugliese, Ottawa Citizen.
So it turns out, it's not so outlandish, it's true. It turns out it's true. They had to admit it. Mainstream media had to admit it. This is an article from Rupa Subramania, right? Great journalist. And she talks about, this is about the WEF, about the fact that she is... Great quotes. We covered this before, but I might as well say it again. What would happen if acting as a guardian for the WEF, and remember she sits on the board, so she's not just a member of the WEF. You've got to remember that about Freeland. You have to remember that about Chrystia Freeland. It's something to take away to remember this. It's a key thing here. It's the fact that she sits on the board of the WEF. She sits on the board of the WEF. What would happen if acting as a guardian for the WEF came into conflict with acting as a guardian for Canada's public finances, which is Freeland's day job? Yep, exactly. That's the problem. That's the problem right there. What happens when it enters into conflict? There you go. That's a little bit of Christian Freeland. Now you've seen that. That's a PowerPoint presentation I gave my mom. Put that together for her. And I basically said, Mom, just sit down. We're going to do a presentation. You know what I mean, Pan? We're just going to sit down. We're going to do a presentation together.
Right? Father, mother, or son, mother, I should say, presentation.
That's right. Presentation. Let's present. Let's sit down and let's present and let's look at the world together, Ma. Here's Christian Freeland. Beautiful lady.
Bobblehead.
Beautiful bobblehead.
Merci. Thanks. So we're supposed to just kind of chat it up here for a while about the issues that are animating all of us here in the hall, but also...
Oh, man, what a body on her.
The issues where Christia has been making the link
She's beautiful.
Between Ukraine engagement, Ukraine advocacy, and the broader Canadian political and financial community, and the broader international political and financial community. And those of you who follow her...
I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking it's all Ukraine. What about over here? What about our finances? What about our people here? I don't understand it. I don't get this at all. For leprechauns, maybe, says Kenneth. Cankle says, excuse me. Total cow, excusez-moi. Ditch pig, says Adam. No simping.
Damn. Ro, see, the chat once again is not agreeing with you.
More cushion for the pushing, says Bubba. What about her hook nose, says Bush Rider. Let me tell you a little something, right? Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. All right, she likes to show her legs, says Maria. That's right, Maria. Java Lily, she wrote a book years ago, actually calling out globalists before she became a globalist. That's right, Plutocrats, the rise of the global rich, something. Yeah, that's the book. Plutocrats. That's right, she did. I haven't read it though.
You said Canadians of peace and general prosperity. So
look at the facial expressions she does. They're incredible.
From within government of Canada and the international system, especially the financial, to win.
Okay, Roman always starts with the easy, simple, straightforward questions. Я зараз відповім, але я хочу дуже коротко кілька вступних слів сказати. І, по-перше, я хочу просто всім сказати щиро дякую. Я вдячна за вашу роботу, я вдячна за вашу громадську активність. Я надзвичайно горда.
She just said China. She said China Horta, didn't she?
She said China something.
No, I just can't get over it, man. I feel like I'm living in an international United Nations country. Like they're trying to make it that there's no culture in Canada. Well, I grew up with some culture, I'll tell you that much. They're trying to make it this way. They're trying to create a country where we have nothing else. Just this global, weird, zero, anything goes, morally, no morality. Moral relativism. That's what they want. That's what they want to show us. That's what they want us to do. They want us to believe this. They want me to forget that there's anything out there. All right, here we go. We got Jim Watson. You want to watch this, Jim Watson?
Oh boy, flamboyant Jim Watson.
That's right. Keep in mind that he is a gay man. So I mean that might help you to understand.
This was 3 weeks in cold weather, whether police, bylaw, snowplow operators, and they were exhausted. It crippled our tourism industry, which is our third largest industry in Ottawa after government and high tech, and they've been rebuilding because of people's fear of coming to Ottawa. We've started to see an uptick, obviously, in that, and that's helped our local economy. So you have to remember that this is also under the guise of COVID-19 that we're still dealing with, and just getting out of a lockdown. I think, as Mr. Nakvi mentioned, another lockdown began, which was imposed as a result of these people claiming they wanted freedom. Well, they weren't offering any degree of freedom to the thousands, 18,000 people that live in Centertown, the thousands that live in the Byward Market. And we have story after story of individuals who said they hear a horn honk and they get uptight about that because it was a traumatic experience, and I know.
You see that right there? What about the freedom of the people in the downtown core? Well, what about the fact that for people have been leaving this country because they're so afraid? They're so afraid. They don't know where it's going. What about the fact that we couldn't do anything? We couldn't go anywhere. That's the reason we're having this Emergency Act inquiry. That's the reason. We can't forget that. There's a reason for it. There's a real reason for it. Meanwhile, you got Jagmeet Singh, who is saying he's for the working class people. Working class people are worried about their own jobs, their own positions. You got Elon shaking up the world. I don't know. What do you think about that, Pan? Elon shaking up the world, shaking up Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to shake it up. I mean, I don't know, how much will really change, or if if it'll just become a different version of what Twitter was, eventually. I don't know. I mean, but for the time being, watching the leftists squirm, it's entertaining. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I don't trust technocrats, so I mean,
I don't either. Exactly. I don't either, man. I want to show you something. That's going to remind you of Portland. You ready for this?
Oh boy.
Take a look at this. Twitter is back, says Dreadly Rush. Take a look at this. This is first of all, tell me about Portland, because I want to show you here.
Oh man.
Yeah, tell me about Portland before we watch this.
It's always been like, really left and stuff, but it was okay. Like you had cool places to go downtown. You had like the artsy district and like museums and, nice places you could eat. And then years back, you had that Occupy movement come through. If anyone remembers that, Occupy Wall Street and all that. And that seems to have brought like a lot of homeless people. And after that, it kind of became like an Antifa hotbed, like even like an Antifa hideout, like a base, like a home base. And the city has just gone to complete SHIT. It's become like San Francisco, or maybe even worse in some parts, with homeless people, feces, drugs, needles, just everything. Crime has skyrocketed the last couple of years. It's disgusting. I live, well outside of that, out of Portland, so I'm okay out here in the country. But I'd like to be able to go into Portland, but and I'm not going to go into Portland.
Yep. Absolutely, man. Absolutely, brother. I want to show you something here. Check this out.
Vancouver is Dying is now the
Ooh, that's too loud for my ears.
#1 documentary in Canada and has over 1 million views in just 2 weeks. Find out why the film has been called brave, unflinching, and the must-see documentary of 2022.
Man, what a dump.
Harm reduction. Somebody's got a sense of humor, man. Because that shit ain't helping nobody, man. It's helping everybody get high more.
So do you think the drugs aren't the main problem, or addiction's not the...
Drugs aren't the main problem. It's like, I bet you have a cup of coffee every morning.
Wow. Yes, I do have a cup of coffee in the morning, and this lady has a face full of meth in the morning.
You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying here? This is it. This is what they want to do. This is what McKinney wanted to do. Now, she lost, but nearly won. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I see some similarities with the way that Ottawa is going, just the extreme pockets of leftist politics, these districts, I think you guys call them wards, maybe, that these counselors preside over. Yeah, man, it could go south real fast if the wrong people remain in power.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And that's what she wanted to do. And I'm going to show you that clip over here, McKinney, okay? You look up McKinney. Hold on, I'll pull my other browser open. McKinney harm reduction. She loves this stuff. Man, harm reduction. Oh, jeez. I don't know if we want to see this. Do we want to see this? Harm reduction. Okay. This is, yeah.
Oh no.
Well, there's
Let's not get too deep.
No. I want to get the video. This is her promising to end. This is it. Promising to end homelessness. All right. But how does she decide to do this? She wants
by giving out drugs.
Exactly. By giving out drugs. No, that's really
That'll
it.
solve the problem.
No, it is. That's what she really believes. She believes that this is going to solve drugs. I got to find the the actual clip for it. I don't think it's here. But anyways, point is that's what she wants to do, and that's what Vancouver has done. And this is where they are now.
Everywhere you look, that this stuff has taken hold significantly. The cities have become destroyed.
We had a good city in the 90s. What the fuck happened, man?
Watch the film everyone is talking about. Watch Vancouver is dying now.
You know what? You're gonna need Jagmeet's dental plan after you start giving away free drugs. That's what you're gonna need. You're gonna need Jagmeet's, $200 or whatever you're gonna get for teeth after this. That's what you're gonna do. Mom. Man, she was a looker, says GB802. Yeah, you're feeling it, eh? You're feeling it, brother. I know. Me too. I'm feeling it. Absolutely, a real eye opener. That was her. Beautiful lady. I'm just gonna put it on. I don't want you to. Oh no. Do we want to? Justin Trudeau, look at this again with the Ukraine. It doesn't end with Ukraine.
It needs financial resources in order to support Ukrainians and withstand Russia's ongoing attacks. Since the start, we've been working with international partners to effectively flow money to Ukraine. Canada has been leading the charge, both in terms of the scale of support and of how quickly.
Why are we giving them so much money? Why does it never quit? What is the reason for this? Okay, this guy over here, Petrified COVID Parent. I really like this account. You're the PM of Canada and you're wearing a Ukraine pin on your blazer. Were you dropped as a child or something? You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy. What happened to being proud of your own country? What happened to that? Oh, they call it nationalism. It's a dirty word. Oh, you're a nationalist. You're a nationalist. Yeah, damn right I'm proud of my country. You should be too.
Right? Okay, here we go. An update on the court case. Okay, so if you remember carefully, Justice Jocelyn Gagné dismissed all four court cases. All four court cases were collected together into one, which was the travel ban vaccine mandate court case that sought to redress and really validate the constitutionality, to test the constitutionality of the travel ban mandate that disallowed over 5 million Canadians from traveling for 8 months. So 8 months you couldn't travel. You know it because you lived through it. Now, all four court cases collected together. You got Brian Peckford et al., JCCF, Sean Rickard, Carl Harrison, UK, Patriots, Canadians. One of them a permanent resident, the other one a Canadian citizen as well, actually are the ones who first started this court case challenge. And they're saying right over here, here's the reasons for why they were dismissed. So let's take a look at this. I'm going to open it so we can zoom in. All right, here we go. Today we received the judgment in relation to the decision on October 20th, dismissing our case as being moot. She dismissed the other three cases, including the applications by Maxime Bernier and Brian Peckford. This does not mean that the court has made a judgment against our challenges. Simply refused to hear the cases and to look at the evidence. All right, so we're now considering the reasons for dismissal alongside other counsel. We hope that the Federal Court of Appeal will, like the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal in its decision earlier this week, conclude that it's so important that the courts should properly hear the concerns of the millions of Canadians affected by these so-called mandates. Okay, so this is basically an article, that's it really, just saying that they're trying to appeal this, and that's what's happening right now. This is far from over, 27th of October, today's the 28th, so this is from yesterday. So they are appealing it. The appeal may also enable the court to review the way mootness is used in Canada to enable poor government policy to avoid legal certainty and to deny justice to Canadians. Okay, so it's still going through. I know this because these guys are not quitting. They're not quitting. All right. Jagmeet Singh celebrating new teeth for everybody. You're going to need it when they give you free drugs.
I have an update for you. Our dental care program, just past third reading, is headed to Senate now for final approval.
That's great. Pan, have you ever seen this guy in the shower?
Have I seen him in the shower? Wait a minute. No.
You haven't seen the shower video?
No. What are you talking about?
Here, I'll show it to you, man.
There's footage of him in a shower? Why?
Yeah, here it is.
Why? What is this?
You never seen this?
No. What is going on?
This is from his TikTok.
What is he doing? What a doofus. We've been calling doofus has been the word, you know.
Yeah, this is it. Ro and Jack could be brothers, says Silver Sadie. You know what? I had a lady friend of mine. You know what she said to me, right? She said, every time, Ro, I miss you. Every time I miss you, I just look at Jack me sing on the TV and I miss you more. And
No, wait a minute.
You're killing me, man.
You don't look anything like this guy.
Thanks, man. Thanks. I don't identify as him at all, you know?
No. Not at all. I mean, who sits in their clothes in the shower? I mean, who does this? What is even is going on?
Let's call him Jimmy. Exactly. All seeing art. Jimmy. Oh, man. The courts are saying your disputes are unwarranted, says Derek Sittler. There you go. Right? Jimmy had a nickel. When you can't make the ladies wet, make yourself wet. Right, James Kelly? You got it, man. Ouch. I know. That's a carpet burn, my friend. Exactly, Bobby. You got it. Mama,
oh, damn.
Mama said, don't sit in the shower. Mama said, don't sit in the shower. I can't sit in. Mama said, don't sit in the shower. That's what Mama said. Mama said,
Mama said, Jagmeet is the devil.
Oh, man. All right, let's watch this. This will be good.
Pooja, what is this behavior? I'm sorry, I kicked it by mistake. You can't kick it by mistake. Then pick it up if it bothers you. No, you will pick it up.
Oh my God.
You don't tell me what to do.
I can tell you what to do.
You do not tell me what to do.
You do not tell me what to do.
Or what? Are you going to hit me?
Do you want it?
I don't want it.
Because you're asking for it. You're dying for it. Get off my back.
These deep fakes
Wow.
are really bad, bro. These deep fakes
and then
are...
they sent another $1 billion to the Ukraine right after that argument.
Yeah, exactly. Then they sent another $1 billion to Ukraine. That's what they did. I don't know, man. I don't know what to do anymore. What about you, man? Are you ready? What do you think? We just did a whole day.
Oh my God!
Slowly. Let's get this beautiful angel off the screen. She looks gorgeous. She's too beautiful to be put on the screen.
Well, yeah.
This entire time.
Slowly, part 2 on Monday.
Let me get him. Hold on. I just want to put on some of my best pictures here before we head out.
How many windows do you have open?
Oh, yeah. I got a few open. Here, look at this over here. Okay, these are some of my favorites. We'll look at some of these.
Your scrapbooking.
Yeah, my scrapbooking. Exactly. And I want to look at that maid stuff. That's bothering me. The maid stuff. It's kind of in the back of my mind right now. The maid stuff. You know. Want to look at that? This is gonna be
the maid stuff.
Oh, this is bad. You want to see this? Maid for depressed youth Canada. This is going to be really sad.
Oh no!
Yeah. This is really, really bad. This is brand
new. What is this?
So what it is, it's basically euthanasia.
Oh yeah, you mentioned this earlier. Okay.
Yeah, this is getting worse. Has anybody heard the latest news on this? I'm a 400 Windows Open person, says Anonymous. You have to scrapbook this, says Bobby. Bathsheba Monday. I hope so. Actually, you know what?
Right?
She tells me she does her hair. You know, with her hair nice and braided. Hold on, I got a picture of it. You want to see a picture of her before we go into suicide? Let's see over here. There it is, right here. Yeah,
right?
Let's talk
Hopefully
about
the convoy organizers get a crack it slowly on Monday.
Okay, so there you go. So she's doing the whole Tomb Raider thing right over here. Look at that.
Oh, the Laura Croft.
The Laura Croft, exactly. No parental consent required, says Kenneth. Same in UK, says Carmen Smith. Wow. You can't stop the pran. Made is some spooky SHIT, says Shangron. Government making it easier to off yourself. Well, that's what I mean. This is incredibly sad, okay? And it's very, very dangerous.
We're going to help you, in fact.
No, it's very, very dangerous. Very dangerous. Why is it so dangerous? Because imagine you feel down. Who hasn't felt down before? You know?
So, yeah, what would be the guidelines? I mean, would you have to have a terminal illness? Would you have to be, past the age of 80? Like, how are they deciding who actually gets to, pull the Minecraft?
Cause of death.
Well, that's right. Here, take a look at this. We got Laura Lynn Tyler Thompson. Here you go.
And I think it's over 3,000 deaths in the past year is unknown. is unknown. That's the.
Oh no, that's not it. That's not made. Okay, here we go. This is made.
Mother who lives outside
Where's Tucker?
Canada. She's got a 23-year-old son.
Okay, notice this. We got to look at American news. Do you see how bad this is? You see my problem? I'm actually looking at Tucker Carlson in the States to get information about what's happening in Canada. That's how bad it is.
That's not good.
It's not good that we got to go to the U.S. I got to literally fly over, okay, turn on the TV in the U.S., watch a clip, and fly back home to get information about what's happening here. That's the problem. That's the problem.
So Margaret Marcilla is a mother who lives outside Toronto, Canada. She's got a 23-year-old son who suffers from depression and diabetes. Also, he doesn't have a girlfriend. On that basis alone, doctors have just approved her son's assisted suicide. A doctor called Joshua Tepper signed off on it to kill the boy because he's
23 years
he
old?
doesn't have a girlfriend.
That's right.
You know this because of the Substack Common Sense. You can read the details, and you should. They're shocking. This is about to become a lot more common in Canada as a way of cutting down on healthcare costs. By March, a new law in Canada is expected to allow children to be killed by doctors, by state doctors, without the approval of their parents. This seems like a very big change.
So what he's talking about
This can't
there-
be real.
No,
This
man,
can't even be real.
No, I'm telling you, it's bad out there. It's really bad out there, brother. It's not good. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here. So this is made common sense. Common sense. This is what it is. Okay, it's Common Sense Media, if I remember correctly. Oh man, see, you can never find these articles when you want to. But the point is that that's what they're pulling over here. This guy, what's his name? Tepper and Made. Okay, yeah, here it is. This is the kid. Canadian mom's harrowing tale. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about here. Shows the real dangers. So this kid, okay, so Margaret Marcilla, she found that her son had been chatting to these doctors on the internet. So we were all worried about our kids, you know. We're worried about them. I mean, I know for myself, every time I walk in, my kid flips a channel. You know, they're looking at something else, you know, and I'm like, what are you doing? But I always say it like I'm a policeman, you know what I mean? Like I'm part of the POU. I walk in, and I'm like, all tap, what are you looking at? What are you looking at? Huh? What is that? Like, you gotta remember, I'm POU, I'm not PLT when I talk to my kids when they're all tabbing on their computers.
Right, head buster.
I'm a head buster, right? That's what I am. So, hands up! Hands up, put your hands up. That's right, Bobby. Put your hands up. October 11th, this is the one. Common Sense tells a harrowing tale of a Canadian mother. She discovers that her son is scheduled to die. This is crazy. So she starts to snoop around on his Facebook email. She learns that he was medically approved. He was approved for medically assisted suicide. He was approved because the guy has diabetes, caused a loss of sight in one of his eyes. There's people, man, who have one leg. You know what I mean? We can't get it up anymore. Or maybe they got other problems. They don't go and kill themselves. They just live through it. And sometimes they find, right? Like if you know, I mean, everybody knows somebody, right? Who has come out like that. You see these guys, they got no legs, no arms, and they're playing the piano with their feet. Come on, man. You got to have some kind of guts in your life to do that. You can't just say, oh, things aren't going well. That's it for me. Discovering that her son had just 2 weeks left to live before the procedure, the mother starts to investigate. She calls the doctor, pretends to be another patient, describing her same condition. The doctor, Joshua Tepper, seemed accommodating, going so far as to offer a formal assessment, which they can do over Zoom.
Thorough. Very thorough.
Okay, so what does she do? She goes on social media. She starts to tweet. Elon, please don't. I don't want to be banned. My son is gonna look. This is crazy. Young man acknowledges his mother's actions were based in love. He remains angry for her intervention. Okay, so here's the article, and we'll give you the actual. This is the site Common Sense. Pretty good stuff. This is Rupa. Look at that. It's Rupa who did this, right? Rupa Subramania, Canadian patriot. Really nice, really great lady. Really, really nice. Let me read it first. Okay. So he wanted to look at this. You got to read, Ben. You got to read this. This is insane. Here, go for it, man. These two are amazing.
Okay, can you increase it just a little bit for me?
Absolutely, brother. That's what she said. Here we go.
The procedure entailed administering 2 drugs. First, a coma-inducing agent, then a neuromuscular blocker that would stop Keanu's breathing. He would be dead in 5 to 10 minutes. Apparently, Keanu wanted to bring a dog with him. In an email to him that same day, Hendrickson said, "Dogs are welcome in this space as long as there is someone there who will be responsible for them during the time at Maid House." Marcilla was terrified. She had tried to do everything for her son, but it had been rough for him. She and his dad had gotten divorced when Keanu was still a kid. On his 16th birthday, she had given him a BMW. Well, that's a nice present for a 16-year-old. When he was 17, he had been in a bad car accident. Ooh, damn. He wasn't up to college. He smoked a ton of weed. He lived with his dad, then with his mom, and now with her sister, Keanu's aunt. So, yeah, he had a little bit of a rough spell there. But, I mean, come on. You're only 23 years old. You know, you're still alive.
Maid House, right? So what's Maid House? This is the thing. You start, look at this. This is freaking in Toronto, man. 3 Google reviews. I might end up leaving them a bad review. You know that? 3 Google reviews. Rather than trying to convince a man on the edge of a bridge from jumping, these medical staff shout to make him feel better about jumping. People go through dark times. We should be teaching them how to break through the dread instead of affirming their misery.
For sure.
Yeah, exactly. Disgusting monster, says Eric Lull.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
Yeah, that's them. All right, let's see what they are. Maid House is a non-profit organization devoted to providing those eligible to receive medical assistance in dying with a supportive, inclusive, and comfortable setting. We know they want us gone. Don't encourage them, says Mad Pie Man. Absolutely. Maggie Burnett says, my body, my right, my choice. Yeah. A fantasy. This is why you don't give SHIT to kids. Let's look a little bit more at who these guys are. Ways to give resources, FAQ, Maid House newsletters. Why is there a need? What legibility do they have? Who can use it? How long can I stay here? Are there restrictions? All right, let's look at what happened over here to this guy. Okay. You got to be over 18 years old. Tepper is the doctor there. They call them doctors even though they're not really healing anything. You've got to be over 18. You have to have an OHIP card. You have to have suffering that cannot be remediated or treated in some way that's acceptable to you. What else here? Tepper said he'd had a lot of patients similar to you when she told Tepper, so she's posing as somebody, that she was diabetic and blind. You know what? Let's get this recording. Should we do that? Let's get this recording. Marcilla and Tepper. I'm sure I can find this recording. You want to hear this? Let's hear this recording between the two. Marcilla and Tepper. Oh, here we go. That wasn't too hard. Marcilla and Tepper. Marcilla and Tepper. I want to hear this video. Audio call recording. This is not going to be good. You know that, Pen? If you
no,
yeah, if you don't mind, Pen, why don't you hit it here while I dig it up? I'll grab this.
So you want me to read this?
Yeah, please. If you'd be so kind, brother.
Marcilla, who recorded the conversation and shared the 5.5-minute recording with Common Sense, told Tepper that she was diabetic and blind, more or less her son's condition. Tepper said he'd had patients a lot similar to you. Then the doctor said, if you wanted, I could do a formal assessment with you. Marcilla asked if she would come in. Tepper replied, when we do them remotely, often by video of some type, WhatsApp, Zoom, FaceTime, something like that. A few minutes later, Marcilla hung up. She'd just over 2 weeks to stop her son from dying.
Insane. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Okay, so in 2017, only 34 MAID deaths, so assisted suicide deaths. And I love how they give it these names, right? MAID. Why do they do that? What's the reason for that? Very, very simple. Very, very simple. (18 to 45 years old). 34 maid deaths between the 18 and 45 years old. After that, they rise to 49. Then to 103, then to 118, and now to 139. So from 34 to 139. Today, thousands of people who could live for many years are applying successfully to end it. I don't know, man. I'm looking at this, and this really bothers me because they're trying to push this through. So there's a couple things here. They've been trying to push through this voting age, 16 years old. At 16 years old to start the voting. And the second thing over here is the mature minors. This thing over here, what is a mature minor? Have you heard of this mature minor?
No.
This is how they're getting away with a bunch of stuff, by the way. Mature minor doctrine in Canada. As soon as you can get status as a mature minor, what that allows you to do is do whatever you want to yourself. A mature minor. Here it is. Hold on a second here. I'll give you a video. It's better. Let's watch a video on this. Mature minor. What is a mature minor? Oh no. I can just tell looking at this lady.
Sounds gay.
Yeah. Oh, you can hear that sound.
What is a mature minor? That's the question I want to answer in this video. Specifically in the province of Ontario, anybody 17 and under is considered to be a minor. They can't vote, and there are other age-related restrictions that we have embedded into our laws. And for the most part, that is considered acceptable. There are reasons relating to safety and other accepted reasons why we just limit things based on age, and generally it's not considered discriminatory, and it's part of the world. So these minors who have limited rights become a really interesting group in the context of making their own healthcare decisions, because in Ontario, as I've talked about in other videos, there is technically no minimum age at which a person is allowed or not allowed to make their own medical decisions. There's no age. It all comes down to this test for capacity. And it's not a test that's administered, it's a test that is a legal test based on a person's ability to understand the information relevant.
So this is it right over here. These are the people who want to test if you're mature. They're going to give you a test. They're going to give your 14-year-old a test, your 16-year-old a test. And then at that point, you are going to, well, you're not going to know because now they're made, well, not necessarily they're made, but now they're made into a mature minor. They are able to do it and do whatever they want. It's taking the rights from the parents. Decker McKirch. Oh my God, I hope you cut the part about Maid House and posted. It needs to be shared. Most people won't pay attention to a whole stream. No, they won't. You're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Y'all are getting blackpilled, says Kaboobal.
I believe I am blackpilled. I think Roe is definitely getting a taste of that black pill as well.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see some more here.
To make the decision in question, and their ability to appreciate the reasonably foreseeable consequences of a decision or lack of a decision. Yes, that sounded very legal. That was the legal test from the Healthcare Consent Act. But basically, do they get it? Do they understand the info? Can they apply it to themselves? Do they have insight? That's the idea behind capacity. And there are minors who will be capable of all decisions or some decisions, because this idea of capacity is decision specific. So when somebody is 17 years of age or younger, and they are found capable of making a decision about their own treatment, and it could be something more minor or something more major, whatever the case may be, if they are found capable, they are considered a mature minor. So that's a phrase that's not actually in the Healthcare Consent Act, but it has been used in case law, so decisions by judges when there are lawsuits about healthcare and consent. So a mature minor is simply somebody in Ontario who is 17 years of age or younger who has been found capable of making one or more of their own medical decisions. And
wow. This is it, man. This is what these guys are doing. They want to push this. I'll tell you what, I won't tell my kids this thing even exists. Because
no, far away from these weirdos.
You know, that's what it is, man. I want to know. I want to know exactly what it is. I don't know why I'm looking at this right before I'm about to head out there for a drink, but you know what I mean. This is probably not the best stuff on a Friday night.
She looks like she's already dressed up for Halloween. Maybe she's gonna go trick or treating. She's a witch.
hide your wife, hide your kids. That's what you got to do right here. Hide your wife and hide your kids.
Sure.
Yeah, man. No, there's something about it. It's the way they do this. There's an account, right? I don't know if you followed it. It is what is it called? Libs of TikTok.
Oh yeah.
And these guys, these guys are always kind of putting that out. They're always pushing. They're always showing you what's going on with people, and they're not insulting people or anything like that. They're not, making memes or nothing like that, or swearing or all the rest. What they're doing is they just put videos out of what these people are doing. They just show their own videos. A lot of them are teachers, actually. A lot of them are teachers who are talking about how they encourage their youth, their students, to get more confused is how the way I see it, So
just today, that account Libs of TikTok, they put out a video and they found their own dog boy. Remember Dog Boy from counter protest Tupac in Ottawa?
Okay.
They found their own dog boy. Libs of TikTok. If you want to take a look at that Twitter account real quick.
Okay, let me see that. Let me take a look
and then we can compare their dog boy with our dog boy.
Yes. Good idea, Pat. That's a great idea. We'll compare the dog boys. Yeah, because we met him, and we met these guys, Libs of TikTok. These guys, man. These guys are something else. The stuff you see on this site, once you start scrolling on it, it can do your head in. You'll be like, what am I looking at right now? So it's not necessarily...
Oh, yeah. Some of it is...
Yeah, some of it's a little bit. You're looking at it and you don't want to know it. Okay, this was what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm. This is a guy.
All right, let's see here. This guy, he looks happy. This has got to be a joke. Come on, this has got to be a joke.
I don't know. No, dude, we know this type of thing is real, Ro. We have seen this firsthand.
Yeah.
I think it's real. And then if you scroll down, there's a post I made that links to the our version of Dog Boy. Like click on the Dog Boy post.
Okay.
And then scroll down.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to pull it up off of the War Campaign Twitter because it'll probably show up there, right?
Yeah, that'll be easier to find.
Exactly.
The Panboy post there.
Okay, perfect, man. So let me see here. Okay, that'll be from there. It's this post right over here. Oh yeah,
there
this is it. This is the one. Yes, this is our one.
You're a pet.
Watch this.
Pardon me?
A dog, like a puppy.
Oh, you're a dog. Okay, I have a dog. I have a German Shepherd. What kind of dog are you?
I don't know, a Chihuahua. Sometimes, I don't know, a Doberman.
Get him! What the fuck? You lazy fuck! You stole our water.
What the?
Dog's got a bone.
Dog boy's causing trouble. Is she making advances towards the police officers?
When did that video pick up? Because I have another video.
Well, is it the video with this big smile?
But you guys are saying.
Smile, like, yeah, maybe. I'm trying to help you guys out.
Nova Scotia Grown 61 says, be careful. Dog boy might try to hump you.
All right, so talk to me then. So everybody over there, they're not worried about the whole monkey thing?
Monkeypox?
Yeah.
All right, so this guy came in. What this was is over there at Tupac, if you remember, when these guys built a community center. They built a community center inside of a church that had been a community center before that, run by the Irish Association, if I'm not incorrect there. And then at that point, what they did was all the leftists came out to shut it down, saying that these guys were, Freedom Convoy people, and not only Freedom Convoy people, but they were, racist, homophobes, supremacists, the whole story, right? So that's what they said. And then this guy comes there. He was one of them. I mean, this is how zany and crazy it got. This guy, they came in, and this dude puts on a dog mask, and, he's running through. So we met these people. They do exist. It's just that when I see something like this that you're showing me here, Pat, I mean, this guy's got to be acting. He's got to be acting. It can't be real. You tell me,
I mean, he wasn't that much different than our dog boy. I mean, sure, there's a possibility he could be acting, but I do think that there are people, and I'm just going to be nice and say strange people out there like this. I'm not going to, say they're mentally ill or dangerous to children. I won't go that far, but I do think there are people like this out there.
Absolutely. Absolutely, brother. There it is, man. Sick people all over the world, says SoCal. It is. True, man. There you go. All right, let's wrap it up over here. I think that's probably the last, because I don't think I can take these weirdos. When you start to get into the weird part of the internet, and you start to see the stuff that they're doing. Especially this maid stuff. Yeah, I can't. Like, for me, I don't think I could. I mean, I'll do a video eventually on it, just so that the information gets out there. But sitting there doing the maid stuff, I don't think I can. You know what I mean? Just like to just go super deep into it, because it's so wretched. It's the same thing with this, the child stuff that goes on. It's so wretched that I got to turn away from it. Alex Osorio says, MK Ultra buddy, watch TV. Barry Britt, my bro, rest in peace, used maid due to ALS, and we, the family, gave full support, but it is getting ridiculous now. Well, that's the thing. I mean, there's real cases. My close friend used, at the end there, she had breast cancer, and she was suffering incredible suffering, and she's howling away with pain, and in the end, that's how she went. It had gotten into the lymph nodes, got into the bone, everything else. So, I mean, that's not to say that this stuff shouldn't exist, but it's the way they're doing it. You add in mature minor, and then of course, like depression. If depression can be used, depression, especially now when your society is one where people can be depressed very easily because the society itself is sick. It's natural that you're going to start to see more of those kind of cases. That's the problem. Back to regular tramplings, please, says Kabupo. Exactly. Regular trampling is the best compared to all this. Thanks for all the great coverage all week, Rowan Penn. Well, thank you, Deb. We'll be back at it again on Monday. And I'm really happy that the judge did not say that he's going to be doing cross-examination tomorrow. That is my main...
Right?
Absolutely.
Woo!
Because that would have been a little bit too much. And now I think we're off to drink. I'm going to... what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up an outro over here. If you want to support us and really appreciate you helping us, check out buyvestige.com. I'm going to put that out as the promo. Okay. So what this is here it is. Hold on a second here. I'm going to show it to you first what it is. This is a great way to support us. If you want to do that, then this is the number one way to do it, because we don't ask for donations. Not interested. But this is what we've been doing in the culture war. This right over here. Vestige, number 3, graphic novel. Number 1 and number 2, ready to ship if you're interested. Comic books. That's where we came from, the culture degenerate. Now in this world where kids want to, end it all because they're depressed. And of course, everything else. I want to take them back into a world where the fantasy is fantasy, and your escapism and righteousness and all that kind of stuff. So this is it. Good and evil, old school ideas. We got Leaf Nurse, and she says proper palliative care, pain and symptom management needs to be tried first, then made can be offered. That's it. Imagine if the weapons of the past had their own. They carried the spirit of those who wielded them. That's Vestige right there. And I appreciate your time very much. Thank you. I'm thinking of this society stuff that we're talking about here, and it's so depressing to me that this is the reason that I want to escape from that. Truly, that's the reason. I got to say, I want to escape from all this kind of stuff that's made, this, that part of life that is so horrible. That's what fantasy... Yeah.
You guys as Canadians, hopefully one day soon you can cross the bridge and get to that where you can go back to normal and just enjoy a comic book and not have to worry about, all this crazy stuff.
That's where I want to get to. I want to get back to that point. I want to get back. That's my plan. You know what I mean, Pan? That's my plan right there. Have a great weekend. Thank you so much. Here you go. This is the Vestige outro. A big hail and thank you for being here with us, and thank you for your support in every which way. Go to WCFreedom.com. Get on the newsletter. It's right there. WCFreedom.com. Totally free. Appreciate it. Great way to stay in touch. Hail, brethren, and thank you.